Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki fe la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julie.
Ejemini ekebo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje. Ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀, akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀, bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́. Wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́, àkànbí wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wá fi jóye ẹrùkù, bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé. Wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ, wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìdáyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Parachuba jodiri chukuma, tukuchuba jodiri ndimo, eguma wego. Parachuba jodiri chukuma, tukuchuba jodiri ndimo, eguma wego. Obodo jisike nubo seruna. Oyibo.
It is everyone, be free,
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oboda say yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oboda say yeah, we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo. Iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. Here we are. Here we go. Since I was born and now I am getting old, and then whatever it is that I said. So there it is. Here I am. There you are. And here we go. So here we go. Another day, another session. So of course, it's as reliable as clockwork. You know, just as soon as that time hits, it is time for your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, woman went to mow. So your friendly neighborhood or your laughing man, woman went to mow. So the session kicks off. It's a hodgepodge of so many topics that we're converging together in order to have the session. So it's going to be here, there, and everywhere, but hopefully, ultimately, we're able to pull it together. So before anything kicks off, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard invites you to come and join us. So do all that. Click on like, click on subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do those. I keep telling you, if they come around your house with handcuffs, don't say you were not pre-warned. It is a matter of law that you have to click on like and subscribe. So you're legally compelled to do that. So do that so you're not flouting law. So click on like and subscribe as compelled by law. And then at your discretion, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That is highly recommended. but there is no law behind that. So do those. Click on like, subscribe, and if you want to come join, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So all that. And before we carry on, we're trying to get Peter Obi on the platform. So I've been reaching out to all the contacts that I have, but I'm not sure that my reach is deep enough to cut through to him. So if you have that reach that cuts into his space, then contact me via Instagram. I've been using quite a few people to try and reach into that space, but that reach is not cutting as deep as to make that connection. So we need to make that connection in order to bring him on the platform. I'd like him on within the next 2 weeks if we can make it happen. And if you have that access, then contact me via Instagram, please. We want that fella on the platform. So we want that fella on the platform. So let's get straight into it. So there is really no other space to kick it off other than this space. There is nothing else being spoken about within the Nigerian political space outside of this storyline. So it's a gift that just keeps on giving. And so many allegations are coming out of the previous administration that you wonder why the Black Maria is not charging up and down the high streets of Nigeria, kicking erstwhile big men into the van and throwing them into Kuje prison. So it gets even deeper and messier for Emefiele. $6.2 million fraud. Ex-secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustapha, testifies in Emefiele's trial, says Buhari's signature forged to withdraw funds from the central bank. So now we have landed at a new low within that, because it was a cesspit of all manners of debauchery and excess. The last administration, a cesspit, a cesspool of all manners of debauchery and excess. But this is even a new low. So comatose was Buhari, and so greedy and gluttonous were they that they're just bypassing it now and just forging a signature. The person that the signature opens up is the person that is criminally compromised anyway. So this is the goings on. So he forged this signature to access this $6.2 million. But that then suggests that this is not the first or the last time he would have done that. So how much did he actually use forged signatures to access in that central bank? So there it is. $6.2 million fraud. Ex-secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustapha, testifies in Emefiele's trial, says Buhari's signature forged to withdraw funds from the central bank. So, well, there it is. It's disappointing but not surprising, because we knew that this was the realms within which they were operating. And if you think that this guy was there for 10 years solid, I think it was 2 years under Goodluck Jonathan, 8 years under Buhari, the mind boggles as to how much this guy would have looted. Forget Dangote, the richest black man is Emefiele. The immediate former secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustapha, on Tuesday, told the Federal High Court in Abuja that neither he nor former President Muhammadu Buhari approved the disbursement of the $6,230,000 to international election observers. So why would they even need to be gifted money, and why did they collect it? So there's implications internationally to this. At the resumed trial of the former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Godwin Emefiele, at the FCT High Court on Monday, Onyeka Ogbu, a prosecution witness, told the court that he was aware of a $6.2 million payment request for international election observers. He said Emefiele approved the payment of the $6,230,000 in cash for international election observers in the last 2023 general elections. Ogbu made the revelation whilst testifying at the ongoing trial of Emefiele. The former CBN boss is standing trial before Justice Mazu on 20-count amended charges bordering on corrupt advantages, conspiracy, criminal breach of trust, forgery, and obtaining by false pretenses to the tune of $6.2 million United States money. United States dollars, that is. In the resumed trial on Monday, Michael, a former branch controller of the CBN Abuja branch, led in witness by the prosecution counsel, Rotimi Oyedepo, SAN, identified documents presented to him by the prosecution, adding that he worked on the documents. According to him, on January the 8th, 2023, a request for $6,230,000 payment came to his office, and documents for the disbursement of the money were approved by the then CBN boss in cash for international election observers. Boss Mustapha appeared at the FCT High Court in Abuja on Tuesday as prosecution witness too. The former SGF in his testimony said he knew nothing about the transaction up till the time he left office after serving for five years and 7 months. According to him, the document did not come from the office of the president. Mustapha also said he never heard of any special appropriation provision, saying he was only familiar with appropriation and supplementary. Mustapha said Buhari never concluded any of the correspondence he received from him. Please accept with my highest regards. This guy works closely with Buhari, boss Mustapha, and what he's telling you is that the sign-off that Buhari used to sign off is never, please accept with my highest regards. That's not his language. So not only was the signature forged, his language was also forged. Mustapha said Buhari never concluded any of the correspondence he received from him with please accept with my highest regards. He said Buhari's signature was forged, noting that the Nigerian government has no business paying foreign election observers. Mustapha said he did not know of the transaction. So there it is right there. Mustapha did not know of the transaction. Buhari did not know of the transaction, but Godwin Emefiele signed off the transaction, and the money left the Nigerian coffers into the pocket of corrupt election officials. So there it is right there. It's just a story that just it's almost an impossibility for that guy to escape. But how much can we recover from him is the wider question. How much can we recover from him is the wider question. Let's go on from that to this. Atiku disowns Daniel Bwala. So we knew this was coming anyway. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has disowned Daniel Bwala, who served as a spokesperson for his presidential election for last year's presidential campaign for last year's presidential election. Atiku said in a let's do that again. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has disowned Daniel Bwala, who served as a spokesperson for his presidential campaign for last year's presidential election. Atiku said in a statement released by his media office on Tuesday that Mr. Bwala is not and has never been his aide beyond his role as a spokesperson for his presidential campaign between 2022 and early 2023. The former presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, said Mr. Bwala's roles in the presidential campaign terminated with the election coming to an end last year. It is important that the media and general public take corrective note of defining Mr. Bwala as an aide to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Bwala offered his services and support to Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization as a spokesperson, and it was a position he held during the last presidential election, the statement reads. Atiku's statement denying ties with Mr. Bwala came amidst growing rapport between the former PDP presidential campaign spokesperson and President Bola Tinubu. Bwala transformed from being an unsparing attacker of the presidential candidate Tinubu and his party, the All Progressive Congress APC during the campaigns to being an apostle of his policies after the former Lagos State governor was inaugurated as president. His public support for Mr. Tinubu on social media and national TV earned him his privileged meetings with the president within and outside the country in January. So it goes on to give us the details of. So read article statement in full. So it says, Buala is a former spokesperson of Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization and not a former aide to the vice president. It is important that the media and the general public take corrective note of defining Mr. Daniel Buala as an aide to His Excellency Atiku Abubakar. Buala offered his services and support to the Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization as a spokesperson, and it was a position he held during the last presidential campaign. Subsequently, and after the election, the need for a campaign spokesperson has terminated, and Buala has moved on with his career. So there it is right there. So I say, this therefore serves as notice to the media and the interested public to desist from defining Buala as an aide to, is an ex-aide to him, because that was a presidential spokesperson is an aide to the presidential candidate. So it's an ex-aide to him, not an ongoing aide to him, but an ex-aide to him. We duly urge the public to henceforth recognize, introduce, and define Mr. Buala by his current vocation and alliance. So this is an article now having his knickers in a twist in the public space. Edo Guba, Abure in secret alliance with Obaseki, PDP, Labour treasurer. So there's been this huge play within the media space. The treasurer of the treasurer of the Labour Party has come out in the public. There's a long and extended interview, which I may or may not play to you because it's too long and winding, but I'm sure you've all seen it. The treasurer of the Labour Party has told us now that all of the campaign donations to that party was looted by Abure. But then, of course, he has been looting money from that space for a long time, buying houses in Italy and UK and all over the world, according to the treasurer. Let's get a feel of this. The national treasurer of the Labour Party LP, Mrs. Oluchi Opara, has accused the party's national chairman, Barrister Julius Abure, of engaging in anti-party activities. The LP treasurer made the allegation on Tuesday whilst featuring on Arise TV's morning show program. The statement is coming on the heels of a demand on Monday during a press conference in Abuja that Abure should render an account of the party's funds of over 3.5 billion naira, being proceeds of sales of form and sundry fundraisers for the 2023 general elections. So a lot of people have actually been because they come with all this integrity narrative, all this piety, and all this holier than thou. So a lot of people have been asking that live up to your billing. How long was that election now? A lot of people have been asking the Peter Obi campaign organization and the Labour Party to render accounts of all of the donations that they got during that election and how the money was dispersed and what is left of it. So render accounts. When you are saying Mr. Piety, righteous, we cannot continue like this and all this sanctimonious self-righteousness. So do it by example and render accounts. The treasurer of the party, she never saw a penny of the money coming in. The statement is coming on the heels of a demand on Monday during a press conference in Abuja that Abure should render an account of the party's funds of over 3.5 billion naira, being proceeds of sales of forms and sundry fundraisers for the 2023 elections. Opara equally alleged that Abure prevented her from exercising her constitutionally assigned role of handling the party's accounts, but disputing a statement issued by the Labour Party that she was being sponsored by persons outside. I really hate this. They call this ad hominem, So they are attacking the person and not what she said. She said you've not rendered account. She said is she the treasurer of the party, yes or no? So let's establish that first. If she is the treasurer of the party, she said she never saw any of the fundings of that campaign as stretch come through her desk. So she has no account of how much came in, how much went out, and what for. This is what she's alleging. And she's also alleging that the party chairman, Julius Abure, he cornered all of that money and is using it to buy properties all over the world. So she's the treasurer of the party, and this is what she's alleging. So go to that allegation rather than attack her personality. But this is what they do. But disputing a statement issued by the Labour Party that she was being sponsored by persons outside of the party, Okpara maintained her earlier stand. They are masters at disseminating wrong information. The treasurer claimed that Abure has been in alliance and in talks with the PDP government in Edo State. She said, I want to state the fact that they are masters at disseminating wrong information. What do I mean by that? When issues like these are being played out, the right thing to do is to carry out an investigation. And I am speaking from the place of strength, asking that the right thing be done. Now, they are always quick to accuse someone of being sponsored, especially from the opposition. I want to state it clearly here that if there is anybody that has any alliance with the opposition, it is the national chairman of the Labour Party. Let him come out and say he has not been in talks with the government of Edo State. So just look, you can already just looking at the guy, you know he's a criminal. You don't need anybody to tell you that this guy is a criminal. He is a criminal. Tinubu rewards Super Eagles with national award, plots of land, flats in FCT. So are they deserving enough to have gotten that payout is the question. Breaking Buhari's signature forged. So we've done that one already. Airpeace granted license to fly to the United States, New York. Nigeria grants Airpeace approval for New York JFK flights. So on February the 9th, the largest airline in Nigeria and West Africa, Airpeace, received approval to fly to John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York in response to a letter dated January the 12th to Festus Okoye, the Minister of Aviation and whatever it is. Airpeace received an approval letter allowing the Nigerian flag carrier to take to the skies to the United States. Airpeace was founded by Allen Oyema 2013 with the aspiration of providing economic opportunities to Nigerian youths. It was a major force to rescue Nigerians who were stuck in Sudan and all that. Airpeace takes flights to countries such as India, South Africa, China, and Israel, amongst others. In the North American region, Airpeace is vying to fly to Antigua and Barbuda. So there it is. Airpeace now to fly to New York. So Airpeace now to fly to New York. Dangote dragged into Nigeria's probe of ex-CBN governor. Yes, Dangote's name will always be in that mix. Or I suspect he would have had a quiet payoff though. But let's end it with this. This is the narrative of HERBERT Wigwe that recently died, and this is what Bode George had to say about him. So let me bring it up. Okay, hold on. Let me bring this up. They released dollars to them monthly. They use dollars for themselves. Bode George on HERBERT Wigwe, Elumelu, and Emefiele's wealth. So that's Bode George, who nobody spared when he rolls out. So let's hear a bit of Bode George. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let me refresh it, see if it'll
empty. How can an MD? Who the heck is Emefiele? Lumelu. What is he doing? Where is the factory? He was a bank man, a club bank man. Somehow got license. At the same time, we are Adeola. All of them stupendously wealthy now. Wigwe, who became MD of Access Bank. Immediately, the other young man has now established a university. He has the temerity to be advertising that university on CNN. Wigwe University. That's personally established by him. Where is the money? Where is his factory? Access Bank. What is the practice? They release dollars to them on a monthly basis. They use the dollars. If it's at 1 to 100, they will get it through the mailer to say 1 to 200. You see that? What do they do with it? Who are the commercial people that really need it and get it? Those people get back to the mailer. But no, you hardly will get from the bank unless you are. Is that commercial activity? So what they had done to this nation, they must all be invited for discussion, because the rottenness started from that, and it's been going on for years. But it has exploded now on our faces. And what Emefiele is, have you ever seen any central bank of any country giving personal loan to individuals? Have we mad? What was going on in his head? Commercial bank? We turned the central bank to a commercial bank. Central bank that should be responsible for your fiscal and monetary policies. And then he had the temerity, I wanted to contest this. Because he has stolen so much.
So there it is. I think that's the voice of all of us, isn't it? Especially that last bit. He had the temerity to want to contest to be president because he has stolen so much money. When he told Buhari that he wanted to contest for the president, there was one simple question that Buhari could have asked him: how can you afford it? It should have been the question, and that would then have unraveled. But then, of course, Buhari completely complicit in all of that. There's still plenty of room in the studio, by the way. Anybody that wants to join, so that we can have a session. But let's play the Kegite music. Bring on the people that are already assembled, and the conversation ensues. First, of course, the Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemuye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemure o. Obi master kekere elemure o. Chifu Failati kekere elemure o. Eruku lele elemu o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìlé o. Petrosodana ẹ̀yẹ o, ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Assembled so far, Big QB joins us somewhere in Saudi Arabia, I suspect. Adale Koko, father of the bride, there he is right there. Bishop almost certain to be in his truck somewhere. Hopefully Dewale is not driving and we have a good connection. And nobody told Ola that Christmas is over. He's still hanging around like our Father Christmas. So good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight in your company. A stellar list, so it guarantees then a banging conversation. Let's kick it off with BQB. BQB, Autodometer BQB. Okay,
yeah, hello, one man. Good morning from this side. It's almost 2:30 a.m. in Saudi Arabia.
Oh God.
Yeah.
How far?
Yeah, we thank God now. We are coping.
Yeah, coping.
$1 with 1,500 naira. How much is it now?
Yes. How much is it to the Riyadh?
The economic situation is affecting all of us. So
how much is it to the Riyadh? How much is the naira to the Riyadh?
It has only naira. Is it naira or dollar?
No, naira to the Riyadh.
I think it's going to 400 now. And when I came here, it was 95 naira.
Okay.
But now it's 400 now. So the devaluation has really negatively made us richer in a way. So it's not what
you know what one thing I've noticed. One thing I've noticed, BQB. When I send money home now to somebody, just a random person, the thank you is not as gushing as it used to be, because I send a set amount, but then of course the value of that amount is somewhat negated now by 100K.
Of course, could be anything. Yes, now. Especially for some of us, even most of you people in the West don't go to Nigeria. Like some of us will go to Nigeria. I go to Nigeria at least every 6 months. So I'm still in touch with reality of what is happening as opposed to somebody that goes on maybe once in 10 years or once in 5 years. So I can tell you that that difference. No, not really. No, that's that most platform I join. People that usually make contributions there, they don't usually go. They don't have the practical experience that some of us have. They just talk from their interaction with their family members. I'm sure it happens. I have so many colleagues in UK. I have some of them that the last time they visited Nigeria was probably 5-6 years ago. So that kind of person cannot really understand what is really happening, so to say. So they usually exaggerate their position. Like any platform I go to, I tend to agree with you that there is poverty in the land, people are suffering. But if you still go to a typical market, it's still as if people are still getting by. So if I want to say that, it will sound like a place of insensitivity, that the way people are suffering, that this person is insensitive. But I don't mind, I don't care about what they feel. But what I see in an average local market that I patronize is that people are still getting by. And I'm not saying it in a long time ago. I think I was still in Nigeria. I came back to the Middle East in January. I think January 2nd. So I was still in Nigeria throughout December. I still use market, but we discovered that, like I was saying, the gain that you think you have in the exchange rate is going to be.
It is lost at the market. When you get to it's lost in the market. Yes.
Absolutely, it's lost in the market. That's just the summary of events. Almost everything practically had increased. Just like my area, my area to Yanokwaja is just about. I stay around the Bode, Egbeda, Yanokwaja side. So the transportation from my area to Yanokwaja used to be 100 naira. And I was just asking somebody in December, and the person said it's now 500 naira. I did not have any need to use it, but the increase is crazy. Especially when you look at it that people that are working are not really anymore. So an average government worker is still earning the same amount of money. So that give us
how can you with all conscience ask BQB, how can you be with all conscience ask that average government worker not to take bribe or cut corners? How can you with any honesty ask? You cannot ask them.
Yeah, it's impossible. You can't ask them not to. So everybody is trying to create some form of a bottleneck in every sphere that they hold. So they create some bottleneck to extort you there. So currently now, because I fly out regularly, the only form of extortion I see regularly is in the airport, which is constant. You will put your luggage through the scanner. Immediately after you put them through the scanner, you will meet some people. They will say they are NDLEA. Immediately they check your luggage. We normally bring some African food like red oil, some stuff, pando yam, like that. They will transfer us to food section. That, why am I taking this 5 kg of pando yam to? Why am I taking these 3 liters of oil to? Something like that. But the bottom line of the checking also is just that the guy needs me to give him money. And now, as of December, they were even telling us that you can't give them less than 2,000 naira. So it means that the valuation is getting to them also. Before you can give them 500, 1,000. But anybody you give 500, 1,000, and they just look at you as, say this person is not in Nigeria, you don't know what is happening. So you need to give more money. So that excess that we think we gain is lost in the market, is lost in everyday, today transaction that you do. So that is just my observation around that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So that segues nicely to the headline then. A lot of what you've just said, it wraps around this $6.2 million fraud. Ex-Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustapha, testifies Emefiele forged Buhari'S signature. Disappointing but not surprising, BQB.
Absolutely. As a medical doctor, I see Buhari based on my using my medical knowledge eye to assess him. I see him as somebody that doesn't know what is really going on. And in as much as we want to, especially the Tinubu supporters, I see Tinubu too being in that state now also. Just like I see Joe Biden there already. You can see so many clips of Joe Biden calling
semi-comatose.
Semi-comatose. We want to say he spoke with Fattah el-Sisi. Meanwhile, he wanted to mention the Prime Minister of Israel. He will say he's speaking with President of Egypt. He will be working. He will be so. All those people have some similar traits. That's why it's not surprising that you always see most of those now. The corruption in the presidency, you always see most of those things around chief of staff. Probably those money coming out, you will even be surprised that Tinubu might not even be aware. Most of those signatures, that's why most of the corruption cases coming out from presidency, you're always going to see Femi Gbajabiamila signature there. And for those people that love Tinubu supporter, Femi Gbajabiamila will be one of the undoings of the presidency. For a start, I think Fashola would have been a better chief of staff to Tinubu than even Femi Gbajabiamila. Femi Gbajabiamila is more of a politician.
So BQ, are you saying you really believe this BS coming from Boss Mustapha or what is called? So are you saying? No. Okay.
I'm saying that so many of those signatures, so many of those signing, they are not aware. It's true. I'm not talking about this one in particular by Bob Mustapha, but I'm saying that so many one would have gone under the carpet that we are not even aware. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And it's happening under Tinubu's also. You said you wanted to this new one that is just out now, that they requested for 1 billion naira to set up a committee for wage review, and even the guy wrote 1 billion. So what do you need 1 billion for the committee? So, and the presidency now wrote that they should start with 500 million. What do they need 1 billion for? So, and you always see his signature, his input there. All the corruption cases, you're only going to see his input there. The national poverty register that lady was trying to get, you always see his input in 3 billion. So we want to say that all these are not true, or they are just propaganda. I don't want to believe so. In as much as we support the government,
do you think BKB, do you think it's a matter of incapacitation or debilitation in people like Buhari, Tinubu, or do you think that the central space is so over-bloated and so much is concentrated there that it is really unreasonable to ask one man to straddle it and have his eye on everything? The presidency is just too big. And yes, that's not to discount that these people are they're debilitating. They're 70, 80 years old. So of course, but the presidency is not too big.
Yes, even an average somebody with the optimal mental capacity, the way you know the person with optimal mental capacity is that age range that they say you must be in civil service. Since they say 60 years is when you should leave civil service, they've to put in consideration that at that point, you don't have that mental capacity to handle ordinary civil service job that you will be in only one department. More or less, now to talk about running a country, to process all the information coming from all the ministry, trade and investment, natural resources, finance, petroleum, they can't do it. They can't handle it. There's no problem with USA because the system, the country has so much built a system over time. Biden is doing nothing. The system is just a form of auto run. It's been there for so many years that they put in a system in place that responds to situation as they see it. So you are not likely going to see. But a country like Nigeria, that we still depends on leadership to set things right, we are still going to be having so many issues that old people cannot do it. So many people will just be doing their dealings in every area they have. And with the support of some cabal in the presidency, headed by probably Femi Gbajabiamila, they will get things done easily, especially when it comes to the issue of corruption and stuff. Gbajabiamila is trying to do the same thing the man that died of COVID did under Buhari.
Abakari. Yeah.
Yes, that's what he's just trying to do. He was practically the president.
He stole a lot of money as well, Abakari.
So that's what Gbajabiamila too is trying to do. So that's what I'm saying, that Tinubu tainted himself by putting a less accountable person. If you had put Fashola worked as chief of staff already. So that position would have been very easy. Then we need a pseudo president too in chief of staff. Fashola has that to some extent. So that can act like a pseudo president in terms of rejecting some memo, making some decisions that will be in the greater good of the country. But with Gbajabiamila, no, it's not. It's not allocation of Castina. Allocation of Castina. You use it to build hospital in Surulere. Allocation of Ebonyi. You will use it to build. You use it to tie road in Surulere. So that kind of person is not. It's not supposed to be the kind of discussion that we should be having. Honestly.
Do you think it's going to last the full tenure of it? Because it's so heavily criticized. I had our guest Chidiodin Kalu just about 2-3 sessions ago. He was saying that he was saying that Daniel Gbajabiamila is taking too much photos. He infuses himself too much in photo opportunities.
Too much into the
and traditionally, you never saw Gambari now. You never saw Bakari. Yes. It's a shadowy figure. Now it's a background figure. You know that in people fact, even yes, but any camera is there. You know, doing fine boy.
That was what we were discussing in our subgroup about when Fashola was even chief of staff. Do you know that we don't even know him? They're supposed to act in the background to plan around presidency. Not that every event you're always going to be the one to be there in photo. So that shows to what extent the guy is involved in making critical decisions. And signature of the presidency is not that president is signing everything. They have this, I think this, I don't know what they call it now. This red-made signature that they normally assent and put. Not that president is just going to sign all the documents.
Like a seal.
Like a seal. So that is the way it operates. So somebody with chief of staff can have access to that to sign so many things, and they will attribute it to the president. That's why they add under the word presidency, and that's why this grass cutter. That was why that guy, when they said he was fired by the presidency, he said, "Who is the presidency?" The guy asked us a critical question: that who is the presidency? Because he knows probably that decision was made by some people, not Buhari. So that loophole is there. We've agreed that system is so much big that even a 40, 45-year-old, 50-year-old person will still need to be in a stop shape to understand and flow. Talk less of somebody that probably needs medical attention every 2 weeks. So it's a very difficult situation we find in ourselves.
All right. Let me take you to this place. BQB is Bode George, who anytime he comes out in the public space, always explosive. So people still paying homage and mourning this guy, HERBERT, Wigwe, and all of that. But he's now come out with this explosive interview, accusing the guy of being at the center of the rot in the Nigerian banking system. So what are you then making then of this outburst by Bode George?
Yeah, I want to look at it in two ways, the message and the messenger. Bode George has been a political big wish in PDP, even in Yoruba land, Oduduwa land. So he has done his bit. He too was in Nigerian Port Authority on corruption cases. I think he was jailed, and he came back. Some celebrations were done in his honor. So, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to say the truth sometimes. What he said, let us look at it very well. 2023, can you believe that? I was watching a business segment. The only industry, the only sector that recorded huge amount of profit is banking sector. All other sectors were declaring loss. So you now wonder, what does banking business entails? What is the business that
how can banking be declaring profit in a failing economy when other industry spaces are failing?
Yes, they are declaring 500 billion, 600 billion. even their CEO are probably earning more than some bank CEO in developed country. I don't know how true it is. It says some of their CEO earn as much as 200 million monthly, not per annum, as salary. So you now wonder what the guy says, which is true, that what kind of business do they do in those banking business that will make somebody so rich, stupendously wealthy? Elumelu, this Wigwe, this, so many of them, this the other guy, Adiola, what's his name in GT Bank. So, and this man cannot just speak without some element of knowledge and information of what is going on at that top level. So, every successful, very big businessman in Nigeria has some element of shady deals, corruption, and then at the expense of an average Nigerian like me. So that's how most of them make their money. They do their dealings. For instance, let's see what the guy did. We have a domiciliary account. Initially, we send money, we send dollars into our account. But if I go to GT Bank, what they will tell me is that there is no dollar. But I send this money into my account now. So why are you saying there's no dollar? So where is the dollar that I sent to my account? No, those monies are available, but they have a way to hold it among themselves to do their own biddings. I'll give you a typical example. I went to a GT Bank branch at Oba Akran in Ikeja. I have some quite number of dollars because then we still send our money to domiciliary regularly, to dollar account regularly. The guy, they told me that they don't have a dollar in the bank, that I can't get my dollar. So they now call a bureau de change person for me. The guy had a dollar account in another bank. So they asked me to transfer the dollar to the guy's account. The guy now transferred the naira equivalent to me. So what was happening? So if I transfer my dollar to the guy, electronic dollar, how would that Aboki get the dollar? Since they said the dollar is not available. But you know what? Aboki will get the dollar. Because the Abokis and those bank CEO and the bank's top people, they are the one in charge of the dollars that even all the diaspora people send. They use it to enrich themselves, which is the cross of what Emefiele was doing when he was CBN governor. Has so much people around him, give them dollar at a lower rate, and at the expense of the generality of the country. So as long as that system still obtains currently, the bank CEO will continue to be richer. After Wigwe, another person will become CEO and still do the same business and still get money. So then the dollar too will continue to fall because people can't have access to it. So I think there is an element of truth in what he's saying, unless if we are not being sincere with ourselves.
What are you making of people saying that it is insensitive somewhat to drag him after his death? The guy ruined. He is a major contributor to the ruination of that economy, which affects well in excess of 200 million people's lives. So they don't know.
If you look at it, I'm not sure if the interview or the recording actually is recent too. I think it was before.
No, I think they went to dig. They went to dig it out from the archives.
So they want to dig it out. So the man has been consistent all along with it now. How can you suddenly become rich that you want to own a university? Which kind of business is he doing? Is he Elon Musk? Elon Musk is producing electric cars. It's doing something. Even the man that is producing cement, we know that he was so much successful. If I'm not doing any business, and Emefiele is giving me dollar at 460, and they are selling the same dollar 700, probably 200 naira difference. and Emefiele gives me $1 million. So even if I'm not producing cement, am I not a millionaire already?
Look at the house that the guy built in Ikoyi, $6 million. How old is he? 40 or is a 40-year-old guy or something?
Yes. So and they will say he's a bank CEO. Which investment is he investing that is making so much money?
And then these people will go on things and lecturing us on hard work
businessman. I have to make money.
BQB. So sometimes we whip out sentiment. If you're asking questions, it's understandable. But if you really think the banks in Nigeria are not doing business, we just need to look at it critically. Because you need to look at the entire portfolio first and see whether they are doing something legitimate. These are the banks that have exposure to oil and gas, real estate, construction, and they even have foreign loans too. And don't forget that these guys don't really operate only in Nigeria because they have subsidiaries. So I'm not saying asking them question is a bad thing, but just to paintbrush, as if they are not doing anything.
No.
You know what it means.
Yeah. Saying they are not doing anything is just an overestimation in making a statement. But they are not doing anything to justify their stupendous wealth. That's what they are doing. All those investments that you said cannot justify the money they claim they have. That's
how do you know?
Because excessive profits being declared.
Excessive profit being declared. I'll give you an example already now. CBN gave Dangote $1 million at first 400 or 460. And the same one is exchanging at 200 naira difference. So have you not made the man make some millions already? So do you need to explain to me that Dangote is producing cement? He has real estate. We know, but we are saying that system already has made the man rich already. Even if CBN gives you $10 million at 400, you just exchange the money to the equivalency. He has made you rich already. Now those are the points. I'm not saying that he's not producing cement. He doesn't have so many businesses. He's building the largest refinery. We know all these things. Bank invest in real estate. They do all sorts of business also. But what they do,
the question I will ask you now,
yes.
the logical question is this: how many banks do we have in Nigeria? How many of them will share all those money you are talking about? Do you understand? So are you saying banks in Nigeria are the only one benefiting from all those money? See,
no, obviously no, not. Not only banks.
The way we talk of business sometimes can just be.
It's not only banks. I know. Not only banks, but we are talking about Wigwe and Access Bank in relation to what Bode just said now. So we are going to be talking about his industry. That's the point. Now we stated with the fact that his only bank that declared profit in 2023. You are not following it. All other sectors were declaring losses, downgrading, reducing their staffs, but banks were making so much money. So it's only bank that is investing in real estate. They are the only one that is doing all those business that you are saying. That's the point.
All right. Just to manage the time, let it go, Ola. Let me move you on. BQB to the narrative of the goings on within Labour Party. So the treasurer of the party has come out now to tell us that not even the bad looks of an ugly penny passed through her desk out of the nearly 20 billion naira that was raised in the course of that campaign. She also reported that this guy, Julius Abure, is buying houses all over Italy, UK, and all over the world. So what are you then making of this sanctimonious narrative, but a traditional evil practice of the Nigerian politics that we're getting from the Labour Party space? Julius Abure, as crooked as they come.
I'm not surprised about what is happening what is claimed that Julius Abure is doing. I'm not really surprised. The only people that will be surprised and shocked are only the obedience or Labour Party supporter and Peter Obi. because I'll tell you the reason why they will be the ones to be surprised. They want to the same clothes they painted Obi, this narrative and cloth of an ideal man, incorruptible. They want to associate everything that has to do with Peter Obi also in that same adjective. That is why immediately you mentioned Abure. They always feel that there's nothing wrong with Abure. He's probably the opposition APC or PDP that is sponsoring so that they can destroy the party. That's the narrative they always want to. So they are not even putting themselves that opportunity to even. Let's look at this Abure. These guys, Apapa and the other guy that is always shouting. There's always something that they will always be shouting for. They cannot just be shouting throughout all these days because there was no evidence. There must always be something that there's this about this Abure. But the core of the supporter base of the party have closed their mind to the fact that it's only the opposition that want to distract them. So they covered Abure and everything that deals with Abure in that same light. I'll give you an example. This same Abure was on Dr. Damage's show, I think 3 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. And if you look at everybody asking questions that is critical of Abure, the other person that is going to talk are going to be defending Abure on a show that somebody is asking him questions. But anybody asking questions that is critical, the person will think the person is an APC supporter, that Abure did not do anything. I said, why did you so much believe in this same Abure that you know nothing about? You don't know the workings of the party, that even those people in the party are telling you something that this guy was doing wrong, but you still don't want to believe them. You always want to believe that everybody that is critical of you are usually sponsored by the opposition. No, it can't be true. You still have to have an open mind for this guy to be investigated. I listened to the lady too on Arise TV today, and even to me, some of their questions they are still like surprised that maybe what the lady is saying is not true. For instance, the lady mentioned that somebody died in December and his signature was used to withdraw money in February. Rufai was asking him, was there any forensic audit that was done to see that? I don't understand what the
forensic on what? On the signature on the dead body.
The dead man that he forged it when the lady was making. Even the lady said, which forensic do I need to show you that somebody died in December? And another person, who was the treasurer then, used the signature to withdraw money in February, about 2 months after. And you are still asking that, the forensic edit done. So if you look at it in one eye, he's doing the journalistic view that he's not going to just pander to the narrative of the lady.
No, it's not though. It's not though, because that's not journalism. When they tell, it's an open and short narrative, isn't it? Unless you are saying the man is not dead. Yeah.
And I said you don't need any evidence. Somebody died 3 months ago,
and he's signing the signature 2 months later.
No, unless the guy maybe it's a post-dated signature. Like now, maybe I signed a check for somebody to collect money in we're in February now, to collect money in April. Maybe my enemy now died. Maybe that's the only situation that could explain this narrative. So in summary, Abure cannot be clean. I'm not surprised. It's just any other person. It will just pander to the narrative of this guy who said Labour Party was just special purpose vehicle. How did he describe it?
Do you think Peter Obi should get out of that party now? I mean, it has served its purpose, and there is nothing. His name is only going to get tarnished by the goings on in that party.
Which is what just
get out and go and form a obedient party or something, or new Nigeria party.
It's the same thing Ogun State doctor said. What's his name? I can't remember his name. Ogun State doctor that was Peter Obi's spokesman. It's the same thing he said, but obedient have given themselves in the form of space that anything you say that is, they see it as you are not for them, so it's not likely going to. They don't want to entertain it to make their stance and their position to be that infallible. You can't taint them. You can't. Even when they say so many times that this guy forged a signature, he was investigated by the police. Police indicted it. They still don't believe it. They still believe that Papa and the other guy, Arabambi, that they are still chasing something, that Labour Party is still. So now they ask him, why has the account of Labour Party not been published? You know what the guy said? He said they are still collating it and they will publish it. They still have not published it today. It's almost 1 month ago. The guy granted that.
By the next election, they will publish it. I mean,
so,
these are, I don't think they have a sense of irony. They are the ones telling us that sanctimonious something.
Yes, and a Senate person will believe that there is integrity in that one, that there's no problem. The money they contributed, which lady said the guy handled close to 4 billion naira. So, what do you want to believe, that you don't want to give yourself some element of doubt because you want to paint Peter Obi as the only summary to me is that they want to paint Peter Obi, so they don't want anything that has to do with Peter Obi to be tainted or something. I think that's just the summary. So the guys need to be investigated. Thank God, before I give him an open challenge, if he comes, I don't expect anything for him to say because he was on Dr. Damage's show. Most questions that are critical to what he's supposed to say, they were not really entertaining that. They were only like there to praise him. That is, I said, what is he doing in Labour Party that they are praising him? So that's the most of the obedient fans were saying. And anybody critical of him will be looked at as he's an APC person. He's probably talking for APC, or that's why he's coming out with this position. So I'm not surprised. These allegations have been coming on and on. So it now came from somebody that is close, inner. And I'm sure in one of the obedient platforms, which I followed sometimes, because we in abroad, we are bored. So we just watch some platforms sometimes. Is it True Naija or something? At least they had a discussion about it today.
Naija Watch.
Naija Watch, yes. Naija Watch. They had a discussion about it today. And to be fair, some people are trying to give themselves some element of doubt and open mind to it. And even some of those guys, one guy that they forged his signature, even called into the show of how undemocratic this same Aburi was. That they will say form is 3 million, that they should bring cash, they should not send the money. So many corruption and something that is not clear, especially when it comes to money. Those guys they spill it on the show today. So, but there is nothing anybody can say. It's their party. It's how they want to run it. As concerning Peter Obi, if he can form a new party with
immediately, because yes, but all right. Let me move you on to this space. A very, very short commentary on this, and then we go on to Efosa Isaac, who is joining us for the first time. Tinubu rewards Super Eagles with national award, plots of land, and flats. So, do you think that is that excessive, or what essentially was a fail? If you don't win, then you failed. So, what do you make of that?
I don't know what they did for somebody to represent the country. They did not win the cup, and you gave them a house, a national award. I don't know if you have to give them national. There are so many people representing the country now in different platforms as a country. Olympic people, so many other sports, Paralympics. Do you give all those people national honor? So I think to be fair, to be sincere, rather, I think it's too much for if they had won the trophy now, maybe you can give them honor.
Do you think they? Sorry, BQB. Do you think they had put that package together in anticipation of them winning, and when they didn't win, they just gave it to them anyway?
Possibly, anything is possible with this new presidency. You don't really know what they think when they act. I don't know, so I don't really know what to say on that space. But I just feel it's excessive. There's really nothing there.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the excellent BQB. So thank you, BQB. Stay with us. Let's go to let's go to Efosa, who I think is joining us for the first time. And I'm only really going to Efosa because it's a new voice and we're documenting him. So Efosa, if you're ready, unmute yourself and speak to us. Efosa Isaac.
Yeah, good evening. Oh, good morning, right? I'm calling from Germany, Duisburg in Germany. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you here.
It's a pleasure joining you guys. You know, I've been a fan of this program and I've been a subscriber of this program for quite some time now, you know. Yeah, some of us, like the last speaker rightly said, some of us, you know, living overseas, we are, you know, sometimes bored and we're looking for something that can, you know, stimulate us about Nigeria, you know, because all we hear from Nigeria most times are always negative, you know. So sometimes we just try so hard to look for something that can motivate us here also, you know. Apart from Afrobeat, there's nothing else that is motivating us here, you know, because all over here in Germany, Afrobeat has taken over and it's a thing of joy to some of us, you know. So
are you getting girls off the back of Afrobeat? Is it giving you access to girls? Are you getting girls?
I guess it's no problem. We are looking for money.
Okay.
The guests are always there, you know. The women are always there, brother. One man, we just looking for money. That's why we came here. Otherwise, Nigeria has some of the most beautiful women in the world. We wouldn't leave Nigeria if it's just because of women, you know.
All right, brilliant. So to the conversation then, this narrative of Emefiele forging Buhari's signature.
Yeah.
What are you making of that?
Yeah, before I come to that, permit me, Mr. One Man, I want to comment on the Super Eagles the last caller talked about. I think what the presidency did was the right thing to motivate the nation, to inspire the nation. I didn't even know that the presidency could think of something like that. You understand? This is a silver that tastes like gold. You understand? If I were the president, I would not do anything less for those boys because the
Ghanaians are mocking us all over social media now. The Ghanaians are mocking us.
You always have mockers, you know. That is normal. It's given. You know, you always have mockers, but to some of us that really knows the impact of what those our brave compatriots did. I think we are appreciative of what the federal government did. Personally, I'm appreciative of what when I saw it today in the news, I was very impressed. That's what they should do. It may surprise you that even the country that won the tournament may not even reward their athlete as much as Nigeria did that came second. And that is how it should be. We are leading. We should lead. Nigeria is a giant nation. We shouldn't settle for anything less. They did it for the boys, and now I'm so pleased. I'm not getting a dime out of it, but I'm happy they did it for those boys. Next time they go on the battlefield, they want to sacrifice themselves for the country. That's how you motivate people, and that's what the same thing we are talking about in our political class. We need people that will distinguish themselves. We need people that will these boys have distinguished themselves. In a final, they will definitely have to be a winner or a loser. I don't know why Nigerians are so conflicted on this. There will always be a winner and a loser. You understand? Coming second in the competition that Senegal was in, Morocco was in, Algeria was in, Tunisia was in, and several other top footballing nations in Africa were in. And in Nigeria, the Nigeria team that was not even given any chance of even coming out of the group in the first place, somewhat they managed to get to the final. And we're talking about the final. Where is Ghana? Where is Cameroon? My God, sometimes we should learn to accept victory. Sometimes we should learn to accept victory.
Fosa, what are you making of the way that people are dragging Iwobi on social media? They've
But I'm
singled
not
him
one of
out
I'm
they're really attacking. You know, he's taking down a lot of his social media. They are just aggressively going after him.
Yeah, it's very, very wrong. That it has to do with illiteracy. Don't forget that we have a mostly illiterate society. We have a mostly illiterate society. Our educational system is no longer working as it was working when we were in school. When Mr. Wama, when you were in school, our educational system has deteriorated over the years. This has nothing to do with Tinubu. And now that brings me to the topic of Tinubu. You know, I'm from Edo State. I'm a Benin guy. I'm from Anandoma, from Edo State. You know, when I was growing up, you know, one of the role models I had when I was growing up was Bola Tinubu. Not because I was a Lagosian, but because of one thing. I tell you one thing today. Tinubu used to organize the Lagos State, there's an organization that used to organize a spelling bee, or I think that's what they call it.
Spelling bees, yes. Yeah.
In Lagos State. Oh, I used to love Tinubu. I still love him. It's just that age has caught up with him. That's the only problem I have with Tinubu. I have nothing against Tinubu. Yes, I didn't vote for him because I live in Germany. I didn't have the opportunity to vote for him in Nigeria. Now, Tinubu, whenever a student emerges as the winner of the spelling bee, you understand, Tinubu will invite the student, you know, to the Lagos State House, the government house in Lagos State, and the student will rule Lagos for one day. Oh, Nigeria used to be a great country. I think we can still achieve it again. Tinubu will invite this student that is the winner of this spelling bee competition to rule Lagos for one. Oh, Tinubu was a real Democrat.
You know that's over 20 years ago. Do you think Tinubu's ideas are dated now and they don't fit in with the times that we live in now?
Yeah, I know that his ideas are dated, but age has caught up with him, just like you guys were saying about Biden. You understand? Age has caught up with him. And there's so much polarization in the country now. Just like what you are seeing in the United States of America, where a section of the American public see Biden as their president, and another section of the almost equal percentage of the populace don't see him as their president. That is what is happening in Nigeria also, and it's concerning to some of us who are true Democrats. You know, I know that Tinubu, even if let's assume I'm not on any side of this. Let's assume Tinubu won the election. I believe he won the election. I don't know. I could be wrong, but let's assume he won the election. He still would have won just 1/3 of the Nigerian voting populace, because they were 3 candidates, and it's the first time that has happened in Nigeria. Because there was Obi, there was Atiku, and there was the major candidate now I'm talking about, and there was Tinubu himself. Even if he won outrightly, there's no way he would have gotten more than, say, 40 or 50% of the vote. It's not even possible in a 3-horse race, you know? So what I'm trying to say is that Tinubu, I think he means well for Nigeria. But I think, like the last caller said, most of the things that are happening around him, he may not be aware of them. People may forge the signature like they did for the signature of Buhari. You know, and some of these things, they are going to count for his success or his failure at the end of the day. And I'm very sure that when Wole Soyinka went to visit Tinubu, went to pay him the visit, one of the things Wole Soyinka would tell him is, if you want to succeed, take care of corruption. Take care of corruption, because the only thing that I see that at the end work against work against Tinubu's administration is corruption. If he's able to tackle corruption, I guarantee you that Tinubu will be one of the best presidents Nigeria has ever had. If he's ruthless on the issue of corruption, if he doesn't compromise on the issue of corruption, it's not that Tinubu is going to be stealing money. He doesn't need it. The people are working around him. Most of them are greenhorns. You understand? they want to make money for themselves. Tinubu doesn't need it. You understand? He doesn't need it anymore. He just wants to make the name for himself. And look at his wife, Remi Tinubu. That one is also an asset to the president, who can also tell the president, oh, the people are suffering, please put in place people-oriented programs. You understand? That can help the people. You understand? So the point I'm trying to make is that the president should tackle corruption. Because it doesn't matter if a barrel of oil is $300 per barrel. You understand? If the corruption is not tackled, no matter how much money Nigeria makes, you understand, it's going to also go down the drain. You understand? So if the problem of Nigeria is
all right. Efosa, Tinubu is coming up to a year in government now. So that's sufficient enough of a time for us to gauge sort of so how do you think he's performing?
No,
is it up to
yeah, you can say it's enough if the economy was already doing well before he came in. But this economy was in the gutters when he came in. I agree that he's a member of the same political party that was in the office before he came in. You see, me, I'm a detribalized Nigerian and I'm an independent person. And tomorrow I can vote for PDP, I can vote for CR00K, I can vote for any party. I'm not affiliated to any party. You understand? Because in the time of Awolowo, for your information, I'll be 54 years old March 30th next month. You know, so I saw the Second Republic. I participated in the Second Republic as a kid. My father was a political figure in the dead Bode state, so I participated in it. He brought us into the framework of the Nigeria politics. So I knew Awolowo. You understand? When he used to come to Bode State to campaign, I knew Azikiwe, I knew these people. You understand? So my father was a key figure in UPN, you know. So the point I'm trying to make is that Tinubu made a very, very bad economy. Just imagine, have you ever seen in the history of Nigeria where a newly elected president will arrest the incumbent central bank governor? It has never happened. A central bank governor that was appointed by his own party, the last president of his own party. It has never happened. That shows how bad things we are. For Tinubu to sum up courage to arrest, to recommend that EFCC should arrest was Emefiele. It shows you that this thing is really bad. But because our country is so polarized, a section of the country is paying attention to that, while another section of the country is saying, it's because he's an Igbo man. You know, how can you govern in a situation like that? If you arrest a Yoruba man, they say, see, they know what they are doing. They will release him. If you arrest an Igbo, it's because of Obi that they arrested him. Nigeria is so complex to govern. I won't even aspire for it. I commend those who are aspiring for it. You understand? So the point I'm trying to make in essence is that corruption is the bane of our society, and if Tinubu can tackle corruption, he will be one of the most successful presidents Nigeria has ever had. If he can, like this Dr. Edu now, just imagine Tinubu crossing his line and saying, no, you can't get away with it. If she's guilty, I'm not saying she should just be punished if she did what was right. But if they find out that she's guilty, or she's found guilty, and let her pay the price for it. There and then, people will start learning. But if we just cover it, maybe because it's Oyedepo's judge, I don't want to offend Oyedepo, I don't want to sack her, I don't want to do this. That's where the compromise starts. The others will not start borrowing the leave from that. Others will not start, last time the Taidu did it, nothing happened. But if he's brutal, if he's ruthless on the issue of corruption, which is our major problem in that country, my brother, in my state, in those states, it's coming to a time now where local government chairmen and councillors will even start opening foreign accounts. You understand? Foreign account, local government chairmen or councillors, as it were, will start opening foreign account all due to corruption. The money that is supposed to be meant for street lights or for construction of roads or construction of school buildings or primary healthcare centers they are not being spent for the purposes they are being budgeted for. The monies are being stolen. This is our pain. It's not because we are not rich. If we are getting $300 billion every month, then the corrupt politician will devise a means of stealing 280 billion out of that 300 billion. They will become even richer. That is our problem. That is our problem in that country, you know. So that is it. I will let others also contribute. Let me stop for now. If there's anything,
all right.
Others can also contribute. Thank you very much. I'm still around. You know.
All right, brilliant. Good to meet you, Efosa. Stay with us. So that's Efosa, a new voice to the space. So, like I said, we're always looking for new voices, and that's an excellent new voice right there. So, up next, Bishop. Bishop, are you ready, Bishop?
I hope I'll be able to get. Well, wouldn't be if I'm good enough for you.
No, yeah, okay. If you're happy to go, or do you want me to loop back to you?
I'm good.
All right. When do you want to come into the conversation? Do you want to come into the conversation from Boss Mustapha, who comes out to tell us that Emefiele was just forging Buhari's signature throughout the tenure, but people saying that it may be making. What are you making of this explosive?
Well, I can compress everything into 10-15 minutes. Basically, yes, I agree. If there are facts to that effect, it's too crazy. And something is being done. I agree with previous people. I expect that somewhere along the line, lots of people have said that it's witch hunt, that it's been made the poor guy for the things that they do. Irrespective of their color, creed, or religion, anybody that has fans in the cookie jar, and there is evidence, until we begin to make example of people, real example, who will not get out of this mess. So yes, if there was evidence that we actually descended that low, then let the law take its course. I mean, full course for that matter, because Emefiele was so crazy. He was so crazy. No thanks to the lackluster leadership of style of Buhari. That he condoned almost everything, every shit that was thrown there. So if the system is catching up and there is evidence, so much so that the former ATF come and testify against the Emefiele, then what else are we talking about? People that will still come and argue that he made the fall hard for the offense of all of them. But I would, no matter what, if Emefiele were to be Omoyami, I would defend him. Let's say that he said Mama had born us. I would defend him. So there's nothing more to add to what others have said. There are many more Emefieles in our midst. I pray that Tinubu will summon the courage to be able to do the needful. As much money they can recover, if they believe, let them recover him, let them make an example of him. And not the one that they will be looking for political solution, political arrangement, because before you do it, the other types of people went and protested that let the man look for a bigger Bible or combined Bible and plan. In as much as it just is stamped, I'm okay with it. So I don't think that the first two has actually just.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the. Let me take you to the HERBERT Wigwe space and Bode George's commentaries on him. People are saying because the guy has passed away, we cannot criticize him. But if he was central to the rot that the country finds itself, then it should be held to account. HERBERT Wigwe.
I don't understand what they mean. That because he has passed away. Well, that's part of the reason we are here. If he passed away, as we discovered that there was mess after him, they are not going to punish him, but let us call him out. I think every day people still rain abuses on Abacha. Abacha actually passed away. He was not tried. It was the evidence after him. And there are people that were not given the fair hearing. So but as you said, I don't know how confirmed is that the interview was not actually today. If it was before, and I want to put my voice that look, the run with the banking sector did not start today. Every Tom, Dick and Harry that had some access to support were setting up banks there. You remember those days now? How many banks before Soludo consolidation came? Even after Soludo, we saw the kind of rot that Oceanic, Ibru, and the Erastus Akimbolas of this world. It's called the kind of rot. Yes, some people escaped the sledgehammer then, but it does not mean that they were clean. You know, I had one funny encounter many years ago. I was driving with a certain gentleman who actually traveled, a professor. So I was reading, he was driving, I was reading the newspaper, and I saw a bank declare their annual whatever. And I said, this bank, them, it's the failing chronic economy. So he looked, and lo and behold, the chairman of that bank was a fellow professor, professor when they were in the university. So he made comments about the man, and that man had nothing. That he practically just clearly they used political whatever to make him a professor, and after that he retired, set up a bank, and before you know it, boom, they are declaring. Now go and check how many accounts. And that was exactly what was happening. If you have the right connection, they will just tell you, I set up this, go and set up this, go and set up this. And they were doing round tripping. It was official in coach. They made it official. So a lot of them benefited from that road. Soludo cleared quite a few. Sanusi did a little bit. But hey, I won't stick my neck. I won't even stick my finger out that any of our seasoned bankers in coach did not put their hand in the tilt. They don't put their hand in the cookie jar. I won't do that. I won't do that. I won't be that generous to stick. I'm not my finger, not less of my neck. So how can we have a system that will take care of such things? Because they were doing it. I mean, they were all engaged and still engaging in ranching on due favor. And then when you now go and make Emefiele like one of them, party, we knew all the challenges that some of those banks were having before Emefiele came, and all of them became a thing of class. So for me, the idea, that's the problem we have, those things ill of the dead. If the dead had done evil all his life, and there is evidence, I don't care. So I'm not buying into that sentiment of blackmail that because he's dead, we should not. If there is evidence, especially if what Bode just said was before his unfortunate death. Unfortunately, a life is a life. But how many people are suffering in Nigeria? You know how many children out of school? Many people cannot afford medical. And medical, you know how many what these people have done to our economy and our collective patrimony. So I don't buy into that sentiment of because he's dead. I will try and look for that interview and establish if actually that interview predates his death. Then what are we talking about? If actually the interview was before his passing, then what are we talking about?
All right, Bishop. Let me take you to this space. Article disowns Daniel Bwala. So is this a case of pushing him before he jumps? Because of course, all of the body language and even the public pronouncement of Daniel Bwala is that he has already disowned Article anyway. So they are now coming out to tell us that Article is not an aid that Bwala rather is not an aid to Article. That it was only hired really for a specific piece of work.
What did they want to achieve by that? It's not just left him to be playing his fool around. I mean, they should have dignified him. Unfortunately, I think we shouldn't have. After in this choice, but ordinarily, you don't dignify us coming out. So to achieve what? We all know they push him. They are politicians. It's just politics and politicking. It's nonsensical. I don't care what it is. I mean, hey, the man jumped ship. He said it was ideology. Now the ideology, they have jumped back and you are paid. When they jump to you, you are celebrating. Now that he's showing traces that he wants to jump back, he wants to disown it. So achieve what? I beg all of them, they know well. But it's just that it's not necessary for people to have descended into that foray. It's not necessary. It's absolutely, let small boys be throwing bats among themselves. push it to what's this Edo guy? That Edo guy that was one of Atiku's head. Show and Melai. Let them be battering that one among themselves. Not to now come be released official. I mean, that one is as far as I'm concerned.
Bishop, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that tape you're talking about is a old tape from Bode George. Not even
okay,
just is
No, we know it's an old tape, yeah.
So it is actually an old thing. So I mean, what are we now talking about? The man said it when he was alive. And he did not say nobody said anything about it. So it's valid. That speech is valid. And the Bode George was not slandering him in any way or manner. So I mean, yeah, I know we I don't not personally. But hey, we celebrate a lot of criminals and criminality that individual perpetrates.
You know what annoys me, Bishop? It's because I was watching a clip of this guy on CNN this week, Wigwe, just earlier on today, and he was talking about all these banking innovations and all of these hard work pays and whatnot, and all of this sort of language that they use, as though he became successful through endeavor. He did not become successful through endeavor. He became successful through connections. Somebody gave you dollar at a 50 at 100% profit, and then you continue to turn it over and turn it over. A monkey will become a billionaire of that. It's not anything that you were uniquely or specially gifted to have done.
They have been doing that to me like forever. I mean, I shared my experience in the place of Abacha. Yeah, I know people. There was a guy late now. I know him personally. I mean, I know him very well personally. Ibrahim, we used to call him Dangaki in Sabo in Ibadan. I know him. And let's leave matter for matter. The number of people, bank MPs that will call to Lagos, we have to. I mean, and the guy was studiously rich. See how Amrobas were always chasing him about. Unfortunately, eventually it was Amrobas that eliminated him. But he had some very serious connections with some of these bank executives, and they will just go there and they will just call the company's house meeting when it's necessary. So they will reroute people to them. They know how they will help you to keep. It's the bank people that will help you to fill the form, tell you what to write there. Even if you are not importing anything, they will tell you the recipient bank here. They will tell you the exchanging bank in America or London or Dubai or China. And they just do the thing of paperwork. They know what they were doing. They know all of them benefited from it. It's just a level different. Everybody, they benefited from this thing. So for me, yeah, I will call people that have not been, people have not challenged them or accused them. I don't like the catastrophic mentality because if the system fails to prosecute, to who are we? But when somebody challenged and you did not defend it, well, maybe you cannot justify, but so we cannot crucify for the judge, and because I've had people call him out, blah, 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 blah. But if actually that interview predates the death of Wigwe, you were talking of Wigwe, the one that built a university, and you were saying you want to do philanthropy, but you are $30. I am not against it. So for me, most of our, if we begin to select them and to mark the mark of GDP, probably we will get 20% or 30% that will be clean. We need the Cecilia Ibru, Erasmus Agriculture, Akibola, just mention a few. We need the kind of wrongs that they were perpetrating, but they will go to church and donate big tithes, heavy tithes, and heavy donations, and you see them front rows, everything. Keep them national honor. But eventually we saw the kind of rot that they were doing, So unfortunately, that's where we are. I pray we get out of it very soon. But that's big way for you.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space. Tinubu rewards Super Eagles with National Award, plots of land and flats. So a lot of people feel this is a bit excessive. Do you think it's excessive? Because that's the tradition usually. When the Eagles come back from a tournament, they usually give them flats.
my problem with this is this. My problem with that is just one. I'm not, yeah, the guys sacrifice, they give them their allowance, they did this, they will celebrate them. But you are laying the precedent. If our women were to go for a competition tomorrow and they come second, you are laying the precedent. In FIBA, basketball, if people go to Olympics, if people go, so you have laid the precedent. Ordinarily, to have given them some kind of recognition and celebrate them, but giving them this maximum thing that you will have, the national honor is not supposed to be for, I think we could have given them every other thing for the national honor. When they try and win the next time.
I mean, if they are giving them national honors for coming second, then what do you give somebody that comes first? I mean, what's going on?
It's a precedent. I don't have anything against them, but look, when you do things that lay precedent, second. So if our women go tomorrow, they come second, they should expect to do national honor. When they go to Olympia, they should expect. You understand what I'm saying? So it's the precedent for me. I don't lie. Should have given everybody gifts at the house, whatever, just to celebrate them. But give them a national honor, coming second. I'm torn in between my head and my heart. Now I'm torn. So I will just say, it is what it is. But it's just the precedent aspect that I don't agree with. That lay the precedent that would demoralize other people. Because another person will go, if they don't give them, and so what? But they will point at this was. I'm not saying they did not put in their best, even though they did not really put in their best in the last match. They were completely disorganized. But that's okay. Maybe that was their best for that time. So I'm not questioning. I'm not a professional. So I don't criticize. I'm not in the field. I'm not competent enough to criticize them. But hey, I don't know. It is what it is.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to go to the Labour Party space, Bishop? And
yes.
I mean, who is surprised that everybody knows that Julius Abure is a crook? So what news then that this lady now telling us that it's a crook? We've always known it's a crook, but a new Nigeria is possible, but the criminals will still be in charge.
See, sadly, people will still come here and defend Abure. People will come here and defend it. People will come here and defend Emefiele. For how long I'm going to do it? When all the things, many people know that the allegation of Apata and Arabati and the evidence that they changed names to swore identity on behalf of people and they used it to change their name on IMF form, on IMF platform, and they collected money. They know these things were true. And there was enough ground to remove Abure as the most senior officer from his region to take over. But of course, we saw how that thing is being played out. So if the woman has evidence and she's come out like this, let it, because it's not going to be treated on the value of it, on the content, the real content of the matter itself. It's going to be downplayed. Oh, they want to spoil his name. Oh, it is witch hunting. Oh, opposition want to destroy. They want to destroy opposition in Nigeria. APC is sponsoring because they don't want opposition. Blah 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 blah. That's the kind of thing. I will just.
Bishop, you're breaking off.
Okay, I'm wrong off. So everything will just be like back to as usual. And maybe I'll come back and tell you if I pass this my session. I'll pass this. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Do that. Still a few more questions. So that was Bishop. He's going through some bad network space, but he will rejoin us, of course, when he gets settled into a better network space. But once Bishop gets to a better network space, let's go to royalty and welcome King Emeka on board. Mekus, you ready for us? Emeka Baba. Mekus. I don't sleep. Look at this guy. Emeka. Look at that. Okay, let's go to Dewale then, who hopefully has not fallen asleep. Dewale.
I'm here.
Look at that. Oh, all right. There you are. It's been a while, Emeka. What happened?
Busy, work.
Yeah, well, yes. Man must work, Abi.
Yeah,
man must work. Those damned bills, they have to be paid. You know.
Of course, you're in the Western world. Nobody will pay your bills for you.
People don't know how harsh their realities are. You know, they say everybody is 3 paychecks from the streets. You know, if you are 3 paychecks from the streets, people don't know the harsh realities of abroad. But
when you're in the Western world, you get to know. Sometimes, different societies come with their advantage and also come with their disadvantages. Well, in the Western world, you can't pick money. Nobody gives you money. You have to work for it.
You are not
all right.
for anything. They make a code.
Huh?
You are not tired. Na code, Canada code, they cash you.
No,
yes, the code there is brutal, isn't it? It's brutal.
The weather has been this winter season has been quite better than previous winters. It's not so harsh. In February, we've not been able. I've not seen snow yet since this month. The last was in January. I think the last week of January. So it's been good. It's been good. Unlike previous winters where you get -14, -16, we've not gotten to that point yet. So far, only one snowstorm, which is good.
It's a curious thing, actually, because you were saying, and I'm trying to recall the last time I saw snow. And I used to recall the time that you needed to dig yourself out of your house. That they used to, in the mornings, they used to have all these trucks. They used to spread salt all over the streets, all over the roads, just to melt the ice. Now, you even in the thick of winter, you can still wear a T-shirt in this country now. This global warming, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. If it's happening in the UK, right? It's quite interesting. But we've not gotten to that point. But what you can say, you can feel a sense of global warming. If that's the case, you can feel that sense of it, especially with this winter. It's strange, and I'm just like, okay, this is February. We should have seen like 3 snowstorms. When I mean snowstorm, like lots of snow, the regular snow and the rest. But it's quite strange anyway. Let's see how it goes. We still have March, and sometimes April can be a little bit stubborn. You can experience snow during April, and then from May, second week of May, it's done and dusted. Everybody get out and start enjoying your life.
All right, brilliant. A man that is no longer enjoying his life, but he did enjoy plenty of it. How about Wigwe and Bode George's commentaries on him? So they're saying this is an old video, but nevertheless, it still speaks to how the guy lived his life. So what are you making of Bode George's commentary regarding
that? Yeah, of course, out of respect to the dead, I would not say any ill. I've listened to other panelists' commentary on it, and also Herbert Wigwe used to be my boss. I've worked closely with him. An exceptional leader, a great man, and sometimes when you do not know the individual, you will speak based on the commentaries of others. So what I would say is, when you want to, it's good, but if you have the knowledge gap, you may not understand. This man, and I think there's a background noise.
Hold on, let me check where that is coming from. All right, carry on.
This man and Ike Emefiele, that's Agboje Emefiele, they've been high flyers. They were executive directors with GT Bank. When GT Bank, way back in the 90s, right, grew, they got employed, grew up to executive director, and then left, to go start Access Bank. And how did they start Access Bank? Through a couple of individuals discussing to high flyers like this, our new oil magnate now, Dangote, and they did the management takeover of Access Bank, and they became the management staff of the bank as well as the shareholders. They grew their wealth through hard work and sweat. It's not yes, as you grow, which is commensurate with everything in life. Success brings many people around you. You know, as they grow, you know, the connection increases. At some point, I think during the consolidation that happened in 2005, or was it 2000? Yeah, 2005. You know, they grew their base and they improved. And the bank, if you see, the bank is in terms of merger, business combination, acquisition, takeovers. Access Bank is number one in Nigeria. No other bank comes close to Access Bank. And the two of them before Ike left, after when Sanusi came in to put in the 10 years corporate governance practices. Both of them are we used to call them the cowboys. They're very decisive individual, business savvy, enlightened leaders. In terms of the banking industry, you can put them at the very top of it. So we have the GT founder, I've forgotten his name, then the guy who took over the GT founder. After those two individuals, nobody comes, then with Jimovia, nobody comes close again in the banking sector. Then both Jimovia and his set, they're all out, right? Even Ike is now out. He's the owner of FMDQ now. So in terms of the banking sector currently, in the financial industry in Nigeria, Herbert Wigwe was the top of his class. It's quite unfortunate what happened. I can't say anything ill about that man. He built his wealth from ground up, despite the fact that he came, from a high middle class family. I think his father was a director general with NTA. But he built his wealth. They really grew that financial industry, the financial industry in the country. Yes, we could talk about round tripping, which is fine. We could talk about some malpractices. We could talk about some irregularities. Those are the loopholes being exploited to make profit. If we have a regulator that is not doing his job, it happens everywhere. Even the 2008 financial meltdown was as a result of malpractices and irregularities in the financial system. Banks will want to exploit, not only bank businesses will want to do that. I'm not trying to say it's okay. I'm just trying to for us not to demonize a man who has worked hard to create wealth for himself, and not just for himself alone, for those stakeholders that has interest in his business holdings. When I got the news that he died, I felt very terrible. He was my leader. He was, I was actually a product of Access Bank. I remain very proud of that bank. All my business savvy as a young graduate going through the Access Bank School of Banking Excellence, right, comes from what those two individuals set up. The ability to stay competitive, to stay ambitious, that entrepreneurial spirit. I think no other banking school in Nigeria meets and can top Access Bank. Never. So it's quite unfortunate. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
All right.
May God continue to sustain those who mourn him. He's a big loss to the Nigerian financial system, because I knew the strategic goals, which at every time when you go through Access Bank Banking School of Excellence, they will tell you what the strategic goals are. You must know those strategic goals. You have to go learn those strategic goals. It comes in 5, 10, 15, 20 years strategic goal plan. So I knew the goal plan for Access Bank was to become number one in Africa. And after that will be achieved, is to see how to compete with the rest of the world. So with him dying untimely is a huge loss to the financial system in Nigeria.
All right. Excellently put. So let me take you to a space that you're probably more comfortable speaking to. Emefiele stands accused of forging Buhari's signature. So what are you then making then of the never-ending war?
Emefiele now is not the scapegoat in the Tinubu administration. There's nothing new that will come out from that space. Whatever he's facing at this moment, he created it for himself. They can say he forged the Buhari signature. They can say a lot of things, but I find it very strange that Emefiele would have the infantry to go forge the CNC signature. I refuse to believe that. Honestly speaking,
what $6 billion?
$6 billion. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to believe that. Maybe it's a viewpoint to want to not include some highly placed Nigerians that were involved in the administration, in the previous administration, to bring them in. Because from the look of things, Emefiele is the only individual suffering from that. And Emefiele didn't eat the money alone. He didn't eat the money alone. I refuse. You see, there are certain stories we can tell in our country that when you hear those stories, you look at it and say, it's not true. Yes, there might be some collaboration. You know the guts to go and forge a president's signature. Come on, guys, EFCC, come on. Who are they toiling with or throwing those kind of?
But there was a certain docility to Buhari now, and that administration was a free for all. Everybody was just doing all manners of funky things.
Regardless, right? Not only that, they said the secretary of the federation signature was there. So what are we saying here?
Can I chip in something if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a question, not chipping. So did Emefiele buy those buses and bought a form to contest for the presidency for 100 million?
You said?
Did Emefiele actually paid 100 million naira to buy APC form, and he bought those buses, those branded buses, to contest for the
the rumor. I think we won't say it's a rumor. At least we saw the buses. He did. If it's in terms of embezzlement, fraud, money laundering, Emefiele is part of it.
Why I ask that question is you are expressing some surprise. He did not forge a check. It was just a memo to release money for some nonsense election observer. I don't know how that one is done or who does that. If Emefiele could buy form and was actually getting ready to contest for an election as a sitting CBN governor, I won't take anything past you.
But let's be very realistic, right? Before you come out to run for an office, you definitely would have some form of supporters. And I think Emefiele, like we've all analyzed on this platform here, which many of us also know, Emefiele had someone in State House close to the president that was his godfather, that was telling him what to do and how to go about doing things.
And we should remember that Emefiele was serving even from Jonathan's time too. So it's not as if
money. We are not talking about whether he had the money or whether he stole money. No, that is not up for discussion. Emefiele should rot in jail. Fine, but he did not act alone. That is what we are saying. The investigation is not looking true and fair. They were higher ups.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm surprised that big names, other big names are not already, because it's been enough time now. that other big names are not equally being picked up to go and join him in that prison.
Exactly, that's what we're all saying. If you're conducting your investigation, people instructed him to move forward.
But investigation is ongoing now. Investigation is ongoing. We don't know
how many of them? Those are the stories they're telling us.
Yeah.
How many of them?
Investigation have been ongoing for 6 months now. They should have picked somebody else up.
Exactly.
Let them.
Exactly.
Maybe
the people. We know the people that they should have fingered. Those people they are not talking, or those people they have not gotten to them. Buhari's nephew, where is he? Who is Emefele's godfather?
Don't talk about that. Or they can't touch it. They can't touch Abubakar Malami. Anything that is connected.
Malami, Sabiu.
Malami. No, Sabiu is the smaller one. What of the Buhari's nephew that is older than Buhari? That is Emefele's godfather.
Yes,
that was the guy instructing Emefiele on what to do. Mama Dara. That was the guy that used Emefiele to the keystone and everything they are talking about. This is the guy. Emefiele just set up the proxy and everything. Why are they not fingering Mama Dara? Why? And then Buhari cannot say that he does not know. So when they are telling us that he forged the president's signature, who has the guts? Who born you well?
That one a lie now. It's just a way to cover up the.
But he said it on oath, so he said it in court.
But the man is in court now.
The witnesses can the witnesses can say yes, there was a memo, there was a signature, right? Now, who determined that that signature was forged? The president's seal was on it. How can EFCC come and tell?
Emeka, can I even say something to back you up?
Yeah,
see,
go ahead.
Let me tell you one thing. How will you forge such amount and you announce it publicly within the presidency, and some people will not even tell Buhari outrightly that, Oga, when did you sign this thing?
We know that one.
So that's why I'm surprised
that no. That memo was not in public. That memo was not in public until investigation. That memo was not in public.
That money, I will say it didn't come up during the executive meeting.
No, now as you know how much money was coming out, they attached all manner of things to it according to what we had today.
Let's be honest, right?
But Emeka, we still have to blame Emefiele for allowing himself.
Of course. No. We are not talking about Emefiele here.
We are not. So many things.
It's not about
we are talking about the forgery. It's all false.
It's not about Emefiele being used. Emefiele was even a willing collaborator.
Exactly.
It's not like being used. No, that Emefiele. No, we are not saying that the EFCC should not bring him, but it appears like Emefiele is not the only person. There are others now.
Emefiele is now the Dasuki of.
That is what it's looking
Tinubu's
like.
government.
Just like Emefiele is the what's that woman's name? The former petroleum
Alison Madueke
and the Dasuki. So we are always getting scapegoat for each administration, which is wrong. If you want to do an investigation,
but Emeka, Emefiele is so corrupt that it'd be wrong for anybody to even stand to defend him. Because I
don't think anybody is defending Emefiele. We are only saying that
to even say anything in favor of him, that maybe they are screwing him.
There's nothing to favor Emefiele here. I want more heads. I want higher heads.
A man that did not allow audit of central bank operation and account for 10 years, 8 years. You know that is hiding something. So there are a lot of things that this man have done illegally. That I'm telling you,
Emefiele is a willing participant, no doubt. Nobody. In short, jail.
That guy is a criminal.
Jail is where Emefiele belongs, right? I hear now they want to include his wife. That's fine. If she participated in the loot, come and explain yourself too. But he didn't act alone. We shouldn't be seeing Emefiele alone. We should be seeing him, not just the people in CBN, the lower rank. There were people higher up than Emefiele that ate part of the money. They should all come and answer. That is how we know the investigation is true and fair. Stop hiding those people. The rumor was widely disseminated in the Nigerian space. We know. Bring those people. Let them come and explain how they got their wealth too. Even the former president. Even the former president, if that's the case. So
Yeah,
they should stop
somebody
this
was saying
bullshit.
in the comment section that if Emefiele forged Buhari's signature, then it should be Buhari that is testifying in court that his signature was forged.
Well, probably. We need the lawyer to come and explain. That's why I'm asking how let me be like this, what is his name? In Arise TV. What forensic evidence do they have to show us that the signature was actually forged? How do we know? So Emefiele has the seal and the copy of Buhari's signature and stamp in his own decks. Come on, man. What are we saying? This country, this our country is very.
What it's Hello, Emeka, we even need to ask ourselves is what's the security implication on other contractor terms that have been signed by the former president to other countries? Can we now say that they need to vet all those contracts to see if
Exactly. You see, I think people did not pick on that to say, come on, do we know does EFCC understand the angle they are coming from? That to sit down to forge a signature of a president and then have the stamp of a sitting president and have the stamp. What are we saying? The only person that will be able to have the effort and boldness to do that are people close to the president, either the secretary of the federation or those or his private secretary or principal secretary. Those are the people who have the stamp with them. What are we saying? Then Emefiele went and took the stamp from his. Come on, these people are next. This thing, please. The EFCC is crazy. Please, they can fool others. They can fool the rest of us.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the space then. Article disowns Daniel Bwala. So is it a case of pushing before he jumps? That's what it's looking like, isn't it?
Yeah, both of them, they're playing Katabasu. Well, I don't. Well, I think Atiku acted right, because the guy he has already shown where he actually Bwala disowned Atiku first. So this is just Atiku coming out to save face. So after the election, Bwala waited for a couple of few weeks and months. He came on this platform. We told him that he's looking for appointments. And he was dancing between himself and trying to act like he didn't needed it. But guess what? He ran to the president and to ask or beg for an appointment. So he disowned Atiku first. So what Atiku is doing here is just publicly trying to save his face. There's nothing wrong with it. If somebody who is in your camp has abandoned you, and if you're a prominent individual, you can come out with a public statement. So everywhere you see Bwala pledging his allegiance and loyalty to the president of the country, criticizing the obedient space, then also letting them know that he's a Nigerian that is willing to serve the country. So it's quite an embarrassment to Atiku, but there's no big deal in it. So it shouldn't even, it's okay. I think there's nothing wrong with Atiku coming up to this one, Bwala.
All right, and Mr. 419 heading the Integrity Party, Julius Abure, a 5-point-something billion naira campaign funds. The treasurer of the party is asking him where the money is. So why are you surprised that people are claiming to be surprised that so many exposes that Abure is a crook? There was never a time that he wasn't a crook, Emeka.
If it quacks like a duck and moves like a duck, then it is a duck. This man is a fraud, a thief, a crook. So when we were telling these individuals who are neophytes to politics that Labour Party is a special vehicle, special purpose vehicle, an SPV, that there's nothing different from this political party. It is a political party that just comes out to campaign for election, collect money from INEC, they share amongst themselves, they go back after 4 years, they come back again. That is the sole purpose of what they've been established for. That the only difference is that an Obasanjo told P2B to go to Labour Party, and Labour Party opened its arms. And guess what? There was no primary conducted when Obi joined Labour Party. They were about to conduct a primaries, and it was what is his name? What's this man's name again? I'm forgetting. Who was the lead candidate that would have won the primaries? Patutomi, thank you, woman. But Obi came, bribed them, and they gave him the ticket. Nobody said that. But we have these morality crusaders called obedience coming to come and tell us that they are different. Obi bribed his way into the party. Where did that money go to? It's Abure's pocket. You see Abure saying, you saw when he said it on Dr. Damage's platform, he said, Obi is my soulmate. If the soulmate is a thief, what is the other party? You know, soulmates, they are indivisible. They move together. If you are a friend to a thief, you're a thief too. This one is not even a friend. This one says soulmate. So the soulmates are thief soulmates. Moving together, they are thieving everywhere. Frauds everywhere. Crook. And they come out to come and tell people lies. They didn't tell us lies. We knew them for who they are. This is just a snippet of what was going on. More people will come out. This man is a crook. I asked him about the account. What did he say? He said the accounts are ready. Ready since when? This was last 3 weeks or last 3 weeks ago. Was it last 3 weeks or a month ago? Yeah, a month ago. The accounts are ready. After stealing the money. This is over 1 year since the election ended. More than a year. They told the world, not just only Nigerians, that they will reconcile and publish the accounts. This thief of a man, after embezzling and enriching himself, in with P2B.
Emeka, I saw Aisha Yesufu on a stream earlier trying to distance herself from
that's all what you want to do. That's the advice.
Just completely apart. She threw them away. I said, no, it's nothing to do with you.
You remember that I was saying that Obi is appearing to be distancing himself from Labour Party. Let's be very honest. It appears like he's not talking again about. If you ask him, he doesn't speak. Oh, the Labour Party. No, he's trying to distance himself because there's problem. They've embezzled money. Obi cannot say he did not steal money from that purse. Obi cannot say it. What I'm so adamant is I have insider information. When I asked him that question, I knew why I was asking him that question. Because on the day of the election, right? No, not on the day, on the eve of the election, even on the day of the election, as at 2 a.m., I knew when they were crediting a few of the polling unit agents. I knew when they were crediting. I knew who signed the memo. I know who was the fund transfer agent that moved that from the Zenith Bank to their account. And it was not all the polling unit agents that they got paid. And that was when I laughed. I said, these guys will not win this election because you didn't pay everybody. I knew what was going on. That's why I asked him that question. I knew people who complained that he has eaten the money and Obi ate the money too. Obi cannot say he didn't embezzle that money. Both him and Abure, they cannot deny it. They are both thieves, frauds, crook. They can't deny it. They can go and deceive others. They cannot deceive people who know what they were doing. They can deceive obedience and the obedience. They can't deceive us who knew what they were doing. My strong criticism is not based on public information about Obi, but based on inside information. When I keep saying, one man quote me and tell me if I have been lying, what do I keep talking about Obi? That Obi is a fraud. Obi is a fraud. I keep saying
you've been consistently on that.
Consistently saying he is a fraud. I know why. And I'm saying it because of inside information. It's not when he sit down and be talking with his baby voice. I've been saying it consistently. I'm not changing my mind. And if he comes and I'll tell you, guy, you're a fraud. Deny it. You stole money, deny you ate out of that money. I know you ate out of the money. The people in Labour Party, they may be those like the treasurer is trying to
Emeka, be careful.
be careful about what I say. He's a fraud. Let him come and deny it. He ate out of the money.
Emeka, you know, one man is bringing Obio. One man is bringing Obi.
I will ask him the question. It's not about being careful. Let him prove that he didn't eat the money too. I will ask him the question. Oh God, so time and time. How much do you enter your own personal account from the proxies? Let him come and say he doesn't know.
Hold on. I'm not bringing up. I'm putting out feelers to my contacts who I feel may be able to reach him, but I'm not sure their reach is enough to push him here. But I'm putting it out. Anybody that has the reach to reach him, if they can either, So
the only person I can excuse is dirty. Crooks, thieves. They come and tell people lies, you just laugh. You know that a new Nigeria is possible with this group of criminals, fraudsters, who are now not privileged, opportune to see funds come in from after deceiving those outside the country and gullible Nigerians.
Let me ask you this, Emeka. The allegations, and by the way, that woman is the treasurer of the Labour Party, so her job description is not in question. So
what the woman said, I was not shocked with what she said. No,
but the allegation she made is that a pointer to the new Nigeria, or really part of the old Nigeria? Is this the new Nigeria we're going to, which looks like the old Nigeria we're coming from?
Technically, I know, woman, technically you want to be cheeky with what you said, but I've never said Labour Party was going to bring a new Nigeria. I've never said it. I've always said it that Labour Party is a mushroom party. It's a political mushroom. It's a mushroom political party. It's off the shelf political party. I've never said, even those on the comment section, if they are honest to themselves, they will confirm with me that is what I've been telling them. I've been telling them the truth that they don't want to hear. And I'll keep insisting on the truth till they see it for themselves. That they are played on their emotions. And they are painted. I said it that the people we need to clap for, it's not people. It's the people who took a politician that has stolen money and cleaned his image and laundered him to make him look clean and look good. Those are the people we need to clap for. Not Peter Obi. We know who Peter Obi is. That's a criminal. We know what do you want to tell us? That's why we just say, this man. So he succeeded in deceiving Nigerians who want to see a change. Succeeded in deceiving and blackmailing emotionally Nigerians who deserve a change. But again, he is not the person that will bring that change because he's as dirty as they come. And I say, OP is a typical politician. What is new in him? What is different in him? What is better in him? Now he's going around. He's not the chief mourner of the country and the chief condolence messenger of the country and the orator of bad news. Anything that happens in Nigeria. That's what he's trying to do. He's still campaigning when campaign season is over. He's still throttling around the globe when the campaign season is over. You lost an election. Instead of you to sit down and decide on your strategy, you are still campaigning like the election is close by, maybe next week. He can continue to deceive people, but he cannot deceive we that know him. And of course, he's going to lose. But anyway, let's leave it at that. But we've been telling them, the at least reasonable Nigerians that can think for themselves, that Labour Party and their leadership are crooks. What the treasurer said is not different. If you know them, it's not different. It's not new. And more revelation will come out. It's not new. It doesn't change me. I just looked at it. I just laughed. I said, these people have started with their nonsense.
Emeka, with this now treasurer coming out, do you think that there's more pressure than ever before now for them to render accounts, because and people are only really pushing them to, because they claim this pious, clean-cut deviation from the past. Is there pressure now for them? They have to render the accounts now, otherwise.
That they have not rendered it shows that the silliness of them. They told the world that they are pious, their morality level is high, that they are incorruptible. Even what they did was to take off their clothes. They didn't take it off. They wore new clothes, right? They went to wash it and wore new clothes to pretend to the rest of Nigerians who don't know who they are. That's what they want to. You see, some people. I give it to the guys, the image consultants that was able to wash Obi clean. The first thing, when I see an obedient and I sit them down physically and I will tell them, do you know this is what happened? Do you know this is what happened? Many of them are surprised. How many people knew Obi bribed to become the Labour Party presidential candidate? But you are speaking on morality. You are speaking that you are incorruptible. When you bribed, you paid money. They didn't conduct primaries again. It was consensus after you paid money. So I look at these people and I'm like, they are laughable. So the obedient, I would say, men willing obedient, those who mean well, should begin to look at that party as a party that would rubbish them and begin to pull out. You can leave the obedience. Let them continue with their foolishness. They can continue till, this is self-destruction. We are not the ones going to say no. This is self-destruction for them. They will destroy themselves. More news are coming. More news. They will use their hand to destroy themselves. And then when they are done, we will just stay and be looking at them. They are busy blaming other political parties for the things that they created themselves. Campaign is over. APC has won. They are focused on governance. Nobody is busy looking at what you are doing in your political party. Yes, during the election, that was possible. That some of it happened. But campaign is over. The election is over. Everybody is focused. They've won. The winners are moving on. But when they criticize you for your fraudulent behavior, you are busy saying, oh, that person has been sponsored. Apure, you should stop that nonsense. You're an old man. Stop it. You ate this money. The police confirmed through forensic investigation that you forged people's signature. But you are still going about lying. Well, you and your soulmates, you will reap what you have sowed. Continue. You will disgrace yourself. Now go use in our hand, go disgrace yourself. And I never just start. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Both of you, two of you now, go use in our hand. After I don't chop the money finish, chop at Pansat money donation. Chop them. And I go use in our hand, disgrace yourself. Crooks, thieves, fraud. Thank you, one man.
All right, Bridan. A little commentary on this one, and then we take the conversation on to Ajanle Koko. Tinubu rewards Super Eagles with national award, plots of land, and flats. Is that excessive? They didn't bring home the cup.
Well, I don't know what to say about this, right? It's not like the boys didn't play like they didn't want to win. It was quite an unfortunate situation. I knew they would lose. Why? Because, a rat that refused to die will only turn out to bite you one day. Cote d'Ivoire refused to die. They refused to leave. And again, it's the home country. So with that massive fan base, cheering them on, pushing them on, Cote d'Ivoire played a fantastic game of football and they deserve the victory. When I say the gifts are excessive, I don't know, but they've been awarded the gifts. Well, I can't say much if you ask me. Honestly speaking, the boys tried. We are not there yet. Is room for them to see how to improve. We hope that they improve. You understand? So maybe in the World Cup qualifiers, right? They can do better. I think the problem we have is with our midfield, but I can't speak on what the government decides to give to them as part of a consolatory prize, or maybe just to make them feel appreciated. But I also heard on the social media space that some Nigerians went about abusing what's this, our young
Alex
Alex
It's more than
Iwobi.
abuse, or they tore him apart. They tore him apart on that.
It's quite unfortunate, right? You know, it's a thing of pride to play for your country or to represent your country in whatever official capacity that you deem or you see yourself in. We should not make it look like a ton of flesh for these players. They really tried their best. It's not easy. If it's easy, go and do it. So coming out to abuse them, it's sad. You know, we should stop being or acting in such manner. And you know, it may scare other players to want to represent the country. It's a sport, for Christ's sake. You win or you lose, but there should be room for improvement. You know, that Wobi should go through such level of abuse because of losing a match. It's a sad one. It's a sad one. I don't think it's encouraging. We should try to curtail our emotion. I know it's painful, but you know, it's because we were too overconfident going into that game. I mean the Nigerian fans, not the players, because I don't know their state of mind. We were too overconfident. We demonstrated that confidence over the social media spaces, abusing other African countries, making fun of them. I think we needed the humble pie, and we do deserve the humble pie. So when we go out again next time, we should express respect and humility to our opponents and see if we can get better. There's still room for improvement. I believe the coach tried. He has to see how to sort out the midfield. Wobi, you know, I think Wobi was the best that we could provide, but he's not the best in that position in the country. So maybe this is an opportunity for someone to come in who thinks he can do better and challenge for that spot. So, but I don't like the abuses and the insults. It's not needed. In terms of the gifts, well, I don't think, you know. Yeah, it may look excessive, right? The awards, national award, but I think I can't speak much on it. The government decided to give them, so it's fine. It's okay.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Emeka. So that's the excellence, that is the majestic Emeka. So that is Emeka's, of course. So thank you, Emeka. Let's go on from you, Emeka, to Ajan Lekoko, see if he's ready. Ajan Lekoko, are you ready? All right, let's try Ife, if Ajan Lekoko is not yet ready. Ife, are you ready? Ife?
Hello? Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Man, what's up?
I was coming to you. Yeah. So Ajan Lekoko, to the conversation then. Where do you want to pick it up from? Do you want to comment on the rewards? I don't want to call it reward for failure. Yeah.
On my point of correction, it's not called Ajan Lekoko. It's Ajan Lekoko.
The River boy.
That's what Pretam called me, Ajan Lekoko. You remember during the election time?
Do you remember Igo? Do you remember Igo? He used to call it Ajamile Koko. And what happened to Igo? Remember Ajamile Koko?
Again. What's going on with him?
I don't know, man. If I had his number, I'd have called him. You know, he never missed a session, and he suddenly disappeared. I hope he's well.
Sorry, woman. I want to correct. Sorry to interject. I want to correct something. They said Aburi brought police report. Did he show us on the screen that it was police report? The man, when I asked him the question, you know, he ran away.
He said he was going to send it to Rudolph. So they're asking you to pursue Rudolph.
Why should I pursue Rudolph for it? I asked the question for obedience. I didn't ask the question to satisfy my. I'm already satisfied that the man is a crook. I asked him. He went to bring sheet of paper. Did you not hear the treasurer said that the man walks? He walks around with printer in his car. The man is a pretty press. He's a mobile pretty press. He's a mobile publisher. He walks around.
In other words, there's no difference between Apapa and Abure, right?
They were all together in that political party. They know him very well now. How can the man be driving around? He's a mobile printing press. He's moving. There's printer everywhere. Any document you want, he will print it out for you. Can you imagine? So the man
guy, they
quickly
make
rushed.
money.
Yeah, the man quickly rushed to go and bring paper. Do we know whether that paper is black or part of the things he has printed out? He says his police report. I did not see his police. Nobody. He didn't show anybody that it was police report. We didn't say anything whether there was police document. He just brought up a piece of paper and he said he will give it to Rudolph. He will give it to Rudolph. The thing that voiced me. Anyway, he can go around to printing whatever he wants to print. At least it's a mobile printing press. Good for him. So people should stop not allowing others to deceive them. They should stop making it. I would say the obedient should stop making excuses.
Emeka. Did he appear on Rudolph's show?
Yes. 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago.
So what did he promise? He said he's going to bring what?
So I asked him a question that, look at, if he's a crook, right? A forger. Are you a forger? So he ran away like his network was bad and he came back with pieces of paper. He didn't show us. He said he will give it to Rudolph. Then I asked him about the account. He said the accounts are ready. It's just to publish them. That was last motto. He has not published. And election ended last year. This is 13th month now running. They have not published the accounts. They've not shown how they ate the money. Now the treasurer has come out to they say that 4.5 billion that they've embezzled that money. Who are they joking with? They should stop making excuses for things. So what I have come to, the conclusion I've come to is that what the obedient are pushing is that they don't want these people. Okay, yes, this one, we don't want this criminal, but we want our own criminal to be at the helm of affairs. We want our own criminal. It's our own criminal we want. Not the person that is there. It's not about who won the election, but our own criminal. We want our criminal to go into power, to go and steal more money too.
The only real change it will be somebody like Omoyele Sowore now. Anybody outside of the Sowore sort of space is only wanting their own criminal.
Even Sowore too will go forget teach. Human being.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't come from a history of Koje in government. But the rest of them
not gotten the chance yet.
Yes.
He hasn't had that opportunity yet. If he tapped Ajande Koko now, you think Ajande Koko too will not go? It's human nature. I beg you.
It is not human nature. It depends on leadership and the team that he have around him. If they are people with the same mindset, the people with an aspiration to do good, they will do good. But the people you have in place in Nigeria, they don't have that aspiration. All they have as their aspiration is to go and loot.
Have you ever wondered why opposition never make good government globally?
You try to give opportunity. You give you already chance first, and then see whether it will be a good government.
Chance. He will be the worst government in the history of this country if he's given that opportunity.
No, on what basis? What is your?
Because he will mess up everything, every fabrics that hold the country together. He will destroy it to the point that the country will not be able to recover.
What country do you have?
I have to agree. He doesn't have the administrative experience.
Every single one that works for him.
It's not as good intentions now. It's not as good intentions.
What is it that is holding your country together?
You know, there's some truth that people cannot handle.
There's nothing holding your country together except corruption. And that is what brought you to where you are. What is it?
Tell me that country in the entire world that doesn't have at least some little drop of corruption in their system. Tell me that one country.
Tell us what is holding Nigeria together.
You just mentioned it is corruption.
And corruption.
The country where Sowore was domiciled doesn't have history of corruption.
Will come and dismantle that corrupt practices and criminality.
United States where he reside before he got himself into the...
I don't know why you guys are afraid of coming to dismantle this system that you have that is not working for Nigerian people. What are you afraid for?
But it's not a matter of being afraid. It's a matter of reality facing us in the face right here. Some truth, people cannot handle it. There's no country in the entire world that you will not find corruption. As a matter of fact, some countries, their foundation is completely immersed in corruption. America is
Like
not an
right.
exception. So even the country that is so much adorned that is he lives and his family lives is also deeply rooted in corruption. It's just that it's never been into the public sphere where you see it openly display like the one we have in Africa. So when you
Okay.
have people,
Which one would you prefer between the two? The one that is shown openly and the one that you don't even see? Tell us. Which one would you prefer? Hmm? Adekunle, Adewale, Shoti Jaboni. Hello? Can people hear me?
No. You
I'm
want
here,
me?
Baba Nyadekuka. I was
You.
receiving phone call.
Yes, the madam was telling him off.
Possibly, yeah. I actually have something on the stove, so I kind of like almost forgot about it.
You're
Which
cooking.
one do I?
What are you cooking? I can't imagine you in the. I can't imagine you beyond noodles and toast.
No, you see, when it comes to making some special, like tomorrow now, I'm gonna make some special
And I
dish.
know I could throw everything in the pot and cross your fingers. Everything in the pot and cross your fingers.
Possibly, yeah.
Ọbẹ̀ Ẹlẹ́gùṣí wo ló fẹ́ ṣe
Yeah.
special gan kàn dẹnu.
You have some of these American, no, this Italian.
What's your diet? Is
Um,
your diet Nigerian or American? Your everyday.
Where is it, Nigeria?
Okay.
I live in a second Nigeria. Each town is like in Nigeria, where you have every food that you can find in Nigeria, even the yam, everything. You can pound yam, you can eat everything you want. So the those burger of the thing is not my never really been a fan of it. But you know our food is too much carbohydrate so much. Anyway, back to the story about Jale Coco. You said which one do I prefer, the one of Nigeria or the corruption in America?
Yes, which
I
one?
would rather have the one that I can see that is being practiced, that I know who is the practitioner, than the one that is gonna be killing me silently that I will not have no idea.
So is corruption in America killing you silently? Is that what you're telling me?
What we don't know is more.
Tell
What
me
we
how
don't.
you are affected. Hold on. How has American corruption affected your well-being in America? Tell us.
Okay, without sounding too much of conspiracy, let me refer you to watch some couple of documentaries on Netflix. You will see how society like America
You don't
is
answer the
governed.
question. How does it have the corruption in Africa?
Because some of the decisions
How
that you have, some of this lawmaker making in the Capitol, are being influenced by the big men, by the people of high power, and they control how our life turn around, even the medical, education,
are
name
you
it.
governed in your state by Capitol or your state government? What is it that your state or
People
your
that are being
city or
elected
your
to
city?
go,
Let me tell you, even your city. How are you affected by what you are doing in your city? Your city government run your city. How is Capitol this thing affected it?
because every single one that goes to the public office is going there in the interest of certain group of people. So when you have
Did they
somebody
not,
declaring to be independent, it's not actually independent.
not
Everyone
have
is
good
being
education?
influenced.
Do you not have good education for your children, for your kids?
What you consider good
Do you not have
education is
good
just
road?
a matter of
Do you not have
benchmarking into
pipe-borne
something
water?
more big.
Do you not
Sorry?
have constant electricity? Do you not have your job and go to your job? Do you not have security and safety? Do you not have
But there's nothing considered perfect. Some of the things that you consider perfect, like those electricity you're talking about, not quite long ago, the government in Texas was criticized for bungling the grid, for not refusing to hook up with the national grid, and then the entire state was thrown into darkness because of the corruption that the state actually is known for. So those things are subtle, that are not something in your face like the one we have in Nigeria. But how could a state as big and large as Texas not hook up to the national grid. So when the cookie crumbles, the entire state was thrown into darkness, and the wind blows and everybody's ears was out there. Now they're being compelled because those people, certain individuals are pocketing money, putting money into their own pocket. All right. So the entire state in the hands of few, collective few. So those corruptions are the ones that you don't see being displayed,
No.
but they are there.
What do you mean by you don't see? They experimented something that did not work, and they failed, and then they now I mean that one did not work, and then they pursue the right one that worked for the system that you are now enjoying electricity. But in Nigeria, they've been pumping billions upon billions of dollars into this electricity, yet there's no the national grid is broken down again. They don't have light across the country. Do you know how many times that national grid has broken down this year?
Not quite long ago.
Don't let us defend what is
No, but I understand what you're saying, but what you consider the golden standard is
don't
not
defend what is
absolute.
indefensible. When you don't see corruption and things are working right for you, then
What you consider working right,
you don't have to bother your head.
is because you are being beaten.
You have security in your city, in your neighborhood.
What you consider a secure, can the people of Illinois say that their city is secured when you have a gun violence every day?
It depends on the town, on the area you live in.
Yeah, but those are the things that we kick the politicians about for not doing more and doing better. What you see as a golden standard is just a starting point in some areas. Now we don't have electricity in Nigeria, but here we have electricity, but only few people have monopolized it. Where I live now, I only have one source of internet connectivity. There's no competition. Once they kick my
city.
I'm telling you about how corruption thrives. But
we know
it thrives in a way that if people are not paying attention, close attention to it. It may not be known to people. People just assume, oh, life is easy, life is going on smoothly. But you have it going on the ground. Now, the one you see in Nigeria is just like in your face and it's personal. So I will show you that I control your life and there's nothing you can do.
You see in Nigeria, you cannot even stop it. That is the problem. There's no way you can fight against it and then, make it work better for you. You seeing it, they're showing it to you, and then you cannot.
I yield the floor. I will be listening.
Yeah, but over here, if they should show it to you, they're gonna get in trouble. They will surely get in trouble. So they see you as their you the citizen are there to act as check and balances on them, and they respect it. But in Nigeria, they don't respect you for anything. So what are you talking about? They even show you to your face that there's nothing you can do, and surely nothing you can do. You just grumble and you walk. If you talk, they come and carry you, slam you in jail, or rope you up with something, and just punish you. And some crooked idiot that are supposed to stand up for you will turn around against you instead of blaming people that are using illegality to punish you. They will turn against you instead of going after the criminals that are using the illegality to punish you. They will support them. So look, we have to distinguish between the two. But I don't know if you prefer the situation in Nigeria. That's you. It's not me. I'm not standing. I'm not gonna be on your side to say, okay, between the situation here and in Nigeria, I want to prefer the situation in Nigeria because I want to act as if I'm more patriotic. I'm patriotic to Nigeria. But yet, you people will not go and live in Nigeria. You live in United States. And yet to be saying, yo, I'm more patriotic. You want to show that you are patriotic. I prefer Nigeria better.
All right. Let's get to the politics of it. I think it's yielded that Do you want to go to the Bode George commentaries on Herbert Wigwe? And by the way, there are a lot of people saying that it's not a new clip. This is a long-standing view that he's always held. It says Wigwe, Elumelu, Emefiele were involved in Nigeria's banking industry rottenness. So this guy now that a lot of people are eulogizing about, Bode George sounds a note of caution. What are you making then of Bode George's view on this newly departed man?
Thank you, man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I'm glad that it's not a new video. I would have been very mad at Baba Bode George, but since it's not a new video, it's old video, so I think there's no problem, because I don't see an elderly person. I haven't seen one happen to that guy. I don't see how an elderly person will still go after the dead with the situation that what happened to him with regard to the crash that caused his death and stuff with his wife and his son.
Do you think he should be absolved of all of his let's say foibles? Do you think he should be absolved of all of his atrocities? Just not him in particular, or do you think people should be absolved of their wrongdoings if death takes them away?
Well, it depends. This guy, there's never been any report that he was involved in, corrupt practices, before his death. So what are we going to be talking about him? There's nothing to say about him now, because there wasn't no trial on him. There wasn't no investigation on him. There wasn't no accusation, on him for any corrupt practices. So I don't say it depends. If somebody, if somebody that is on trial before his death, I think, due to circumstances, sometimes there won't be any room for legality to proceed on his, the matter against him. But it does depend on the circumstances around situation like that. But for this guy, I'm not sure if there's anything being labeled against him. So he's dead now. What are we going to do? We just have to pray for him, pray for his wife and the children and the family that he left behind. For God to give them the fortitude to bear his loss. He has tried the little he can do. What else? So you just have to let him go. You can't talk bad.
Yeah, Javi Coco, his wife died with him and his son.
Yes, that's true actually. And I think about two others as well.
His wife, his son.
Did you see that? Did you see that old Twitter about a year prior that somebody was threatening? Did you see the? Do you know what I'm talking about? It.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'll go and fetch it. If somebody actually predicted that this happening a year ago. So if anybody has that, resend it to me on Instagram. So there might be more to what happened than meets the eye, is what people are speculating.
Can you tell us the message of the Twitter?
No, somebody will send it to me in a moment. I think somebody sent it to me earlier. If whoever sent it to me, resend it, and then I'll put it up on the screen.
Well, okay. So, but I think he have some other 2 or 3 children that they left behind, other than the one that died with them. So, it's so unfortunate, but at least he has done his best. and it's gone. You just forget about him. You don't have to even discuss about him. That's the way I see it, woman.
All right, brilliant. And to this narrative then of Emefiele's forging Buhari's signature. But the thing is, Boss Mustapha said this as a witness in court. So it wasn't just a casual aside. It wasn't that it was speculated to have said. He said it in open court, and he's saying that that piece of paper never passed through their desk, and then they sign off as well. And my kindest regards, or something like that. That Buhari never signs off with my warmest regards or any of those. So both the language and the document itself never passed through Buhari's desk, and Emefiele then found a way to append that signature in order to, and they took it out in cash as well. So what are you making of this bombshell allegation as Emefiele continues to spiral down their base?
Okay, so which court did they appear to say this? Is it Abuja High Court or which court did that happen? Woman.
It's Federal High Court, Abuja. It says, yes, it says the immediate former secretary to the government of the Federation, Boss Mustapha, on Tuesday told the Federal High Court in Abuja that neither he nor former President Muhammadu Buhari approved the disbursement of $6.23 million to international election observers.
Well, one man, yeah. Well, it might be true. This report might be true. I might not. If it is true, I think both sides we have to prove to the court with their, evidences, to really clear themselves, or to really, show their position clearly. So Emefiele have strong lawyers defending him. If Emefiele have documentation that they sign it, yes, I think they will prove it at the court. And if the former chief of staff is lying or just saying that to cover up, the corruption that they perpetrated while in government, time will tell. So it's just, to me, I see both sides as corrupt when they were in position, and they worked together closely. We saw it. So there is no way that both sides did not, in one way or the other, engage in shady deal, So, but the court will be able to tell us in their outcome, in their ruling, who is telling the truth, who is lying. So I cannot really say categorically now that I want to believe what do you call it, Boss Mustapha is saying it. Yes, their defense team will prove it out in the court. So, but Emefiele, I think, things are not. It's not. It's not. Emefiele is in a big trouble anyway, because we saw the way they run central bank, all the acts that set up the central bank and the operation of central bank, and the way it should run central bank, it violated everything. And even to contest for the president of Nigeria, it's a violation. Anybody at the head of central bank must not engage in party politics or political activities at all. So he engaged in politics. It's against the rule. I mean, the Act, Central Bank Act. You know, and the ways and means, the approval of his ways and means to the government too. It violated the rule in totality. So he have case to answer, no doubt about it. But Mustapha deny one thing or the other. It's just anybody can say anything. But when the forensic test is carried out, it will tell who is lying, who is not lying, and supporting document as well will prove that. So that's the way I see it. Both sides are not credible, no credibility. There are people with no credibility, so I cannot vouch or say this is who is lying, this is who is saying the truth. Both of them are, they are all corrupt people. Yeah.
All right. Do you want to speak on the Labour Party space? Ajuri, how many times have we called this guy a crook? Even his party calls him a crook. I mean, the treasurer of the party is telling us that he just pretty much looted all the campaign funds. Is there any news there even? I think everybody outside of the obedient know that this guy is a grade 1 crook.
Look, one man. Ajuri is just buying time. There's no way Ajuri will not go to jail in that country. It's just buying time. So this is the inner member of the party, not just inner member, a member of the executive committee, National Executive Committee, a treasurer for that matter, who want to tell me that she's lying, this lady is lying. If she's lying, she will not come to the open space to label this allegations against Ajuri, Aburi. So, Aburi, with all this information coming out, it just tells us that Peter Obi cannot be exonerated. Why I said he cannot be exonerated is that he has given so much cover for this Aburi. I think Peter Obi will have done well for himself and the party all this while. He knew everything. Nobody can tell me that Obi didn't know that Aburi is deep in corrupt practices in his headship and management of the party. Obi cannot tell me that he doesn't know. But because these are the people that favored him to contest for the president, so he has to play along to cover him by all means and not rock the boat. Because whatever happened to any one of them will be, we affect the other. Aburi's, bad image now is rubbing on Obi as well. Obi cannot be exonerated or cannot be totally clear as a man that doesn't know that Aburi is deep in corrupt practices in the management of the party. So he knows. He covered him up. He stand with him. He been to court with him. So he cannot. It's just unfortunate that Obi is not showing leadership by distancing himself from this guy to prove to Nigeria as the way his supporters have, portray him as a man that doesn't like to engage in corrupt practices. So he should have done that against Aburi for people to know where he stands. So, but this lady, we have to give kudos to this lady for not taking bribe, because he said Aburi came to his house, to her house, to bribe her with car, to bribe her with money. She refused. And Aburi brought document, an audited report showing that they receive.
Did you watch our interview? It sounds as though, yeah.
I watched it. That they receive 2-point-something billion naira in terms of donation and all the rest. Aburi brought the document for him, for her to sign, to co-sign. She said no, she's not signing. That when did all this money receive that she, as a treasurer, did not know? They didn't make her aware that money, so much money like this, came into the party. The figure that is showing on our own side, it's totally low to what the audit report is showing. It said our own side is showing maybe 500 million or something like that. Aburi's audited report is showing 2-point-something billion. But the lady is telling us that the total amount that Aburi embezzled is 3.5. Is it 3.3 or 3.5 billion? And she said that there is one lady that worked in the office, in their headquarters, that Aburi transfer money, 10 million naira, to that lady's account, and from that lady to another account, and to another account till it gets to Aburi's hand, So, and unknown to that lady, according to her, she said, the treasurer said she told that lady, do you know what these people have done for you? If there should be problem tomorrow, you will be jailed as well, because you have been used to launder money. Your account has been used to launder money. So, and you will actually, I said she would like to defend that lady, to fight for that lady, because the lady did not know the implication of what she did. They did not even tell her first. They transfer money into her account, and later they say, oh, money is mistakenly transferred to your account, transfer it to so place. You see the way they launder money. So she said a lot of things against Aburi, and she said she's ready. She have all the documents, and that Aburi should come out.
Do you think Abure, do you think this whole Abure thing, do you think is slowly starting to tarnish Peter Obi's reputation? Not that his reputation needs tarnishing, but do you think it needs to move out of that space sooner rather than later, because it's going to get uglier in that Labour Party before it gets better?
Look, he has already tarnished the image of Obi. And Obi cannot tell us that he doesn't know that Aburi is corrupt. But Obi's lack of leadership, when you are corrupt, when you are a corrupt person, and you are pretending to people that you are clean, that is when you will see person acting the way Obi have acted so far with Aburi. Since the time that Arabambi came out, that this guy forged document, and the police carried out their investigation and confirmed that Ajuri forged document, Obi should have left him. Obi should have said, you know what? This is not what I expected. From the party I was coming from, I thought this party would be better. But with this kind of corrupt practices, forging of documents, and, I don't want to be involved. He should have distanced himself and show to his supporter. And the people of that country that are not a person like this, I don't want to be part of this shenanigan. But then he was playing a tribal politics, trying to ridicule Arabambi and Apapa that, they are Tinubu's people, they are Yoruba people, and all this nonsense that, they don't want, they don't want Obi or this thing. They are playing that kind of tribal politics then, and then look at the bombshell that now came out. And you even see the Buhari, what the Rufai cannot stand it. Rufai came out openly that, look, Mr. Ajuri, we are inviting you publicly to the studio. We are making a formal announcement, formal invitation rather, for you to come to the studio to come and, clear your name. Come and say your own side of the story. If you don't come, that will tell us that you have skeleton in your cupboard. So,
can I put 2 questions?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Please, I did not listen to the interview, but somebody told me that she actually frontally said that Abure was sponsoring insecurity. Did she say that? Did anybody listen?
I didn't hear you. Say it again.
She said that she accused Abure that Abure was sponsoring insecurity, was funding insecurity.
No, she didn't say that.
Okay.
She did not say
that. No,
she
said that in a she said that in a different incarnation. She also accused him of anti-party activities for fraternizing with Obaseki.
It's anti-party activity that is fraternizing that I don't know anything. I didn't hear that side of maybe she said, but I didn't hear it. That side of insecurity.
I did not hear the interview. Somebody just mentioned it because I said if actually she said that, then that is more serious than what we think.
Yeah.
But those are just casual throwaway. I don't think there can be much substance to that.
Wama, you heard it. What did she say about the insecurity? Well, how is what?
No, I think I actually saw it in a headline rather than yeah. So carry on, Bishop. Yeah.
Wama, sorry. With what is happening in Edo State, the cult war, the number of young men that are being killed daily. If somebody says somebody is sponsoring insecurity in his locality, the security agency should ask questions. The number of young people that are being killed in Edo State, in their inter-cult, whatever, it's really worrisome. So if somebody is accusing that somebody is sponsoring, then they should ask questions.
Well, I listened to that interview from the beginning to the end. I didn't hear anything about Aburi sponsoring insecurity. He only talked about Aburi fraternizing with Edo State governor and all the money that he collected and swallowed and embezzled. Those are the things. And the lady even said that she, at their meeting, executive meeting with Obi, she raised it. She let Obi, she informed Obi about it. I mean, the president of Obi, she let them know. He said, she said, Obi just told them that, yeah, they should listen to her and then see what they can do. He didn't show leadership to say, look, if it is true that this is happening, then the way to handle it, it didn't come out, strong enough to show is where I mean, he didn't come out enough to fight it or to ask question rather, to ask question about the question the lady was asking, the allegation of that lady against Aburi, Obi did not show courage to ask question. As the leader, you are the leader of the party. You are the leader. When a report comes like that concerning embezzlement of, party fund, a leader should be able to stand up to ask questions, and then see how they can set up, if investigative team or disciplinary team to, to pursue to pursue that allegation and unravel what is behind it. But it just said, oh, they should listen to that lady, they should see what they can do, and it ended there. So Obi's image has been tarnished by Abure, and it's because Obi did not, stand up against him when the police confirmed that he forged document, maybe because he forged document to favor him in his presidential bid then. Maybe that's why he didn't do anything, which confirmed that Obi is one of the corrupt politicians we have in Nigeria. They know, when it's favor them, they don't do anything against it. When it doesn't favor them, that is when they shout to the loudest. So it favored him back then. The forgery that Arabambi did, it favored him. That Aburi did, that Arabambi accused him of, it favored Obi that then. So he couldn't say anything against it. But now, look at the bombshell that this lady released. This is so tarnishing against his image, and I don't know how Obi Obi have to do something quick as possible to distance, to make a public statement, to reject, to totally condemn rather this allegation. To tell Nigeria that it's not part of it, and the law should take its course on this allegation. So he should clear himself. He should take himself. It doesn't have anything to do with, he should distance himself from Aburi, and he should make that known publicly that, look, Aburi has been accused of this. I'm not part of him. He has to face question. It must be investigated.
All right. I think Ajale Koko may have lost connection there somewhere. So Ajale Koko loses.
Let me respond.
One man, let me say this thing.
One man, let me respond to Ajale.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hold on, Pansat. Yes. Go on. What, please?
Yeah. In a much I agree with some of the things, or most of the things that Ajale said. But I want to speak to that part of Arambambi and Papa. Those people actually acted like people who are at the party. And they started this race card, the tribal card. They started it. If what of course, what we are saying now, we know there was corruption going on there. We know no party is free.
What tribal card, what anti-party did they do?
So that's where I'm going to. So just listen. So at the height of the situation, where there was tension, the highly contested election, if there's some certain things you deal with inter-party. This lady was there. This lady didn't come on you. There are things you deal with in the inter-party system, and there are things you would do in the open. And if you are coming up in the open and said, our party chairman, we don't trust him, he's in our party, he hasn't embezzled money, for that reason, he has to stand down, and we are challenging our mandate in court. We're going to see we can get victory in court. Nobody will look their action or perceive their action as a tribal action. But they got there on TV every day. You see Arababi demarketing his party. At one point of this paper, I said that who is really doing at the party? This guy should be arrested. Going to court, standing as opposition is a weakness for APC against Labour Party, against the person of their projected candidate. Who does that? So when you're talking about people at the party, the Arababi actions and the proper action sound like anti-party. That's why people rejected them vehemently. Not that what they were saying does not have substance, but they didn't put themselves together properly to present it to the people. Just tell me who behaved like a barbarian, if not Arababi and Aburi, Papa. You came to air and said that you are withdrawing every lawyer that's in that case. If you don't show before 2 o'clock, you're all gone. You came on air and started calling them, we should give up the case, we didn't win. Who does that? You go to court and stand for APC as a standing witness. So please, Adelaide, tell me, explain to me that part. Thank you.
Let me tell you this. When
I'd like to respond to John Lekuku as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, earlier on, I was at Niger Watch, and they had a couple of guests there, and there are allegations being made. And John Lekuku, what you've done so far is to compound all your let's put it this way, you're a bad attorney, you're a bad lawyer. You don't go and suppose that whenever somebody makes an allegation, that you take it to be the facts, that's what happened, that Obi should respond to XYZ. The case, according to that lady, some of these things are sub judice, they're in court. When you have a national working committee, there are internal party structures, a way things are resolved. It's not Obi's job to go in there resolving those issues. It's a committee, it's a party who determines what transpired. Now, you have to look at the credibility of those who are in that national working committee. Now, if you think, for example, one of those, the people that came there today was alleging that to buy the form for the Labour Party to contest is like $3 million or something like that. And he found that to be a lot of money. And that is true. But when you come into equity, you have to come with clean hands. If you're going to criticize Labour Party for $3 million, how much is the PDP? How much is the APC forms? Right? It's across the board. They charge a lot of money for this contest, and that's not fair, but it's not particular to the Labour Party. That doesn't make Aburi corrupt. If the party determines how much they're going to charge for a form. Now, I was going to ask the guy, are you saying that when you pay the $3 million, Aburi put it in his pocket? That's not what he's alleging. A party chairman is in charge of the national.
So, sorry, what guy? What are you talking about? We're talking about the treasurer of the Labour Party are coming out to tell us that all of the donations that came to the party, including monies that were used to buy forms by participants, all went into the private pocket of the party's chairman, a man that has a long and deep history of corruption. So that's what we're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about as well. Even in that case, it's even more ridiculous, right? She's the treasury, supposed to have the facts and the figures.
Well, she doesn't. That's why she's alarming to the public space.
Well, listen to what I'm saying. If you're going to make such a claim, you have to show how that money was paid to him then, because she's the treasury. The money has to come through her hands. Now, you can make an allegation, that's okay, but you have to back it up. You have to show something, right? I find it incredible to believe that
monies are paid to a political party and the chairman puts it in her pocket, how does it? It has to go through the treasury. It has to go to the bank account, right? But let's say there's a way that happened. You have to show that. Now, if the Labour Party, like I said, have listened to both sides, in the treasury, Oluchi, and then the chairman.
Are you on the run from something?
And they decide not to do anything. That is an outcome, right? She's made allegations. The parties have listened to it. Let's say in the worst case scenario, they did nothing. That's an outcome. It's an acceptable outcome. They don't have to do anything. She doesn't have to win. And whoever is complaining, the complainant isn't always right. Now, in the case of the two guests they had today, Abu is actually the plaintiff that's suing her. She's the defendant. The case is in court. It's sub judice. You cannot come out mouthing off.
I don't know what I don't know what. It's just Bula Balu. Look, the lady is the treasurer.
Listen, one man, hold on. Let me finish. Then you could talk. It's your show, right? So I'm almost done. What I'm saying is that Ajan Lekoko, you're going to have to learn some respect.
Oh, God.
When you're dealing with some of our public servants, such as Peter Obi, right? You can't always come out libelously mouthing off, being disrespectful. You don't know your ass from your mouth when it comes to the law.
Why would anybody respect Peter Obi?
Hold on. One man, I'm almost done. Relax. So now, when you give Ajan Lekoko time and he keeps talking, it's so strenuous. He talks forever. He doesn't have a shred of evidence. We know Peter Obi. We know his integrity. Now, is he a saint? He may have done something that we don't know. But because he's such a guy out of a mud, the country, it's full of corrupt people. When you have somebody like that, you're going to need a lot to tarnish his image. So your own people, for example, Tinubu, right? It's a crook. It's proven.
But Peter Obi's image is already
hold
on. No, don't worry about landing or not landing. Peter Obi's image is already tarnished.
It's not.
It comes from a it's tarnished by the facts known already. It comes from he's the only politician at his level that was caught looting in cash, raw cash, 200 million naira.
Listen to this.
His criminal record is a matter of public record. So stop the nonsense, man. There's no room for it.
Listen to this. You go to court and you make allegations and you prove your case, right? If you don't have anything to stand on. To tarnish, to say he looted, he did this, show it. He himself came out and said, look, I'm running for office. I'm clean. If you show me one time that not only did I not use the public money wisely.
Wait, I don't want to do this. Back to you, Ajan Lekoko. This is nonsense. Back to you, Ajan Lekoko. Thank you. Enough of that. Ajan Lekoko, back to you.
All right.
I cannot bear the nonsense.
Okay, let me tell you this. The lady is the treasurer. And as the treasurer, in the party administration, every money that comes in must come through through her. Every money that goes into the party account must be in a record.
Exactly.
Must be able, she must be able to give account of how much comes in and how much goes out. She must be able to go. But
how much came in and how much went out? Tell me that.
What he said. How much came in and how much went out?
How much did she say? Tell me.
Hold on.
No, but answer that now.
Hold on now. Do you want me to talk or what are you doing?
No, you've been talking the whole day.
Can
now.
you
Answer the question.
You are interrupting me. Come on, man.
No, but Ajan Lekoko, you've spoken for almost half an hour.
Don't interrupt me. Let me talk, man.
How much came in and how much went out?
Let me talk. All right? Let me talk. Calm down. What is it? Who are you trying to defend? You
No,
defending one of the criminals? Come on, man. So Aburi and maybe the secretary, they are hiding this, money coming in and going out from this lady. And that is why this lady came to the press to say, look at what is going on within the party. And she said at a national committee meeting that will be attended, he raised it. Obi called on them to do something about her allegation, and it ended there. He didn't stand up forcefully to say, all right, as a leader of the party, this is a weighty allegation. I want to see the end, the root of this thing. We have to clear it. We have to know
How
what
do you know
to
he didn't
do.
do that? How do you
That
know
is
that?
what that
No, hold on.
said.
Hold on.
That is
How
what
do
she
you know he
said.
didn't do that? Now
That
answer
is
that.
what the lady said. Did you listen
Okay.
to the interview? Go and
Okay,
start the interview, man.
okay,
Go and
then
listen to
listen
the
to this.
interview before you defend this
No,
nonsensical, indefensible that
Hold
you are
on.
doing. You have not even
Hold on.
listened to the.
I
You have
just
not
let people
listened to
hold
the
on.
interview.
Hold on.
But you want to defend one of the criminals that you have.
Just hold on.
From your own side of the country.
No, you've said that a lot of times.
Who is Peter Obi? You want to
Hold on
defend
now.
one of the criminals.
Hold on. Okay, fine. You said that many times. That's okay. You can say that. But what I'm saying is that if that lady...
Have you watched the interview? Have you watched an interview?
Yes, I have. So
did you?
Let me hold on.
Did
now.
you?
Hold
You
on.
don't have to. You cannot question me when you have not watched the
I've
interview.
watched the interview. I was in another show earlier today, and we dealt with this topic. So hold on. My point I'm asking you is this: no matter what she claims, so you want to tell me, no matter what she claims, that she's right, that she must have said. But she's an Igbo woman as well, right? So you cannot say that I am being tribal. In this case, her case is against somebody who is from Edo State. If I'm being tribal, then I'll be supporting her.
We are not talking about tribal now, but you are showing your tribal
but hold on.
defense, your tribal defense for Obi.
I don't want to invoke the moderator to come in if you keep arguing. You've been argumentative. Let's talk. Let's debate. My point I'm making to you is that when we know Peter Obi, for example, and we know Aburi, right? He contested, is the chairman of the party. If there is any allegation, it has to go through the National Working Committee first. There are internal politics, party structure to resolve these issues. If those people, now you have to know who is on that National Working Committee. Omar Abubakar, you have Ojukwu, you have so many people, PhD holders, men of integrity, men and women of integrity. The Yoruba person is the deputy chairman from the Southwest, some people from the Southeast, some people from the North in that committee. Now, if they listen to her, what she's saying, the gravity of it, if they decide to do nothing, that is part of their decision to make. Obi cannot lord it over them. That's not the way the party apparatchiks work.
Obi must show leadership when he hear an allegation of corruption like that, particularly labeled against the chairman in the sum of 3-point-something billion. He should have shown leadership to, ensure that the party do something about it as quick as possible before this lady. Hold on.
In a few minutes. When I get home, go ahead and make your point. I'm going to be home in a few minutes.
Let me make my point. I'll listen to you.
I'll be listening, but I'm going to log into a regular computer so I could actually have the discussion with you. I'll let you go ahead and make your point. I'll be listening. In a few minutes, I'll be home. Then I'll log back in and I'll talk to you. All right?
That's cool.
Go ahead. I'll be listening.
Yeah. So what we are saying here is that Obi is not showing leadership at all. This is the second one that Obi failed to show leadership. You understand what I'm saying? The first one is with the Arabambi. When this problem was happening within the party, this man did not show leadership to unite the Arabambi, the Apata and the Aburi side, but rather he took side. And that was what led Arabambi to come to the public to inform the world that, look, this Aburi guy is a corrupt person. He forged documents. He's embezzling money. This is the second time. This lady make a complaint. He said he wrote letter, email to Aburi, about 7 email that is sent to Aburi. The only time that Aburi responded was to tell, look, she have no business in asking that question. It's not her business to ask that question how the party money is managed. So and she brought this to the National Executive Committee meeting when Obi was present, and she presented this. Obi was there. Obi failed again to ensure that within the party they can resolve this thing before this lady now step out today to make noise to the whole world. Obi failure consistently to show leadership. He failed to unite the Arabambi and the Apapa, the Aburi and Apapa faction within the party. He took side. And that was what forced Arabambi to come out to the press, because he failed again this time around to resolve this lady complaint. That was what forced this lady to come out again. Look, how long? It's not showing leadership that can lead. He lacked that leadership quality that can resolve, a conflict. It doesn't have it. It doesn't have that capacity to resolve conflict within the party administration. And we had it here too. When Shoumi was here, he said it. He said, this is a man that doesn't know how to carry people along. He like to just do things in his own way and not, bring people together and use, group decision, to move his own case forward or to pursue anything, but rather it will do a lowman ranger decision. So it just he has totally rubbished his image now. This lady with this accusation that he brought out against Aburi have rubbished the image of Obi as well. Obi cannot escape this. The only thing he can do, and the way party administration works is that, look, the treasurer is the treasurer. Every money that comes into the party the treasurer must know about it. And when the money is going out, when the money is approved, it is the treasurer that will act to disburse any approved fund. It will go through the treasurer for disbursement. And they have financial secretary too, that we act as check and balances on the treasurer, because whatever, money coming in and going out, the financial secretary will take, record of that as well. So that if the treasurer is stealing money without the approval of the executive committee, the financial secretary record will show that, in contrary to whatever record that the treasurer is presenting before the committee. So it's so well organized in such a way that nobody can solely steal money. But Aburi, for what we know Nigeria politicians for, they are corrupt and they will perpetrate that corruption with impunity, thinking that nobody can do anything for them. And that is what happened in this situation. This lady tried all the best she could as the treasurer to get information as to how money coming in and going out, but she was shut out by Aburi and the secretary. And Aburi, according to this lady, said that Aburi did not allow election of state, the state chairman or state ex-ESCO to hold in the party. He did not allow, he deliberately did not allow the election of the state ESCO to hold because by appointing the ESCO of the state, the people of his own in the same group with him are the people he appointed in every state of his federation, so that they continue to be loyal to him, so that they cannot ask questions. Those are the things that this guy is doing in the party. They did not allow state election to hold within the party across the federation. So this is the corruption galore that Aburi and his cohort are perpetrating in that party. And Obi knows all of these.
All
and
right.
allows
Okay.
it.
All right. I gave you time to.
And Obi knows all of these, and he remained in that party.
Okay,
So
now.
what is different? What is
I'll
different?
tell
Corruption
you.
is corruption. Hold on, let me land, man. Let me land my thought. Obi knows all of this. He's seen the corruption. He remained there with them. How does he want to exonerate himself and tell us that he doesn't know that corruption is going on? Or
Hold on now. Hold on now. Obi, can you hear me? Ajaloko, can you hear me?
All right, talk. Do you want to talk? I can't hear you.
I think it's frozen.
It's frozen. So Obi cannot tell us that he doesn't know all of these.
Can you hold on? Let me make a case. I'll let you talk. Right?
We are waiting for you. You refuse to talk now.
No. I was driving, so I rushed home so I could address your issue, because I believe you're just trolling. You're trolling. Obi is a known phenomenon. He has been a governor. It's not like Showere, right?
Forget about that crap.
Hold on. You made your case.
Governor is that?
Let me talk, because what you're talking about is internal party squabble, right? And you're saying he should have showed leadership.
Yes,
right?
He failed.
All right. Okay. So now, in your opinion, you have a right to that opinion, and I'll defend your right to say that. Now, sometimes you think that when you are insulting Obi or you're talking all that crap, that somebody like me, right, that I'll be riled up. No, you got that wrong. That's not why I am saying to you to be fair here. That's not why. You really think that. So you troll when you come here. Maybe if there's a Southeasterner here or listening, you don't do it for tribal reasons. You're just doing it for individuals like me or a Kene or somebody like that to make the show go. So yeah, I notice you're not an evil guy here. So I know you very well. You're doing it to cause debate. But it's more dangerous than that. What you're saying is that no matter what this woman alleges,
What is dangerous? What is dangerous?
Let me tell you. Let me just hear me out. A treasurer, you yourself contradict yourself. If money is coming in, it comes in through the treasury. If money is going out, it goes out through that treasury. It may need a cosigner, it may need other things. But she must be aware, and she has to put it together, because it's not something debatable. If she's alleging that a certain amount of money showed up and a lot of it did not come through the treasury, it went into Buhari'S pocket, extra treasury, right? It didn't come into the treasury. It went into Buhari'S pocket. Then why in the world would Buhari need her to do anything? Because the money didn't come to the party account. So there's something the matter here. Now, I said earlier that I could name you off. If you don't know, you could go to Labour Party's website, and it has all the characters that are in that National Working Committee. All of them far, far more credible than she is. These are PhD holders, people who have done things in industry, in politics, people who have something to lose. And somehow she's the treasury, and she's telling us, just like the guy earlier today, you want to tell me a National Party chairman would take your 3 million naira, put in his pocket for what?
Don't worry. So that's what you think.
No, but you have to think.
Very soon that
Listen to me.
Yeah.
You have to think, because there's a reason why you both have a reasonable doubt that there's a reasonable doubt, you have to prove something beyond that reasonable doubt. It's a legal standard universally. You cannot just say because somebody's a treasurer, whatever she says, it's gospel. That you're making a mockery of yourself. You're a horrible lawyer, Ajahn Lekuku.
Let me tell you this. This debate should not be between me and you. It should be between Aburi and the lady. The lady talked to the world press, and the lady went on Arise News to presented the fact before Nigerians and the world. Aburi should respond in the same vein.
He has been responding. I've been on platforms where he was there, right?
Which platform?
Hold on. Let me.
Which platform has Aburi responded since yesterday?
No, hold on now.
He's an official spokesperson of
are you representing Aburi?
Summon him to appear.
Listen now. If you are
all right, Pansat, you are breaking up. So
yeah,
I'm breaking off.
Yeah, you freeze every so often.
Oh wow, I'm in a very solid system, secure, solid system.
All right, yeah.
What I'm saying, let's be serious.
Me and you,
Aburi, it's not.
We are waiting for Aburi that you are defending, because you are defending Aburi now.
No, I am defending. I am defending legal principles that are universally accepted. That's the way it is.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Not listen to one and judge two. And if it's happened yesterday, give him time to respond on that. What are you going to ask me?
Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you expect Aburi to respond or not?
Okay, I hope he responds with a lawsuit for libel, right? I hope he responds, because this woman, it's standing on the edge of a knife, right? She's making allegations that are just totally incredible. That's not the way corruption works.
So if Aburi does not respond within, it's been 48 hours now. If Aburi does not respond in another 2 or 3 days, what would that tell you?
Nothing. But let me say this to you. Listen
nothing?
to this. Yeah, these guys'
nothing?
credibility. Oh, could you hang on? Let me answer your question. Listen to what I'm saying, right? In a party, there are mechanisms that are internal to resolving issues.
This is not a matter of resolving. Look, this allegation of
are you spoon feeding me? I want to respond.
Have you participated in party politics before?
Yes, I have.
Look, do you know that? Look, this is public fund. Aburi is not public fund, and you are talking that party.
How much?
You are talking about party mechanism.
How much did he steal?
Don't worry about the lady.
You don't know.
The lady said 3.2 billion is missing, and Aburi should come and explain.
Okay, hold on. Let me ask you a question, because you have stipulated to the fact that when money comes in, it goes to that treasury, right? You stipulated to that. If money comes in through that treasury, she should know how much and who sent the money and for what purpose, right?
Yeah.
You said that earlier. And you also said if money goes out, it has to come through that treasury, which is the treasurer, right? Yes. She will know, right? Yep. So if she's making an allegation, she should have those facts and figures.
She got the fact and figure, but she said Aburi is keeping account away from her. She doesn't let her know how much is coming in, but from the investigation she carried out and people that have donated money and candidates that have bought form, this is how much she estimated that the party have realized.
Okay,
From
so
the sales
now
of forms.
use math now. Use common sense and math, because that's enough data for you to switch it over to her to prove her case, right? Or to at least meet a prima facie standard. Number one, if Aburi is collecting money that does not come into her hands, that's the money she's talking about. She possibly could not be talking about money that came through Aburi and they came into the account. Do you understand what I'm saying? That was deposited with Labour Party's money. How could he spend it? Because if he does, then there'll be a record for that. She could win that in the National Working Committee.
Let me tell you,
she'll be able to win her case in the committee.
Let
right?
me tell you this. She is not the first person to accuse Aburi.
It doesn't matter. You don't find somebody guilty based on how many allegations
there was one man, if you remember, there was a candidate, governorship candidate of, is it Cross River or Delta State, last year, that paid money.
Imo State.
That came out openly that this is how much I paid to Aburi.
Okay,
and Aburi went behind.
Right?
Aburi went behind. Hold on. Aburi went behind to forge his signature, forge a letter, and that he withdrew from the race when he didn't withdraw.
Okay.
And who let him know it is high neck?
Okay.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me talk, man. Let me talk. Look, this guy, how did he know? INEC gave him that document that you withdrew from the race. He said he did not withdraw from the race, but he saw that letter with his forged signature with a letter-headed paper from the party chairman that he withdrew from the race. And Aburi already collected money.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay. You make a point and then you keep.
Let me tell you this.
Hold on. Let me respond to that first. Hold on. You hold on this time. Hold on.
You don't need to fight for
Aburi. Listen. You made your point. It's your turn to listen now. Listen.
It's a criminal and it's a party man of
whatever. But listen, you're gonna have to be stable, right? Try to learn how to be stable. Have a conversation, be civil about it. Stop making a fool out of yourself and having the moderator come in. You made your point, and I listen. Not only that, I gave you time. Just quiet for a minute. Hold on. Here's the point, right? What you just said there is pure crap. Pure nonsense. I'm aware of the case you're talking about prior to the election. Please, can you hold your peace? Let me respond to what you said. Just hold your horses for a minute. Hold on. All right. What I'm saying to you is that case, all those kind of things that have been to the courts, you have the split in the Labour Party, Arab and B and group, right? Going out there causing all kinds of problems. I've sat in a couple of platforms with
how does Adabambi
let me land.
What
I'm almost done.
has to do with this?
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. If you listen,
come on, man.
Let me land. I'm gonna tell you. So now I've sat in a couple of platforms with I have no reason to defend Mr. Chairman Aburi, none. But I've asked him this particular point that you're talking about right now, and it's pure nonsense. He addressed it, and I was very satisfied the way he explained it. Now, what it has to do with Arab and B is that they're out there trying to cause chaos in the Labour Party. You're not oblivious to that. You weren't born yesterday. You're not that stupid. You know that this discussion you're having here, you don't have a shred of evidence in what you're talking about. You cannot shine Peter Obi's shoes when it comes to integrity, and you don't know anybody who could. He said to everybody in the country, find one place where I'm corrupt, or I've taken a state bottle of water, and I quit running. So it's your duty to go and find that and stop making this kind of comments you're making here. before you get yourself in trouble. Not to forget that you never show your face on camera. Here I am. Do it right now. Show your face.
I'm
If
not
you don't
showing
want to
my-
get sued.
I'm
If you
not
don't want
showing-
to be, if you're not going to show your face,
I'm
then
not showing-
keep your mouth shut about people's character. It's a very very bad thing to come here, hiding behind your phone here, right, and talking all day.
Yeah.
Show your face on camera like I'm
You
doing.
are-
You're the only person on this particular show that's never showed your face.
I'm not
Ever.
gonna show my face.
Ever. You've never done it.
Yeah, I don't.
So
I,
wait a minute. Let me tell you the consequences of you not doing that.
I will not show
You are forever.
What is
do
me?
that.
What
Let me
is
land
me
now.
got to-
Let me
don't
land.
go-
God damn
don't
it.
go after
Let me
me,
land.
man.
I'm
Don't
not going
go-
after you. You're
don't go-
somebody I have respect for, and you know that.
You
I
are
want
you are
look,
defending one of your
don't
criminal.
round me up. Hold on. I
One of-
want to tell you the consequence of what
who
you're doing.
is-
Listen to me.
you are
I've
defending
said
one
to
of-
you here. Listen, look.
Who lie- you are defending
Will you be quiet for a minute here? Be quiet for a minute.
You
I've
keep
said that I
quiet.
have respect for you on this platform, right? But
quiet.
if you're going to be character
quiet.
assassinating anybody, you have to show your face.
You keep
right?
quiet.
Show your goddamn face
You-
right now.
you keep quiet and just.
If you don't, you're gonna have to hold
have
your peace
nothing to do with my-
forever.
What you want to do?
Show
with
your
my-
face so
my
that if
face-
you label somebody, they
my
can then
face
be able
has
to
nothing
sue you for it.
My face has nothing to do on this issue.
Well, how do we hold you accountable? How do we hold you accountable?
Accountable for what?
For libelous
Go and hold your
No. You have no credibility if you cannot show your face. You are supposed to be shut up because you cannot show your face so that somebody can sue your ass for talking nonsense about people who are working very hard for the country, right? So you come here and you can just run your mouth because
defending criminality.
That's
what you are doing.
No,
if
you want to continue to talk about somebody, show your goddamn face right now.
You everything when it comes to one of your criminal who is particularly OB, you want to defend him to death. You're gonna kill yourself because of OB. Are you telling me
I want to hold you accountable for what
is
you
OB a saint? Is he a saint?
He's not a saint, but listen to what I'm saying.
Then why are you
If
defending
are
him?
going to, but you're not listening though. When you talk, I answer.
Why do you want to die for him?
No,
Why do you want to die for him?
Would you be quiet for a minute? Be quiet.
You keep quiet.
Number one,
You don't tell
number
somebody
one,
to keep
I'm
quiet.
not defending him.
All right, you are defending him.
Will
You
you
you want to die for him, and you'll be shocked one day
let me
when
say something.
when the truth will come out
I
against
got
you.
a challenge. I got a
you
challenge.
will be-
I got a challenge.
you
for
will
you.
be
I'm on
shocked.
camera,
Okay.
right? I'm on camera, and I'm talking.
Forget about your camera.
Listen now.
You don't camera. I don't care about whether you're on camera. Let's
let-
just talk on the issue.
No, okay.
You don't-
So we'll talk on the issue, but listen, please
go after
allow
me.
me 2 minutes to make my point, and I'll be
Go
done.
after me. I don't want to
No,
go
I'm
after
not going after you. Here's what I'm going after. All right. If you're anonymous, right? Could
You argue like a juvenile.
Why are you talking like this, man? You acting so
Let
stupid.
me land now, please.
You're acting
I said give me 2 minutes and I'm done. Listen to me.
You're acting so
Look,
stupid.
let me
man.
tell you why. Let me tell you. Remember, everything I'm arguing is on principle, right? It's not me. The point is that if you're anonymous and you're just libeling people, this is corrupt. This guy is let me land. Let me land, God damn it. Just keep your mouth shut for a minute. I'm 2 minutes and I'm done.
Hey, you don't have monopoly of curse word. I will curse your ass out, Pansa. So keep your mouth shut and be civil.
It's your turn. You cuss me out, but for
You
now,
don't know how to respect
please
people.
let me respond to
You have
Ajale.
no respect
Please.
as well. You don't
Okay.
respect that.
No,
you
listen. To you are trolling me. You're making me upset.
No, you are acting stupid.
On the internet,
and
you
don't
can't
deserve-
punch
you
through
don't-
that screen and
you
knock
don't
your teeth
deserve
out,
to
right?
keep-
But listen to me.
you
Listen to
don't
what I'm
deserve-
saying.
I'm not
Listen.
listening to you because you are acting so stupid. You have been acting so stupid. I'm not listening to you.
See, but like right now, if I'm mad at you,
Pansa, have you taken your medication this evening?
You want to disrespect
you're
people,
anonymous on this platform. You're the only one who has never showed his face. Show your goddamn face. Ike Ogamian. Ike, tell Ajalo to show his face.
You are not well raised. That is what it means. You don't respect others. You are
I'm
a goddamn idiot. and it's just
how I'm raised,
shocked
not your
everybody.
But the point,
Where have you never been to fool yourself? You've been to the Rudolph show. You fooled
I give him
yourself there.
hell. I give him hell everywhere.
You went to everywhere.
I'm
Fooled yourself
consistent.
everywhere you go.
I give him hell because you Nigerians,
you have
very hard
mental
at hearing.
problem.
You see,
Look,
like
do you
you
have
right
mental
now,
problem?
you
Hold
have
on.
to.
Do you have mental problem?
Beat it into your head.
No, you have
listen.
mental. If
You
you
don't
have
want to listen,
problem,
right?
we
You don't want
could
to listen.
we could get you a psychiatrist that can recommend some medicine for you, some medication for you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you. If you say your generosity, right? You're generous.
He does actually need mental health medication.
Nobody's gonna take one man. Nobody's gonna take medication from somebody who
time
doesn't show
you
his
have
face.
to everywhere you
All right,
He doesn't
settle
show
down.
his face.
All right, Pansat, settle down. You see, so there it is. So that's what Pansat brings. You know, we were having such a convivial, gentle conversation, and then he does. Pansat can only come into the conversation to hold somebody in a headlock. I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows conviviality or
one man. Hold on.
And when you try to rein him in a bit, his followers on the comment section, they start to attack you. But
one man, listen to what I'm saying, right? This
He hasn't taken his medication this week. That's why.
Please mute one man.
Go and take your medication first.
One man, I'm saying this to you now. Listen to me, right? This is your platform, right? It's okay for somebody to be anonymous according to your rules. I want to say something to you, one man. Please mute him so I can make my point. 2 minutes and I'm done.
You are not.
That's not too much to ask.
You're not going to talk. I have the floor. Anyway, I have the floor.
If
you interjected,
all right.
I have the floor. Just get away.
I have the floor.
Get away, man.
So
can I finish?
I have the floor. No,
okay.
I have the floor.
It's not using the interjection anymore. So, Pansat, you know the rules.
I have the floor. Get away.
So, let me take you to another talking point, which hopefully not as controversial as Peter Obi and his criminal ways. Tinubu rewards Super Eagles with national award, plots of land, flats in FCT. Is that excessive? Because there has to be a distinction between an outright winner and an also ran. And it's somewhat of an Americanism when everybody gets an award for participation. Is this what we're getting to now? We tell you to go and bring a cup. You didn't bring the cup, and they are showering you with wealth. What are you making then of this excess that is going on in Abuja?
One man. If you want to put value to everything that this guy has been given in dollars or in naira, how much do you think it's going to worth?
Well, I think they put a package of about $7 to $10 million for them. Land in Abuja is one of the most expensive places, certainly in Africa and probably in the world. Couple that with a flat. Why are they getting double dippings anyway? Plots of land and flats for coming second. You know, what I think is they put that package together, confident that they were going to win. They didn't win, but they just still gave it to them anyway.
Yeah, what other things they added to that? Money?
National award. I don't know. I don't know. Yes, national award now.
Okay, if they have won the cup, what?
That's what I'm asking. They would have given them a virgin daughter of the Sultan or something or the other. I don't know.
Oh man,
even the Cote d'Ivoire told that I doubt if they'll get more than a handshake from their president.
Look, one man. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not against giving them award or anything whatsoever. But sometimes these people can make a loud noise. We are giving them this, we are giving them that, and at the end of the day, they won't give it to these people. So I hope they will fulfill it, because Nigerian government with our soft sportmen have not, I mean, Nigerian government, have not fulfilled, many times they fail to fulfill their promise in terms of, reward or whatsoever to our sportsmen. Most of the time, they don't fulfill whatever they announce to them in the public space like this. So we shouldn't get carried away that, yes, they are giving them house, they are giving them this. They might not give it to them at the end of the day, but the public, fantasy to this will have boosted the government that, oh, look at the way they're treating our sportsmen good. Look at the way they treated them. They have given them house in Abuja, land in Abuja, but at the end of the day, they won't give them. Maybe it might be another administration will come to honor that. So it's just I'm not. It's just what it is. If the government in place believe that, yes, they did well and they are giving them this in reward for getting to final, well, it's nothing bad, but it's nothing bad at all as far as I'm concerned. But the fulfillment is what is most important. It's not announcing it to the air that really matter, because in the past, Nigerian government doesn't have that history of fulfilling promise to our sportsmen. So we look forward, if they're going to fulfill it, that we say that, well, these guys are lucky. They are just lucky ones, because nobody expected them to get to even the final in the first place, because they are not even a team. They are just boys that just pick from here and there. There's no team. They are not really a team that they lack coordination. They lack that teamship, that technical teamwork. They lack it. So, and for them to get to final, I think they deserve some award. And if government have decided giving them this, it's okay. It's just
Do you guys see the economic strategy for Abuja to give them land and house in Abuja there? It's just another way to invite rich people to come and stay in Abuja now. That's a win for Abuja, to be honest with you. They give them, you don't see it like that, woman.
No. Well, on that psychedelic note, let me bail out, hand over to you, because I think we're getting into the twilight zone with that.
You don't believe it?
No, I was
okay.
going to bail out anyway.
Abuja is already a place where rich people.
That's what I'm saying. They want more rich people with money to move in.
Invite people. No, it is not this that we invite.
No. I'm not saying invite people. Maybe you guys miss the point I'm making. I'm saying that they want people that have money to move to Abuja. They don't want people that don't have money to move there. So they know that these guys play professionally in Europe. They make hundreds of millions of dollars. So those are the kind of residents they will want in Abuja. That's what I mean by it's an economic strategy by giving them land there. So not to say that they will be the people that invite people, but you don't say like that, Johnny Coco.
There is no economic strategy to this. The same thing happened when
No, I don't mean maybe I use the wrong word.
Mike, give me 1 microsecond. Let me bail out, hand over to you. Super chat Iko Giame from as exotic a place as a first class flight from America to Accra. So it's just the funky places that people listen to us. He's on a flight from America to Accra, and it's decided that we're going to be the entertainment for the flight. So thank you, Ike. Kulata, of course, not in the studio, but super chatting. Tima Jack, who opened up that space, and that's Tima Jack still rocking it out all the way through. So thank you to, and that's still Tima Jack still. So thank you to all those. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Hand over to Mike. Mike, Dewale War Peace, pretty much everyone about Ajale Kukodas, the floor has still not spoken. I'm not quite sure how much the session is left, but over to you. Over to you, Mike. Thank you.
Okay. So what I'm saying by economic strategy, I'm not saying economic strategy for Nigeria or say that we grow economy. That's not what I meant by that. What I mean economic strategy for Abuja City is that the Abuja City is just a way to invite more people that have money to move to Abuja. That's what I mean by economic strategy for Abuja, because it's like you build it's like you build a estate. The kind of people you want to move into your estate will be rich people, right? To come and buy a house in your estate or rent your estate will be wealthy people. So now if you see like someone like that's a millionaire, you see it as a strategic move to say, hey, Mr. Millionaire, you know what? You can take this one of this flat, hey, this is my estate, just take it. Because you know that him moving there, he will spend money there, he will make your, he will elevate the value of that estate. So that's what I mean by them giving them property in Abuja. It's like just to encourage those guys to come and have a home in Abuja so they can be coming there and, so they have money. You say, wait, you want rich people that have money to live in your city now, so they can spend money there. So that's what I mean by economic strategy. Because at the end of the day, those land that they are giving at the end, if they don't give them, it's one low life people that will buy it at the end of the day. Some poor Nigerians that don't have anything. So that's what I mean by that. Anyway, I don't know if you get that, Sha.
Yeah. Well, you see, I don't think so, Sha. And why I don't think so is because federal government cannot just go and grab land in any other part of the country to give to the player. It's not possible. Where they have the federal controlled land is in Abuja. So that's why they give them there. So the same thing happened when federal government was in Lagos, when we won the first Nation Cup. In when was that? Was it 1970?
1980.
Yeah, maybe 1980, 1979, 80. Yeah, Shagari. Yeah, it was Shagari that was yeah. So 1980. So they give Odegbami, Chuku, and all the rest. They give them. I think it was First Stack House. They give them in Lagos. So it's because of. Where the government have their own control, their own jurisdiction of land, and that is. I don't think it has anything to do with economic.
But you see the benefits. But you see the benefit for Abuja City for having all those players there. Having property.
Yes, for those players. Oh yes,
that's what I'm
great
coming
reward,
from.
though. It's a great reward.
It's a great reward for Abuja now. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah. Those guys are already multi-billionaire right there.
Exactly.
In dollars.
Exactly. When you have millionaires living in that city, in dollars, that's what I mean by it's economic strategy.
Yes.
Every city always want to encourage rich people to move there. Yeah.
Land and flat. God. So
that's what I mean by that economic strategy. Okay. If I was a governor of a state, I would want all those players to have a house in my state, in my city, in my understand now, because I know that that's money. That's wealthy. The land will be there anyway. Ajale Koko. What's
you have to tell them to multi-billionaire because they enter final. No. Taking care of them.
That's one thing rich people it is in America here. Cities, city government, they always want to encourage wealthy people to move to their city. They always want to encourage that because they know that those people have money. If they spend money in their city, the richer their city will become. That's the strategy. They always want to encourage rich people to move in. In fact, whenever a celebrity moves to a city, they always honor them, bring them out, trying to make them feel welcome. Because you need those kind of people around the city because they're the one that will spend money and put money into the economy of that space. So that's what I mean by it's an economic strategy, to make those guys come and live there.
Those guys are lucky, sir, to be given this.
How much is the land, Gonzales? How much is land in Nigeria, sir? Land.
I mean, in Abuja, it costs so. Land costs in Abuja. It's not.
It's not. If in Abuja, the land you see 10 million naira, 20 million naira, 30. I mean, it's just in the millions of naira now. It's not in billions.
For them, it's going to be in the heart of Abuja, Gogon, where it's very expensive, where people, the politicians, and all the rest live. It's not going to be in the bush.
Ajanleko, trust me. In Nigeria, even the so-called the most expensive areas. What they call money in that place is nothing here in America. I'm telling you, even in all those my mansion there, they say 80 million naira. They were shouting, that's $80,000 now. What's $80,000? $80,000 is nothing. In that kind of area in America, you're not paying less than 5 million. That close to the ocean in America.
Which part of Lekki are you talking about that you're buying house for 80 million naira?
I don't know much about Abuja land.
See this guy.
Penny is here.
No, Mike. Mike, hold on.
Let's not get into
hold
new
on.
argument, man. Just don't. Let's not get into
no new argument. Let me tell you something for a fact. Lagos land and Abuja land is more expensive than some American places in America. For a fact, check it out.
More expensive than what?
Yes, houses in Abuja in America.
Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Don't start on blind argument here, okay? And all these kind of arguments.
Mike, be respectful. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I can send you document. You don't have that. I can send you document. I don't need to send it to you. I don't need to send it to you. I'll call you areas.
Let's understand our argument. Don't be saying hold on, chill out now. Let's understand where we are arguing before we start going on and on and on and on. Are you saying that some part of Nigeria have a land that are more expensive than some part of America? If that's what you say, yes, I agree. Of course, there are places. Okay. But hold on. Let me tell you what makes land or property expensive. The close proximity to either natural wonders like ocean view, those kind of areas. Like if you're saying an ocean view land or ocean view property in Nigeria compared to one village or rural land in America, of course, the one in Nigeria will be more expensive. But if you are saying one ocean view property in a major, most known city like Lagos compared to ocean view property in a known city like Los Angeles, you can't tell me that the one in Lagos will be more expensive than the one in Los Angeles. It's impossible.
Listen, let me tell you something. There's a land in Banana Island right now. It's going for $25 million. $25 million. Not even in Hollywood, you won't room to buy a house for $25 million.
$25 million.
Let me chime in on that argument you're having. We're talking real estate, right? The average person will be reasoning the way you're reasoning right now. That's not the way you look at real estate today. You're looking at supply and demand for today's market. That's what you're doing. How much it is today. Now, in the United States here, which the Jewish community, they've seen road when it comes to real estate. You look at it 25 years from now, 50 years from now. Location is important, of course, which is one you're highlighting, right? The housing market, the neighborhood, the improvement, amenities in the community, school system. Who's making that noise when I'm talking? So you have to.
Simba, mute yourself. Calm down. I don't need to be shouting. It's not it's on purpose now.
If you
Simba, mute yourself.
To be valuable, our school systems have to be very important. Education, all kinds of things. It's not just having a building next to the ocean. Now, War Peace is in Japan. They don't have any land over there. Family probably is being housed in one apartment or something like that. One room, actually, in Japan is very important because they don't have land. In Nigeria, there are so many things we should be talking about. Stop boasting about banalities. Right? Mike.
All right, we get your point. Look, Ajani Kuku, the floor back to you, man. Continue your... you had the floor. Continue, I beg.
You don't want me to land what I'm saying?
You just landed your point, now, didn't you?
You don't want to hear what I'm saying, though?
We heard what you said now. You just said it and said, I heard you. Then back to the person that had the floor.
I know, but I had other things.
I know the show became a panzer cooking show earlier, but come on, let's move on. Okay. Have you not received enough cooking? Come on now.
What did you just say? What did you say?
Have you not? Let's move on. Let's move on. I came to. I mean, you took a lot of cooking earlier, but let's move on. Let's move on.
Mike, so for me, those guys, I think they are just lucky. We just leave it like that. They are not lucky. And I hope the government will honor that promise. Because like I said earlier, the Nigerian government doesn't have that history of honoring promises to our sportsmen. So maybe Tinubu will do it this time. But they are lucky guys. Nobody expected them that they will get far. They made us proud, whether we like it or not. They got to the final. Our name is registered. It's going to be in the history book that When Cote d'Ivoire hosted the Nation Cup, Nigeria was in final with the Cote d'Ivoire, and the Cote d'Ivoire won. So they made history for us. So it's I'm happy for them. I'm happy, but I wish one of my boys is among them now. I would have been saying that, yes, we are owner of land and property in Abuja now. So congratulations to them. So let me leave it there.
All right. Yeah, I mean, to me, my own opinion about before I come to Diwali, I think Diwali will take the floor. I think no one expected those guys to really do anything because before the tournament, I mean, it was just they were not, people didn't understand them at all. We didn't know who they were. So everybody was just, people's expectation in that tournament was, okay, let's see what they really have. You know, they'll get a chance to play 3 straight games and maybe for round of 16, and we can see at this 4 straight games, see how to be able to measure the kind of team we have. So that's what everybody were looking towards. We're not anticipating that, okay, these guys, they are going to the final, and nobody was expecting that. That wasn't anyone's expectation. So what we saw was beyond expectation, but we are proud. But it doesn't negate the fact that I still feel like in the final, the coach, the guy really showed that he's not really a solid coach, man. I mean, he really came up with a bad strategy. He really exposed himself. What I got out of that final was, I mean, from the whole tournament is what I was thinking from the beginning before the tournament was, this coach, is he a good coach or not? And then is this team, are they really good enough team to play something in Africa, to be considered a top team in Africa? But at the end, what I found was that, okay, the team, they are good enough team to be a top team in Africa, but no, they are not good. I mean, I won't say they are enough to be out there in the world, to be top in the world, but they are good enough to be solid in Africa. But that coach, the guy, I won't lie, it's not that good enough, man. He proved himself, you know. I mean,
hello, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike. Yeah, if you look at it from what you are saying earlier, I totally agree with you that some of these guys were not even born in Nigeria. Some of them, they don't even have any connection to Nigeria. Exactly. So giving them land, giving them all this property in Nigeria can be a form of attraction for them to attract,
exactly, for them to come, you know.
To come.
You want people to have money to move to your space. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of these guys,
somebody like Lukman was born in England. He had nothing to do with Nigeria. So for him to have a property in Abuja,
most of them, they just come to play and go back.
Even their captain. All those guys are more like Nigeria abroad, that they don't even have any connection with Nigeria. So this one is one of those things that can actually make them to have some connection with their country. Then if you look at it now, sport generally is declining. The standard is declining, and in Nigeria it's declining very fast. If you look at the league where those guys are playing, how many players can we even, you can't compare them to the time of Olise, the time of JJ Okocha, where they are playing for big clubs. How many of our guys are playing for big clubs? Most of them are just playing for average club sides. You can't compare them with even the likes of the Senegalese players like Sadio Mane, all those that play for Liverpool, that play for big clubs. So
and Boniface too. But Boniface didn't make the squad. He was injured.
He was not part of the squad. He had an injury prior to the tournament, and then he was removed. So then, even that dedication, that determination, well, I can see some in them in this tournament. I think that was actually what propelled them. Because if you look at the pre-tournament performance of these guys, was nothing to write home about. So, in fact, I was surprised.
You mean you said the pre-tournament with the tournament?
Yes, pre-tournament performance.
Oh, yeah, pre-tournament. I was like, I was like, what is going on here? Is this a team?
They play Lesotho, playing draw with Sierra Leone, all those mediocre countries. You understand? It's just a surprise. But if you look at what they give,
go ahead.
So if you look at what they give them, like the Ivorians, they
Let me
gave
use
them
the
86,000.
opportunity to excuse myself. I'm heading out. Thank you very much.
$86,000.
I
That
will
was
see
what they
you
give the
next time.
Ivorians.
The whole team or
Hello.
just
No,
I'm hearing you.
each $86,000, and they said they are going to give them $86,000 worth of houses in Abidjan also. So that was what they give the Ivorian. The South African that came to us,
Simba, they gave them each of them $86,000 cash.
yes, cash.
And worth of house for it is
That will worth that same amount.
wow.
I mean, they deserve it
So
now.
and that is why when you are talking, you know, let me tell you, you know, Nigeria, we are very good at easily say, okay, this is what this thing might be excessive. If Nigerian government did not announce such a thing, we are still be the one that be castigating our government for
Yeah,
not
we see they
trying
don't award.
enough for them.
I know they don't
They are not encouraging them. They are not doing that. You know, it's just Nigeria. Anyhow you do it, Nigerians must just condemn you. We don't see
They
anything.
condemn you.
So
Yeah, to me that's a positive move, man. You have to award, and it's been so shameful that there is we don't have national award, and also all these. You know, every country have these athlete the award for their sports for their athletes once a year. Well, who's the English player of the year? Who's the Italian player of the year? Who's the they do it. But Nigeria, we don't have that. Who's the Nigerian athlete of the year kind of award? All those kind of things. Or anything.
because
Even
we don't
develop your sport now.
do you know that the 1994 Super Eagles, it was last year that they finally honored that squad? I think last year or 2 years ago, they finally honored that squad. Those guys now.
You see what I'm talking? It's just like that is what I was talking about. That we don't have history of honoring the promise or promises to our sportsmen.
This not it's not even a matter of promise. They never promised to honor them in the first place. They did. They just, I mean, like literally, they never even acknowledged them.
You know, it was that time of handshake. Now you remember that time of handshake.
Handshake.
Yeah, that was a time Nigeria. Yes, that was a tournament.
Yeah. That what's the name of those junior?
Yes, now it was a handshake.
Handshake during is it not the Diagbon regime?
No. During the Diagbon 1985, they were the first to win under 17. No, they gave them $5,000. People were even shouting that time.
No, there's a difference between even this one. There's a difference between you give them.
It was after that. I could remember it was during the military regime. I think it was a handshake that they gave them that time.
Yeah, but
maybe
what I'm
1983 also.
Yeah,
Okay, continue what you're saying, Mike.
But what I'm saying is that like long time honoring, like always talking about them, like kind of like just honoring them as people that participated, they were country's legend, those kind of things. We don't have it in Nigeria like that, you know.
All those countries that you are talking about that they honor their, they have a local competitions. Is the people they participate within that country. Okay, now on what are you going? What criteria are you going to use now to say, okay, this is the best footballer when everybody spread around the world playing their teams?
Okay. For example, let me give you an example. Israel Adesanya, for example, the guy won Iceland. Is it Iceland? Which country is he based? Is it Iceland or Iceland? No, it's not Iceland. What? Austria. Is it? No. What's that country next to Australia? They have the same flag as Australia.
New Zealand.
Do you know the guy won New Zealand Athlete of the Year or something like that? The year they gave him the award for his performance in the UFC. The guy is also a Nigerian. No? He's both Nigerian and New Zealand. So when he does his battle, sometimes he put Nigerian flag. Every other fight he used Nigeria, and then the other flag they will say from New Zealand, and they use Nigeria and New Zealand both. And New Zealand they honor him as he's one of our citizens, so they give him that award. And also, this guy that played for NBA, that's the number one, the MVP, the Niger boy, Giannis. He's Greek and Nigerian. They honor him in Greece. They honor them, even though they are not black, they are not white. They were not even citizens of Greece their entire life until they became NBA player. The Greek finally gave their citizenship. They honor them as people that are representing that society, those countries. But Nigeria, oh Lord have mercy. We don't even know acknowledgements. We have sport ministry. Can you guys hear me now? I don't know what happened to this thing. I have to
Okay,
go
yes.
out and come. Okay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know. This thing just froze, man. We had people in the back. So what I'm saying, what did you hear me? What did you hear me say last year? I don't know. I was just talking. So I realized that this thing wasn't. So what I'm saying is that we have athletes like Israel, like the guy representing Nigeria. You have that guy in the NBA that's the number 1 player. Also, they are half Nigeria, half Greek, and those other countries honor them for their achievement for that year. They give them the athletes of the year of the country. But in Nigeria, we have sport ministry, and these guys, I don't even know what they are doing. Like, I don't know what they are doing, man. Like, this kind of tell me about other ministry, like agencies. This is an example of how you just kind of expose the unproductive things that's going on within our ministries and agencies. Like this kind of area of sport right now, like those basic things is not being done. Like, where's the sports? This thing we are not seeing it. So that's just what I see, I mean, there's so much work to be done, man. Abi?
If Nigeria, what you are saying, if Nigeria want to be doing that, then I think it will be good. But because we have a lot of Nigerians spread all over the world performing brilliantly in sports. But as you said, the people in the ministry, are they really seeing them as being Nigerians? That is another thing.
It's not. I mean, it's not about what you see. It's just strategy. It's about doing your job. You have to know your country's interest. That's one. Number one, you want to promote. I say sport ministry. What are your goals? Are you trying to promote sports in the country? Are you trying to push
let me
sport?
give you.
It should be all about
examples
sports.
that we can give, Mike. John Fashanu. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, John Fashanu. When John Fashanu was playing active football, he was asked. They invited him to come and play for Nigeria. He refused to come because he wanted to play for England that time. After he retired from football, that was when he now came back and now started fighting for the chairman of NFA of Nigeria. There are so many of them that they have contacted them.
Is that Simba talking?
Yes.
Simba, your information is not very accurate. You are close, but it's not very accurate.
Okay. You can shed light on it.
When we played, when Nigeria played Tunisia for the World Cup qualifiers, for Spain 82 qualifiers in Lagos, John Fashanu came. Justin Fashanu came. and John Chidozie came for the qualifier. They actually wanted to. Unfortunately, the procedure was not that very straightforward. I mean, I was privileged to watch the stadium on that day, National Stadium. They did not play in that qualifier, and that kind of sealed their fate or dampened their morale in their interest to play for Nigeria. It was difficult making that decision, but eventually they did come. They were there. They wanted to be part of that team. For that qualifier, it was one hell of a day. So the story that John Fashabi eventually came and wanted to be NFA chairman is not altogether very correct, because he actually made attempts to play for Nigeria. But for whatever reason, maybe he was not good enough. Maybe he was no longer in his prime. Yes.
I watched one of his podcasts with Peter Said-Ida, where he mentioned that when he came, he was even asked for a bribe, and he felt like him being a struggling soccer player, that how could he be paying to be featured in for a country that he loved, and eventually it seems the team does not even like him, so and he doesn't fit in perfectly, so he felt that there's no point trying to act as if
And Adewale, you believe that story at that time? You believe that story?
I mean, during the Olise
Because
era
let me
and all
tell you,
that,
you
they
know
were
why I'm saying
bribing
this,
the coach
Adewale.
now.
Let me tell you this. You know why I'm saying that? Because after their own, I remember in the late 80s, somebody like Folorunso Kenla, somebody like even Sam Okwaraji, they came on their own evolution. Nobody, yes, they in fact follow Samuel Okwaraji.
But in fairness to John Fashabi and John Chidozie, Nigeria was not as very attractive as it was becoming post 84. Yes, what brought us to limelight? You remember Odiye now, Godwin Odiye saga, when we wanted to go for World Cup in 1978 Argentina. So, and you remember the Tarila
Okorowata. Tarila Okorowata. You are breaking.
They asked who are the because I did not get the right that aspect did not really hold too much water. But I think they did that best. I don't think they missed them. I think they really
sorry, it don't let me that any Bishop well, or is my problem here.
That's true, that's true. Victor, your this thing is breaking, cracking, so we're hardly hearing you.
Yes, Mike. You remember we were on a panel and we were talking about this football stuff, and it's what unfortunate. Let me take an instance what Samuel Eto'o did when he came to Cameroon, when he became president of Cameroon. He started recognize the football league. He created he took what CAF was doing, like African Football of the Year CAF award, and he created something like that in Cameroon where they reward the best player of the league, the best performance team of the league, of the Cameroon Football League, like the leagues that they run, and all these things. And
I think I remember you telling me that. Yeah. That's
So
what I remember. I told you. I said Cameroon in the next future they will be one of the very top football countries in Africa without moves Samuel Eto'o is doing. Like he's literally building he's starting locally. He's taking it back to the local. So now he's taking it back to the days how they were discovering people like Rojamila and all those guys back. Remember those guys back in the
the guy actually resigned. They didn't accept his resignation.
But let me tell you, Mike, that time is even from now.
Yeah, but what he's actually doing is just that people are hating. I mean, it's not that because
we know what you are coming to promote. Let us talk. Let us talk. That time is even from now. unless he is able to bring a lot of money to the local league in Cameroon. If you remember that time, say some of the players that actually brought Cameroon to limelight that time were not even born in Cameroon. Some of them are born in France.
Really?
No,
Like
Yes.
Jamila and them?
no.
Not Logamila, but some of them are born in France.
No, but they are,
Judah,
they are top players. They are top players.
who are the top players then?
But I thought Cameroon,
Those guys, were they playing Cameroonian League? They were not playing Cameroonian League. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, money is not in Africa.
You are confusing between two different times. Back then, it was mostly those guys were mostly born in Cameroon, but now,
I know
these
this,
guys are
Judah.
not.
You cannot say you know they're more than I do. All those Rukuba song, all those.
No, they were born in Cameroon.
we are talking about the Jamila time.
Yes, now.
Even the president of George Weah, as we speak, used to play in Cameroon League.
Thomas.
Yeah, I know George Weah played in Cameroon. He was discovered in Cameroon. I was playing in Cameroon.
Yeah, he was discovered in Cameroon. So look,
I know Nigeria and Cameroon. We had some good program back then in the 80s, 70s.
Yeah.
That's how we were able to
They were
produce.
not, those programs are not there. Okay, tell me the last time you see any Cameroonian team, even in the local in the African Championship.
No, we are talking about back then. No, we are not talking about now, Simba now.
Yeah.
What we are telling you now is that what we used to have back then died. So even in Nigeria, it died. So what Samuel Eto'o is trying to do now is revive it. He's trying to build the local this thing now.
Let
me tell you
what I'm saying is that anything in sports now, sport is business. You understand? If it's good, how is he going to do it to bring money to make it competitive so that player can even say, okay, they want to come and play in Cameroonian League? That's what I'm saying.
You are taking it a little bit too out of
let me tell
the point you are making. What we are saying, we understand. We are not saying it's going to. Hold on, Jude, give me a second. We are not arguing here that it's going to build Cameroonian League to become something. That's not what we are saying. We are saying he's trying to start the program locally, like.
Exactly.
And from there, what's going to come out of it is you start discovering the talents locally. The same way you can't say the one we had in the 80s and that time was as good as the league they have in Europe. No, it wasn't a league that we didn't have like strong league like that. We just had program that were taken seriously, and then from there we started our hold on. Then let me land. And then we discover. Hold on now. Give me a second. Okay. Give me a point. So from there, that's where we're able to we create a platform for talented people to come in through, and then from there, all those talents were being discovered, and then eventually those talents went to Europe, but at least we discovered them. But today, you can be a talented person in Nigeria now or in Cameroon. You can't show there's no way to display your talents. So that's what Eto'o is trying to bring back. So that's the point me and Julia are trying to make to you. Yeah, right.
Exactly. Another point that I was trying to make is that, I mean, I'm not trying to say this is Cameroon, but what I was saying is what this guy did was when he came into power, right? Guess what he did? He met all the team and he told them, look, this is the minimum wage of a football player playing in Cameroon. So a team cannot pay less than what that player is making. So this is the minimum wage. Either he make that minimum wage or he makes more than that. And that, for a start, at least all the teams are not complaining. Everything is going well. When he came into power, we have never heard that our national team, they have run out of money when they go to other countries to play. Before, Samuel Eto'o was even talking how they go and play Nations Cup all the way.
It happened in this tournament. Judah, even your team, this tournament, they were not paid though. They were fighting over allowance. No. What are you talking about?
What tournament are you talking about?
This I just concluded Nations Cup.
They got paid. They got paid, man. None of them have disagreed that they haven't got paid. Even they have not complained about food or anything. When it comes to that, Samuel Eto'o was a football player. He said he knows the problems that the football team is going through. The only problem that we are blaming Samuel Eto'o is too much interference. He doesn't give the coach his own, what the coach has to do. He wants to control the coaching side and he wants to control the whole football. That is the major issue. But when it comes to financial aspect, all the footballers are getting their money. They are getting paid on time. Everybody is having a good time with it.
I just like what you are doing. You always protect your country. It's a good thing. I like
No, I'm
your
not protecting. What
patriotism.
I'm saying is, at least we have
Even
if
if you are going to do
Okocha,
it with lies, you do it.
if,
It's good. I
no,
like
maybe
it.
if
I like the
Okocha also
spirit.
takes, maybe if Okocha also takes power in Nigeria like a football coach, he that has played football,
So
right?
Simba,
I mean,
I gotta kind of agree with you in this, like kind of be on the side of Cameroon to some extent, because I've actually looked into it, and a lot of my Cameroonian people tell me what's going on. Actually, what Cameroon is doing, making someone like Eto minister of sport and things like that, is what Nigeria should be doing. Who should be minister of sport should be someone like former super good player like Kanu, Okocha, Shegun Degbami, one of those guys that they should be the NFL president or something like that. But what we always say in Nigeria is the NFL president was somebody that had never played anything for Nigeria before. Their family doesn't even understand the
all
value
this
of the game.
does not mean, let me tell you, being an ex-player does not mean make you a good administrator.
That's not the point. But what I'm saying is, are you telling me out of all the super ego players we've had, I mean, these guys don't even want, they don't have a position in the sport, NFF. They don't. You can't tell me that no, they know the game now. They play the game. I mean, you can't tell me
this thing
the
is just saying
administrative.
something.
Hold on. The administrative parts. Come on now, that's no this thing. Now. Of course, people. It's not like who's in charge. You can't tell me a coach is only in charge of the administration or these administrative issues. I mean, though you hire professionals for that, but when we're talking about the actual sports, the passion for the game, the vision, they've played. They have more experience in that area, the area of the game. So they should be the one involved. They should be have position in those ministries. I mean, NFL chairman should be one ex-Super Eagle player, not some guy that doesn't know anything. You can, and if what we are seeing being displayed by whoever is in this thing is making sense, I can say, okay, you have an argument. Well, I'll give you an example. They don't even do awards. So that tells you that we have incompetent people in NFL, running NFL. So let the ex-players take over now, because those guys are playing in Europe. They see how they award people. They have more experience. Abi, yeah.
Let me buttress what you just said. Look, the base of any real development in Nigeria is our civil service. I'm sorry, maybe we have civil servants among us here. Those laws are a very extremely terrible laws. Anything you want to destroy just involves the civil servants. People think that politicians are worse, but honestly speaking, civil servants are worse. Look, the issue of sports in Nigeria, how did we get to where we are? There was a particular time that, I used to go to the stadium to go and watch my darling team shooting at far away, and you struggle to get a space. All of a sudden, Nigerians were involved in promoting European football. And you will go to stadium, you can count how many persons. How did we get that low? They were funding for sports. Federal government was funding sports ministry. Even state government were sponsoring clubs and their ministries. But the monies were not getting to the real sports. 70% of the money was ending up for running administration. When the battle for NSA, which was supposed to be like in charge of our football association, became so politicized, and before we knew what was happening there, Nigerian league died in natural death. Clubs were not making enough earnings in their gate takings to even pay the salary of footballers. So footballers were looking for other things. It is not uncommon for you to see a footballer that says is a professional footballer, even when we started, come to go to and do some manual job first before he comes for training. Or come
Bishop,
for training.
can you let me remind you of something? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, you remember in the late 80s, during the time of Leventis, Nwanyawu.
Yes, I know.
You understand? You know, most of the clubs are privately owned by companies. ACB of Lagos, Stationery Store, Bende Insurance, and all those things. Now, you remember that they had the privately owned clubs that time, Abiola Bibbs. They had a meeting with the NFA, and they wanted some things from NFA that time.
They made their demand.
Exactly. Iwanyawu was part of the people that actually failed in that agreement that time. And that was what led to the disbandment of Leventis United, if you remember.
John
So
Mastros.
it was that time that our league just fell.
Our league died. They killed our league. And it was
Exactly.
very painful.
Because
For people
you
that
remember
thought
there are so many teams, Ranchers Beat, there are so many big
Yeah,
teams in Nigeria that are
I
performing
know
well.
all the teams. I was going to the stadium to watch football matches. I mean, from Spartans of Owerri to Calabar Rovers to Shooting
Calabar
Stars,
Rovers,
Leventis
yes.
United, Abiola Beach,
Mighty Jet of George, Mighty Jet of George,
Calabar.
yes.
So ACB,
Ekano Pillars,
what's their name? NMB.
NFA,
The
NNB, New Nigerian Bank of Benin, yes.
Yes, New Nigerian Bank, where Temile Clement and the rest came from. The Keshi, what's this other guy's name? So, yeah, we were doing good. So, they killed. Look, there was something they used to say. I don't know anybody that will remember this. There was this thing that they popularized in the 80s then. One guy said, some people take football as a matter of life and death. I hate that attitude. It's far more worse than that. And we just discovered that Nigerians prefer. I don't have a favorite. I don't have any team in Europe. I don't support any team at all.
Because let me tell you another thing. In that time, they started beaming English League to us. At that time, they don't even call it, because they have not started Premiership. They call it Big League. They call it Big League Soccer. That they be showing highlights every weekend.
They started.
They started promoting European and American music,
yes,
and
they were
everything
showing
foreign.
it on our televisions.
Their music, their football, everything. They started promoting it to us.
Do you know when they started PBOB, Pepsi Best of Football? Do you remember?
Yes. They
used to do it immediately after Soul Train.
Exactly, Soul Train. Yes.
And gradually, people would prefer to go and watch matches in football viewing center rather than going to the stadium. And that's one of the reasons why I don't have any European team. Till today, I never supported any, not a single one. Not a single one. Because those were the things that killed our shooting stars, that killed water corporations, that killed. I was sympathetic and I liked Eyimba, the way they came. But apart from shooting stars, yeah, I love Leventis United because of, how
Eyimba came later now. They were not even part of the team in Nigeria before now. They are just a young club.
Eyimba came in
in the 90s, early 90s.
Yeah, early 90s. I want to remember. But I mean, they won Champions League. Shooting stars lost. My biggest pain in football that made me to rethink was shooting stars lost to Zamalek. That was
yeah. I remember that game. Atomo. It was in yes.
I was there. I saw the match. I was there live. And that match was no. There was no need for us to lose that match. It was the conspiracy within the NFA. It was shooting stars that won the Winners' Cup in 1976 or
1976. No, they won it first, then Rangers won it the following year.
So was it 75 shooting won it or 76?
76.
So now the problem is shooting stars was the first team that won that continental. Is it that shooting stars that will now still win the first CAF Champions League?
No, so it was actually was not. No, Nigeria never won. None of them won CAF Champions. It was Winners' Cup that they won.
No, you did not get what I'm saying. I'm saying it was shooting stars that won the Winners' Cup. Now, the opportunity presented itself when Shooting Stars
Okay,
qualified for the
that final with Samalek, that's what you are referring to.
Yes. So the conspiracy is that the same team that won, and they are already bragging with it. So there was conspiracy against Shooting Stars not to win that match, because there was no reason they did not bring that match to Ibadan. To
Liberty Stadium.
There was no reason whatsoever for them not to allow them to replace Felix Owolabi with what's this guy? Humphrey Edobo. They would have made that speech easily, because Owolabi already had 2 yellow cards, and we knew they were not going to use it. So that conspiracy was very obvious. But anyhow, it's part of history now. Now, how did all these things affect the development and growth of football in Nigeria? Sponsorship and money. Hey, we knew when the first set of Nigerians that went to play professional in Ivy Coast, for that matter, it was Stevie Kashi and what's his name now? And because Stevie Kashi was disciplined.
Asek Mimosa and what is the name of this other
exactly, Asek Mimosa, get it. And it was because Kashi was disciplined because of some misbehavior. And everybody just open eyes to it and say, and we know the bad boys of Nigerian football there now. Etim Ese, Tadila Okorowanta, who again? This guy. What's this guy that played in under 20 when they went to Chile?
Bishop, you cannot, if you cannot actually, if you want to say the real truth, you know there was this rivalry between the East and the West, the Rangers and Shooting Stars that time. That was the main problem.
That was what I was referring to with that Shooting Stars Koala now. That was what I was referring to. That rivalry was what I was referring to. Anyhow, so how do we move forward in Nigerian football? Football should be professionalized. Football should be able to fund itself. I mean, it cannot depend on state or federal government to be funding football. Let them get sponsorship from corporate bodies. Let them bring back like this. Look at Leventis United. Look at Adebayo Base, these salary stores. I remember when Iwayan bought Spartans of Owerri and named them, what's the name? He changed their name to something. What was the name he gave them? You know Spartans of Owerri?
Yes, I know Spartak. I think immediately he changed it to Nwaya. We didn't give them any other name.
Was it Iwayan? I thought they had one name.
No, it was in Wanyawu. It was in Wanyawu because they were also competing with the like of Leventis, Abiola Base, the Adebayo Base, the stationery store that time. Yes, it immediately changed their name to Wanyawu Base.
Because it was in Wanyawu that first gave a footballer that gave this sports brand 505 Evolution. That gave him Evolution.
Hey, that Wanyawu, is it the same Wanyawu today? That's the head of.
Yeah, the same man. The same man.
Yes. He bought Spartans of Owerri. Spartans of Owerri came to Ibadan one day to come and play in the league with Shooting Stars. First half, Shooting Stars was leading 3-0. I was right there in the stadium. And before you know what was happening, they equalized the 3 goals in the second half. I almost collapsed. Waiting. How? In a crucial match, 3-0 down, and then it was like, and Shooting Stars players know that they will never be able to leave that stadium. Guys, we stole them. Was it not Ibadan that they killed Igbenewale George? I don't know how many people remember Igbenewale George, the younger brother of Finidi George.
Oh, I remember in 1998, around that time, 95, 96, maybe 97, no, yeah?
No, it cannot be 90, should be.
No, I said around 1990, around 1996 or 95 or something like that, sir. I think.
No, I don't think
when the thing was shot by police now, Abi. Finidi George, your younger brother.
It was not police that shot you, and then forget police. No be police killer. Now somebody killer, that people killer. It's just the same thing that happened to Escobar.
Oh.
That happened to.
Oh, wow.
So what can we do to our football? Let's professionalize football.
But Bishop, another thing that I can identify is the advent of private schools in Nigeria also. It kills
Yeah,
sports.
that one should keep. No,
Yes, because school football, school sports.
Have you forgotten principal corps?
That's what
International
I'm saying.
sport.
That's where I'm going now.
You used to have international sport, yeah. But I'm going to come and jargon, man. International sport.
Apart from that sport, principal corps football competition was something very in Ibadan. I had my Ibadan brought up, and yeah. And I did a bit of athletics. And I know that if
It is not only football. If you remember the likes of Chidinimo, Marion Yale, the Efinwa brothers, they were all identified from school sports. And they yes.
Olapade Adeneko,
yes.
Efinwa brothers.
Efinwa brothers.
I was a sprinter. I was 300 meters. Inter-house sports, we were raining everywhere in Ibadan.
You know, that time, Super Eagles used to produce players. During the 90s, we were just producing players, especially attackers. We're seeing about this guy, movie Paraku, Whistle Rumor. Another one will come every year. We are introducing
let me tell you one thing, Mike. If you look at the 1980 team, it was predominantly 3 clubs that produced that team. It was Shooting Star, Rangers, and Bende Insurance.
1980. Let me try and see the players. Can you remember the players?
I can give you their names. Mudalawa from Shooting Star. Felix Owolabi from Shooting Star. Shegun Odegban from Shooting Star. Beto Gedegbe from Shooting Star. There's this other guy. Then the last of Ademola Adesina, yes. Then now from Rangers, that's where you have the Christian Chukwu.
There's somebody else again from Shooting Star. I'm trying to remember his name.
Best Ogedegbe, the goalkeeper, is from there.
I know. Okay, hold on. Christian Chukwu, Shegun Odegban, Felix Owolabi, Kule Awesu.
Actually, that one doesn't participate actively. I think he's on the substitute bench. You understand? So the last of Christian Chukwu, Sima, Adele, Adoke, and Misimaka.
Hold on. Because somebody did not play. Ahmed Musa did not play in any match in this Nations Cup. But he is getting the house, and he will not say because somebody did not play.
He's a political appointee.
No,
he's a political appointee.
Kule Awesu participated now. I mean, you can't say that. Kule Awesu was there. I remember Kule Awesu very well. Okay, Sima, Adoke Abesimaka,
David Adele,
exactly.
Okay, Sima.
And this our young short man. Where is he now, sir? This number 10. What's his name now? This Igbo guy. What's his name now?
Number 10, everybody is a coach.
Not the coach.
That's the only number 10. Nigeria has ever, I mean, we can still produce that. That's really top number 10 like that.
No, Okocha, I beg. Okocha, what's his name now? No, Okocha for where? Forget Okocha, I'm sorry. Okocha was an entertainer, was not a footballer.
Yeah, Okocha was like, to be honest, if I name my top 5, Okocha will not be in top 5, but he's still a good entertainer, but it's not.
Okocha was an entertainer.
Yeah, I always speak of himself. You need all those guys coming above Okocha. Yeah.
In the days of September, what do you call it in Lagos? It was his brother that was actually the footballer.
Emmanuel Okocha, that's true.
Emmanuel, bless you. It was Emmanuel that was the footballer in the days of September. Anybody that knows September in Akoka, Lagos. It was Emmanuel. It's just that the way God does his thing, you cannot question God. It was Emmanuel that was the lead. Okocha was just a ball juggler, not a purposeful footballer. But it was lucky. I'm not taking anything away from it. So, back to Simba. So, I agree with you. But there was one more team. There were 4 teams that dominated the national team there. Not 3.
It was Bede Insurance, Rangers, Shooting, and one team in Lagos. Is this stationery store, BSTB, or something like that?
No, I think it's stationary schools. Okay, our 3 goalkeepers were from where?
Ogedegbe is from Shooting Star. Okala
Shooting Star.
is from Rangers. Emmanuel Okala is from Rangers.
So the third keeper, from where?
I can't remember. Maybe it's from Bende Insurance or something like that.
I'm trying to. Oh my God, that is not the catch up. I can't remember them. And I met a number of them. I met them in one-on-one. I met them very well, either in the battle or going for stationary stores practice. I met them a number of times.
Majority of them were, we were in the final in 1984 again with Ivory Coast where we were beaten. You remember?
Yeah, I know.
And that was what led to some of them leaving the national team that time. Then the lack of civication now came in and became a captain.
Why do Nigeria have so much bad luck in finals, man? I don't know why.
No, if you look at it, we are the best. So we have been in the final more than any other team in Africa.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that some of the finals we lost, we shouldn't have. We were robbed. But let's leave it. Some of the finals we shouldn't have lost.
Even when we hosted the cup, in 2000 during the likes of Okocha, we lost in Lagos to Cameroon.
So far we're the only host that lost in the final.
Was it Wishing a rumor? No, not Wishing a rumor. What's this guy's name? What's his name? You remember his name? That penalty, that was a penalty now in 2000. And that penalty actually scored. But the referee ruled it out.
Bishop, see, please, that he's talking of Osondu. Osondu is a small boy now. Osondu are under 17, 1985 now.
When we talk, do you remember Odiye, key Nigeria, call Nigeria?
Hey, yeah, call Nigeria. Yeah, I remember.
Was he paper that missed the penalty in 2000?
That was 1978. Odiye, Nigeria, call Nigeria. And Ogbonifawole did the same thing for Shooting Stars. And we now change the name from Ogbonifawole to
Bishop, you remember that if you are listening to radio commentary, it's so exciting.
Yeah, those names of players.
Right. Yeah. Those commentators that time.
Now Nigerian radio is just Afrobeat they are talking about.
No. That in fact, you imagine listening to radio commentary and you can still follow the football.
You can follow, that time. Remember the 90s. That time, move your baraku. That's why you know their names. It's not like some of these players. Not like you've seen them. Just hear their names often. When you are playing well, they keep saying your name over and over and over, and you won't know who that player. You won't know who that player look like, but you will know his name. You will know his name, Sha. That I used to enjoy those commentary.
In fact, those.
Simba, sorry, yes. I went on. Simba. I said you did not remember Agnes Okonkwo.
Agnes Okonkwo, I remember him now.
Intercontinental ballistic. And he named Odegbami the Mathematica Odegbami. And he named he named another guy. Was it Temile Clement?
Yes, Temile Clement, yes.
Every time I remember the Maradona of Nigeria, my heart breaks. But that was one guy that was.
You remember that man miracle? Remember that man miracle?
Saudi 85.
89. It was 89, not 85.
No,
Saudi 89.
Sorry, Saudi 89.
Yeah. Versus the Soviet Union. Imeji Lawal. And this other guy, what is his name now? Johnny Ohehe, the free kick taker. Chris Ohehe.
Christopher Wosu. Then Ohehe.
No, Wosu is not in that team. Chris Ohehe is the one that used to take free kick that time.
Your connection is bad.
Maybe driving.
So why do you guys think we lost this final? Your opinion,
To me, if I can blame the coach and blame the players, none of them.
I think it's the coach. Jude, are you there?
Oh yeah, I'm here, man. I'm
Did
here.
you watch the final between Nigeria and Ivory Coast?
Yeah, I watched the final,
Well,
man.
what did you see? What did you see? What did you see in there?
I just feel that Nigeria, most of them were tired, having played all the games, and they couldn't take it to when it came to the last game, which was the final. I feel like the determination, it's
They
not
were
there.
they
The
were
last
they were
push,
sitting back.
exhausted. Yeah,
You
you
know,
kind of even
maybe it could be that they were exhausted. I don't know, but
yeah exhausted.
I
Even when this young guy that came through from Ivory Coast or Adrianga, man, man, this guy was doing passemande jam, like doing a lot of passes inside you guys at defense line. I
You,
was
if
like,
you
wow,
look at this guy, even that
so.
day, our line
Um,
did not perform well. Look, even that goal came
no.
from his side
Simba,
now.
Simba, this is what I saw. This is what I saw. The moment the game started, they all just went back, sitting back. Like it's like almost, you know how team play against Man City. When game started, you all sit back to defend against Man City. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
like, what
that's
is
what
this?
the
And that's the
Nigerian
first
coach.
time I see them play like that. And the
But
reason why
That has been the strategy from the beginning of the
it's not.
tournament.
No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not. The strategy has
Mm.
always been Simon, Lukman, and Osimhen just attacking the opponent, whereby the opponent are so busy defending those guys. Our defenders are just relaxing to the point where our defenders, like online, not even be pushing up. You understand? Where you see online on their half, on the opponent's crossing, you see Bassi pushing up. That's why our defense, the K1 is the best defense, because our offense give our defenders room to relax. You understand? That's
but
been our strategy throughout the whole tournament. Our
no,
attackers.
when your coach was playing Cameroon, he said they just need to score one and defend. So we obviously thought that the Nigerian, experiment was just to score and defend till the game's end. So that's why when they score against Ivory Coast, I kind of see that kind of defense. But once Ivory Coast scored, and then the Nigerian defense went loose, and a panicking was on the, and Ivory Coast put
No.
another
They,
one
they
in.
stuck. They stuck to the same game. They were just defending the whole game, which didn't make any sense to me. And Ivory Coast was just to the point where Ivory Coast defenders was even in our own half, in front of our boxing team, passing the ball. When we have the best, when they are not even afraid of Osimhen anymore. Like Osimhen was defending.
Oh,
I'm like,
come
what
on,
is
man.
this?
Mike, you remember I
Yeah.
told you Osimhen is
And
not a
the thing
striker,
is,
man.
the other games we've been playing, Osimhen usually stay in a half. They will have like two defenders on him the whole game. You understand? To the point where
Yeah,
Osimhen was even left alone because they are just busy in our half because all our players are just defending. I'm like, why are you defending? And the strength of Nigeria was the attack because most of our best
You
players
know,
are attackers.
Mike, right from the beginning, I was not praying for us to meet, even if we are going to get to the final, to meet the host country. Let me tell you, it will be difficult. It will be very difficult for Nigeria to have won that game. The Ivorians, they were surprise finalists. They were almost getting eliminated even in the group stage.
Yeah, to me, Ivory Coast was they were just lucky all the way. They were not really that strong.
Exactly. So
and
for
the
them to
thing
have
is,
gotten to that
I
final
literally
and
thought
with that kind of home support and everything, that it was like Nigeria was
okay,
playing the whole of Africa.
listen now, the only game where I can say that they were
it was the game
play
against
where they were
Senegal.
lucky was against Senegal. But the other games, they coming from behind, they were just lucky. Like I watched their whole game now. They only have a couple of, like, literally, if Nigeria play the way we play Cameroon and face, like, just take the game today, we will trash them. Because the first game we played there in the group stage, Nigeria, we didn't even pick up, we didn't know ourselves. It wasn't our best game. And yet, we still beat them, So I was thinking the next time we meet, because after the group stage, that's when Nigeria picked up. That's when we discovered that, our connection between Simon, Osimhen, and Lukman was deadly. That was when we figured it out, and we kept to that formation. And we kept on playing, and that's when we started playing good from that point on. But then we got to the final. I'm thinking if we keep that same formation, me and Ivory Coast, we just wash them off. And people are talking to that before they were, even Ivorian was saying, almost this second game, Nigeria, they are like 3 times better than the way they were when they play Ivory Coast in the group stage. And then, to my surprise, the final came, the coach didn't start Simon. He started Chukwueze doesn't link well with Osimhen. The guy does not link well with Osimhen and Lukman. His game is different. Chukwueze is not a player that control that look before he gets the ball and make a pass or run with it. He's not that kind of player, so he doesn't link well. So he started Chukwueze and then he decided defensive. I'm like, wow, no, the strategy was just bad, man.
Mike, I was seeing I thought I went online and was checking how many times have Nigeria gone to the finals. It seems like Nigeria has gone to the finals of the AFCON than any other African country, and
Yeah,
it kind of showed me that they have lost more in the finals than every other country. I think they have
the
only win
final,
two.
semi-final now, even more semi-final.
We have
Many
won
Right,
semi.
right,
more. If you look
right.
at it,
So
bronze medal, silver medal, and this thing, Nigeria have won more than any other
yeah,
country. You
yeah,
have
yeah.
to
I mean, you
see.
have won more, but I mean, when it comes to winning, I mean, oh, see,
We
man,
have lost more in the final. We have lost more in the final.
you might win silver or bronze, but what most people are actually looking for is gold. And this is the thing. I think Cameroon have gone 9 times and actually won five of these gold medals, and then probably one bronze or maybe two silver. But look, man, Nigeria does not have that spirit of winning, especially when it comes to finals. I mean, you could check from
They,
past experience. It's not
yeah,
that we are
they always
just
get to the
joking.
final. They just screw things up, man.
Yeah,
Because this
they
it was
slow down
everybody. It
the
was their
pace.
final to lose, man. To me, if they would have come out and play their game the same way
Yeah,
they were
the
playing,
game that they
and
play
they lose, I
Cameroon.
won't have problem. You understand? I won't have problem.
Right.
My only disappointment was just that you've been playing this one game that we all enjoying. You played against Cameroon, you played against Angola, you attacked them, you played against South Africa, but then you got to the final, you started to do something else, and you just didn't show up. I'm like, oh, come on, man.
See, let me
I
tell
just
you,
don't
right? If
understand, man.
if Cameroon will have make it to the final, I don't think I will,
There's
because
no way
when
they
we
will
go
lose,
to the
man.
final,
Dude,
it's a whole different level when
one
Cameroon
thing I
goes.
respect about Cameroon, when it comes to that final, oh, well, they got to die there.
You you can win us in
They
the
are
group
not living
stage
without
quite
that
all
team,
right.
man. Even the final game, the Cameroon lost. You watch that game, you know the battle to the end, man.
You see
Like,
what we happened? We did it with Egypt in 2017. Egypt won us because in Ghana we went to the finals in 2008. We beat Ghana in the semi. Went to final with Egypt. Egypt won us because of what Gobert song did at the defense. They
yeah, I
won us
remember
1 goal.
now.
But when
But
it came,
Cameroon battled
yeah,
them to the end, man. The Gobert just fell,
exactly.
Yeah. I saw
When
the
it
game
came to
now.
2017, Egypt was leading us 1-0. Man, we came from behind and beat them 2-1. Vincent Abubakar and all this. So we put it doesn't happen like often, like to lose and then come back again and lose from the same person. So that final, man, is a do. When it comes to final, it becomes a do or die. That's why I wish Nigerians will have put in that all in that final. It would have
Exactly in
been a
that
do or
final,
die
and
game.
that's where my
You know?
disappointment was. Like
Yeah.
literally, my only disappointment in that game was that they didn't come to put their all at all.
Yeah.
Like they didn't. I would say that's the only game where they played to what, like didn't even put any energy effort. So that's my only disappointment. It's not that because they
But that
lost.
was a good game, though. I did not see any cheating in that game. I did not see the blame game on say, oh, the referee did this. It was a good
No,
call. I've seen a
the
lot of
referee
good,
was fair. Yeah. He
yeah,
didn't start giving cards. It was fair. He tried to be fair.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So I mean, Nigeria, they didn't come out, man. Like
yeah,
they
man,
didn't.
you guys will have been on the same level with Ghana. That's why Ghana excited because you guys did not,
Yeah, they
took
are all
out
happy.
get to the same level with them. So it was, yeah, it's a little bit sad, but most of us, even us in Cameroon, were happy about Ivory Coast winning Nigeria, man, because the bully. I mean, I mean, me and you spoke before, on other panels, we're talking about, man, Nigeria winning is gonna cause havoc. In most partners, in the social media,
Yeah, they'll be
everywhere
talking
was
trash.
gonna
I
be.
know. A lot of Nigerians are talking trash, man. I'm like, damn. I mean, like,
Mike, you know that.
it was the Ghanaian that started the whole trash talking because nobody was really going into the AFCON with thinking about other countries. The Ghanaians were the one that started that. They just, from the group stage, they're talking about Nigeria. I say Nigeria is in their group. Like, the
But even
Ghanaians,
this
man.
guy they call Pararan, this guy, I follow this Nigerian guy, Pararan News, man, Mog News. The guy was on it as well, man. Like, man, like, you know him. But I mean, I wish Nigerians, we got defeated by Nigeria. Nigeria is a big football nation, don't get me wrong. I mean, if we got defeated by Nigeria, I don't have no problem with it.
But
It's
one thing
football,
I respect about
you know.
Cameroonians though, man. Cameroonian and Nigerian rivalry, we always is respect. Is respect.
Right.
Like we don't trash talk each other. That's one thing I know about
Yeah, I mean,
Nigerian Cameroon. Even my Cameroon, when I get around there to discuss African football, Nigeria versus Cameroon, it's like we always talk about respect for our players.
bro, we
Like
are
it's
big
either the
nations, man.
Nigerians are always talking. We always trying to
We are
talk. We'll be like Ailing Eto, Ailing Iboma, talking
yeah,
good,
I mean,
and then the
Okocha,
Cameroonian guys will be talking good about the Nigerian
yeah,
players, how they admire
we have
them.
taken.
we have
So
taken similar stuff in the past, Olympic, you know,
yeah,
gold
exactly.
medal, a lot of things, man, you know.
So it's always like when we talk about our rivalry, it's always in a level of respect. Like we respect each other's.
Mike, in that
But the
2000,
Ghanaians, man, the Ghanaians own is
no,
like it's not.
Ghanaians.
Their own is just 18, just straight 18, man. Like they
Mike,
will
in
literally
that
just they will
2000,
not tell you anything good about you.
Mike, in that 2000 AFCON finals, all those guys that played that AFCON finals, Cameroon and Nigeria are all super. They have been the super best. I mean, most Africans look up
Yeah,
to these guys.
they
I
are
mean, you can't
friends.
talk
Yeah.
of Okocha. I mean, Samuel Eto'o, Patrim Boma, you talk of Kanu Nwankwo, all these guys. Come on, man. These were guys
It
that
was
played that AFCON finals.
sorry. The 2000 final, the one that lost the medal was Victor Ikpeba.
Yeah. Victor Ikpeba is one of his
Yeah,
penalty.
2002. Yep. Yeah, that was 2002. So, yeah, man, it was crazy. And, man, during that period, we took it back to back Cameroon 2000 and 2002. Yeah, man, we were fire. We had players that were Mark Vivian, Rigobert Song, all these Jeremy Gitap, all these guys were at a bigger level, man. And yeah, man, it's all good, man. Soccer is what holds us in Africa, man. We hope that the next AFCON is coming. It's gonna be in Morocco. We want to see another new improvement. Nigeria is gonna be there, maybe Cameroon, and yeah, we see how that goes, man.
Yeah.
And then
I want Nigeria Cameroon football to come back, man. There's two countries in Africa that always, I mean, like, yo, man, we gotta take it back, man. We gotta get back,
yeah, small countries were coming to talk like Gambia and all this. That's like, man, these guys,
Dude, when
man. I mean,
Cameroon beat Gambia, dude, I was happy, dude. I was like, this little Gambia, who the hell are you, man?
but
Little
the fact
Gambia
about
challenging
Nigeria is,
Cameroon.
right, this is the thing, right? Even though Nigeria win Cameroon, right? The next game again about Cameroon and Nigeria, there is always skeptical. Just because Nigeria win Cameroon doesn't mean it happens often. There might be a change, or people Cameroon might come back. So it's not like, okay, we win Gambia, we know we're gonna win Gambia. But when it comes to Nigeria, Cameroon, it's like Cameroon winning Nigeria or Nigeria winning Cameroon. It's not like, oh, okay, we're still gonna win. No, man. It's
There's
always that
always
fear,
fear.
right?
Every time we jam Cameroon, that name. There's always that level of sure. These
Right.
guys, these jam body
Man,
boys.
you remember you told me we're gonna do Jambodi with South Africa the way Cameroon used to do Jambodi. So, Juno,
Cameroon
we're
jam
gonna
body
do
football.
Oh man, yeah, Jambodi, right? Yeah. But you guys play South Africa though. That's why they calling the first call, and I mean, you guys won your penalty. That was a good game, man. Good game. You guys took it all the way to the finals. I wish you guys will have won, man. I mean, we'll have gotten no impact on Cameroon because we have 5 anyway. But I wish you guys would have won. And be on the same level with Ghana. But now Ghana keeps talking. The last time Ghana won their AFCON final was in 1984. I mean 1982.
What they are bragging about the trophies they won when nobody was playing football in
Nobody was even
1958
competing
before
during that. It
independence.
was only
Like
2 teams. It was only 4 teams competing during that period.
when nobody was playing football, those are the trophies they're proud about.
I mean, it's rather unfortunate that they won their last AFCON 4 times in 1982, and Cameroon won their first AFCON in 1984. So Cameroon have come back, from 1984 have won 5, and they are still on the same level. So
To me, Ghana have never been that country in Africa, football country that I always see as
no, I don't even know
that
their
big
big players.
powerhouse.
The only time they came up was during that World Cup in South Africa. That was it. I've never,
That was the only time. Even
I've
with that, I
never.
can't really say it was more like
I don't even know their big names. Like you talk about Nigeria or Cameroon. I mean, most of these guys used to look up to Nigeria and Cameroon footballers. You ask Josh Weah, he tell you how he look up to Cameroonians. These were people that give him room to play. This was a guy that even begged Cameroon nationality when he played for Canon, the Yaoundé. But I mean, he was shut down. So
you guys should have given
yeah,
him, man. If Georgia was on your squad in like
man.
that
But
in the
guess what?
90s or
But
something.
because we had players during that time, you talk of Cyril Makanaki, Emmanuel Kunde, you talk of all these Roger Miller, Oman B, Kana B, all these guys were top notch. Josh Weah wasn't even, people weren't looking up to him like that, till when he went overseas to France, and then he started showing what he had. So yeah,
He won
but
Ballon d'Or, the world best
yeah,
player.
he won Ballon d'Or, yeah, and all of that. Yeah, that was one thing Samuel Eto'o missed, man. Samuel Eto'o, they gave him third position during that period. I think they cheated on him too. Should have won that stuff. But
You
it's all
think
good, man. It's
think
all
if
football.
Messi and Ronaldo were not playing, you think Eto'o would have won at least one Ballon d'Or?
Eto'o will have won. Even when they gave it to Cannavaro, the defender from Italy, it wasn't Eto'o will have been the guy to win that period. You know.
Because Eto'o was the best striker in the world at one point, man. Like
Yeah,
that
but
guy
you got
was
players
that guy was
Thierry Henry.
he was
Thierry
him and
Henry has never
Ronaldinho,
won it. So
man. I used to enjoy watching Eto'o, man. That guy,
man,
the way he
Eto'o
used to
was a
strike.
beast. Eto'o in Barcelona, and even when he went to Inter Milan,
Yeah.
he
Eto'o
won
was a
Champions
classic
League
striker.
back to back, man. This guy was a
You know,
beast,
I can
man.
say Eto'o was even better than George Weah.
Yeah, Josh Weah. No, even Josh Weah respects Samuel Eto'o. Josh Weah has made. Come on, man. I mean, even Drogba
No,
said
no.
Eto'o
You
was
guys, you
better
are
than him.
stretching it too far. You are stretching it too far. What are you talking about? I don't know your
What?
age. Do you really watch George Weah when George Weah was playing? You
Oh,
can't
come on,
compare
come
now.
on.
George
Josh
Weah
Weah
and
did
Eto'o
not.
now.
Even Josh Weah has confirmed that Eto'o was even far better off than him. Come on,
No,
man.
you cannot do that. You cannot do that. You cannot do
What?
that.
Josh, how many
When
champions?
George Weah was a one-man show in any team he plays for.
How many Champions League did Josh Weah win?
No, it's not about how many trophies, man.
It's
Just
not about
I know
how
it's
many
not about how
Champions
many
League.
trophies,
It
but
depends on the
that
team
is
you
how
play
you
for.
rank
no.
a player.
That's not you measure who's a better player. It's not about how many
Yeah,
trophies.
but so you measure him by just winning the Ballon d'Or. That's what you just measure him with.
Yeah, no, I'm not going. You remember, I said Eto'o is better. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know, but I want to say it, but I'm not sure. But if I'm going with Ballon d'Or, then I would have just say George Weah is the greatest.
I mean,
I
Josh Weah, he
don't go
never
by your
won
trophy.
even an
I
AFCON
go by
final.
your the way me I
Yeah,
judge
but
players.
Josh
I go by
Weah
your
wasn't
For
talent.
George Weah to come from Sierra Leone,
No,
imagine
it's not
it's
for
not
Sierra
a
He
Leone.
was
It's
poor
from
from
playing
Liberia.
Nigeria,
nation,
man.
and for him to
He
excel
probably
like
don't
that,
even know
if
football.
he's in a better team, if he had he been come from Nigeria or come from Cameroon, it would have been it won't be saying what you are saying now.
No,
I mean,
I mean,
forget
it's not
about it.
about
No,
saying what
we
you're
are
saying.
going
We're
by their
talking
performance
about
in Europe, not by their
based on the
national team.
performance. I mean, even when he came from Liberia
So do you
as a
watch?
single
Do you
player,
watch? Do you watch? Do you watch George Weah when he was playing for PSG? When he was
he
playing
played
for
for
AC
AC
Milan?
Milan. I watched him when he played for AC Milan.
Yeah,
We started watching him when he was in French league, so we know him
Yeah,
better
but I
than
mean,
you.
no. George Weah is solid. He's a fantastic
we are
superstar. There's
not
no
saying he's
question.
not solid.
We're not saying
I
it's not
mean,
good. Well, I mean, we just like trying to watch his
For
performance and
them
Eto's
that time to
performance.
have given a black man, somebody from Sierra Leone,
He's not from
Ballon
Sierra
d'Or,
Leone. Now, why you keep saying from Sierra Leone?
from Liberia. I mean, from Liberia, you know that he actually deserved it.
He deserves it. Now, no
no,
one is saying he doesn't deserve it. It's saying you're making different arguments here.
I'm not making that. I cannot be comparing Sameto and George Weah in
Why?
any way.
Well,
In
for
any
why? Why
way,
not? Why not?
to me, I will still pick George Weah over Sameto every
But
day,
based
what
on
did
every
what
he
now?
time.
Yeah, I mean,
win?
you
That
got to
is the
give us
question that
your
I'm asking.
He's a better player.
why. How is he better player? In what sense? Like, just give us your so that way I can see which angle you are looking at it.
Which angle are you looking at it from your own side?
No, you have to tell me. Is it in terms of dribbling? Is it in terms of passing? Is it in terms of
In terms
striking? You
of
got to.
dribbling, in terms of goal scoring, in terms of everything,
How many goals did he score?
What do you say?
How many goals did he score in his career?
Let me tell you, some players started early. What actually Sameto, he played under 17, playing under, so he started early.
Samuel Eto'o has a longevity. He has a long career. Yeah, I have to
Exactly.
say
Yeah,
So
that.
you
he has
cannot
a
be
long
using
career,
that.
but the question is, okay,
Somebody like Didier Drogba. Drogba also started late. It was late in his career that he
okay, is
became a big better.
Thierry Henry and Josh Weah, who is better?
Where's better than Henry, man? Where's better? Where's a solid player, man? George Weah
Let
was
me
a
tell you one thing people don't know.
but between Eto'o and Weah, I'm not
Let me
sure.
tell
I'm
you
not sure
this.
who's better, to be honest.
Mike, let me tell you this. Henry, Trezeguet, and Ikpeba, the three of them were in Monaco together. At that time, when Ikpeba was benching the Trezeguet and Henry, you understand? But you know what happened to African countries? Maybe they fought their age or whatever, or because the way they live their life. That was how those guys now now excel better than Ikeba. Ikeba was far better than them under their coach in Monaco when they
Now,
started.
when you talk of benching, because I mean, you have a younger guy on the bench. Eto'o was benching Messi on the bench when Eto'o was playing for Barcelona. Messi was not playing,
Exactly.
but because Messi was young,
Do you know? Do you
I
know?
mean, when it comes to big,
Jude, do you know why I told him win Ballon d'Or? It's because
exactly.
Ronaldinho and Messi and Ronaldo, those three guys,
They
really
were
told him win
all on their
Ballon d'Or.
prime.
I'm
They
telling
were
you, man.
all on their prime, man.
Because
They were
before
all on their
Messi
prime.
came, Eto'o was Messi was on the bench, right? Eto'o was
When
playing.
Messi was on the
There's no way
bench,
they would
he
have
was
benched Eto'o halftime.
even when
And
Thierry Henry came to Barcelona. Eto'o was benching Thierry Henry in Barcelona.
exactly. There's
Come on,
no
say now.
player in the world. There's no one that could have benched Eto'o when he was striking. There's no player in the planet during that time in the world they could have benched Eto'o. I'm trying to tell you how great Eto'o was. No player in the world would have benched Eto'o. Eto'o was the best player in Barcelona. Him and after Ronaldinho.
Pichichi. This man, come on, oh man.
Even when Guardiola came to Barcelona to coach, he wanted to get rid of players. He didn't like Eto'o and Ronaldinho. But he couldn't get rid of Eto'o. But he got rid of Ronaldinho.
No, he got rid of him. Oh, that was when he moved to Inter Milan. No,
He later got rid of him, but he couldn't initially. He couldn't get rid of him initially. Because even when Ronaldinho left, if Eto'o had gone with him, there's no way they can replace the striker. And when he got rid of hold on, let me say this. When he got rid of Eto'o and brought in Ibrahimovic, he regrets it now. Because Ibrahimovic couldn't do what Eto'o was doing.
Because when Ronaldinho left, Barcelona was still winning under Eto'o.
Exactly. The moment Eto'o left Barcelona, man, almost struggle for a
even
minute.
when Eto'o went to Inter Milan with
let me tell you, what are you
They
saying?
were missing
When he
Eto'o.
left, they just lost that game with against Inter Milan. They were that time they were the best team in Europe till like 2012.
Yeah, they were the best team in Europe because Eto'o went to Inter. Yeah, Eto'o was there. Mourinho was the coach. You know, Eto'o transformed Inter. Everything. Even Eto'o wasn't even playing attack line. Eto'o was playing like a sideline, but Eto'o was still giving his all and all, man. With all that racist chant that he was getting, he was still putting in work. You know, man. Even Balotelli was scared of Samuel Eto'o when Eto'o was in Inter Milan.
Balotelli, that why he's not a player. No, he's not a serious player. What are you talking about, Balotelli?
Yeah, but I mean, let's give it to Africa, man. You know, there have been players, and we know, you know, I'm not bragging because I'm from Cameroon, but man, Eto'o was a good
now
player.
you are talking about all these guys. What happened now? What happened to African football now? Where are they? Where are the African players now?
You don't have them anymore. The guys that we used to look up to, like Sadio Mane, they are not. I mean, these are Mohamed Salah.
They are not. Yeah, exactly.
Man.
You are getting my points now. There is a problem somewhere, fundamental problem. So that time you can mention African players, nearly all the big teams in Europe.
Kanute of Frederic Kanute of Mali.
Frederic Kanute of that Malian guy that plays for Sevilla. Frederic Kanute.
Frederic Kanute.
You understand? You have them in big team. AC Milan, Juventus, Chelsea, you know,
you talk
everywhere.
You talk of Alaji Diouf back then, you know, man, yeah, you know, these guys were playing.
We just have average players, mediocres. Those are the players that we have in Africa these
now
days.
when they say Osimhen win Ballon d'Or in Africa, I'm laughing, man. I mean, don't get me wrong, Osimhen is a good player, but I told Mike I wouldn't rank as Osimhen among the all and all best African player of all time. I wouldn't put Osimhen in the list of 10. I told Mike before, right, and I'm still saying that Osimhen. Nah, I mean he's a good player, but man, I mean Drogba, you cannot.
No, I won't put him in the likes of Eto'o, Drogba right now. But he has potential. He has potential. There's something special about him. He still has he still has some years to go. He's less than 25.
I mean, but
most of these guys, their prime. Hold on. Their prime is in their mid-20s, like 25 to 30. That's
but how old is he now?
Like 23 now. He's 23. Like the guy just started now. He's just started picking up the last 2 years.
But I don't see him winning AFCON for Nigeria though.
Yeah, no. If Boniface come in, they become co-striker because in this tournament he was the lone striker now. So
we don't win any AFCON for Nigeria now. They can't win any AFCON for Nigeria.
Oh no, we don't have number 10 to feed him. Like we're lacking
Yeah,
that midfield. So the guy was just struggling on his own. But if they put like a solid midfield there,
what you mean struggling? Didn't I say Lookman was playing good with him?
yeah, Lukman was playing wing now. He was playing. We're playing one striker. So we have two good wingers, Lukman and Simon, but we don't have the middle central midfielders. Like the only central midfielder we have was Ndidi, and he didn't come to the tournament. He's injured, and we are using Iwobi, and Iwobi, he struggled with.
Iwobi is a very poor player in this tournament. The guy
No.
didn't turn up at
Iwobi wasn't the
all.
poorest. He wasn't the poorest, to be honest. I don't know why people are attacking the guy. The guy wasn't poor like that. The guy, Iwobi played well. He played well. We won't say like he played like a superstar or like a top, but he played well. He did his best. In fact, among all he did better than Aribo and that one that caused that penalty, Yusuf guy. Although that Yusuf guy, the first game, the guy performed well, but later when they put him in, subbed him in, the guy wasn't. I mean, he lost his form. But Iwobi among all the midfielders was the one that because Iwobi was making some good passes, man. He was kind of feeding. Some of the goals that we scored now, the chances that Iwobi created those chances now. He started making those. The second goal, what's his name? Scored Lookman against Cameroon. It was Iwobi that connected that pass to this guy to cross it. So Iwobi was doing his job in the middle. So it wasn't like the top number 10, but he was doing his job.
Mike, that is the first time I'm seeing Nigeria with a good goalkeeper, Wabali guy. That is the first time I'm seeing. That is the first because I've never known Nigeria to produce goalkeepers. I've always known them to produce attackers and all of that. But that guy, man, you guys should keep that guy. I mean, he deserves a good goalkeeper.
Yeah, the guy performed well. He did well. He did well. Yeah. But we had this guy now. This guy was good.
We're thinking.
That was so man. When that guy's really good, I'm always shaking, man. When they're attacking us, I'm like, oh my god.
But this is you guys goalkeeper came and met Onana and wanted Onana to sign him autograph, and that's respect. Despite the fact that we don't like Onana, but Onana is still, Onana is like a top-notch goalkeeper in Africa, But the same problem you guys have with this Iwobi guy is the same problem we have in Cameroon about our players. We have players that want to give in their all and all in Europe. But when they come to, look, man, the Cameroon team now is a big mess because what we are hearing is a lot of corruption that is going on. These players are not, they are not the rightful players that are supposed to play. We had players that were not called up. We have some that are injured, like this guy that played for Brentford, Buemo, Brian Buemo, he was injured as well. So, yeah, man, yeah, we just hope. We are Cameroonians, we are Lions. We pick up, we come back and see how we have beaten countries in the past. So we actually know what we can do in the future. So yeah, we want football to come back to where it is, man. And I wish the AFCON can grow as far as much that these African players that are taking European nationalities should start feel jealous in such a way that they might start choosing to play for, play for their fatherland or represent these African countries. Because I've started seeing that these African nations, even in America, most Americans were watching this AFCON, man. Sports Center, United States they were showing rematches. They were following the AFCON, so it seems like it's getting bigger and bigger. I wish things can go like that, and I hope one day the AFCON can increase from 24 to 32, because what it is now is the best losers kind of still move up and play. But when it increased to 32, you won't have the best losers anymore. It goes by the two teams that qualify goes to the 16th round of the finals. And I wish that one day it can increase. And when it increases, countries that are hosting it.
Jude, what I was saying about the way they promoted this AFCON, where the whole world was saying it, I'm like, it's a good thing though, because now our players that grew up in Europe, they will know that it makes sense to play for their country of origin, because that tournament is talked about. They want the reason why a lot of them were.
Even most of these Africans that play for French national team,
they don't want to play for them now. They don't want to play for them,
Mbappe was following the Nations Cup because with a Cameroonian descent, people were following him on his Instagram and
Jude, think about it. Like most of those kids, when in Europe, they grew up in the African community. They're not growing up in the white community. You understand? So they are more
right.
loyal to their African roots because
Yep.
they have their black neighborhood, black community. So they represent their.
Exactly.
So they're not really comfortable
Exactly.
playing for. And whenever they don't play well, they do racism against them. All those things. So a lot of them really
Exactly.
want to
And
play
then
for their country, but the only reason they don't play is because they don't see like okay. They don't see themselves making names, playing for their national team. That's why. But now
exactly.
the AFCON,
Yeah.
you know, if they keep showing AFCON like this, you know, it's a black thing
You
playing.
know,
The whole world
Mike,
will be more into it.
most of them are making mistake. How many of them even get the opportunity to play for their adopted country?
No, the top one though, the very good ones, they pick them right away, man.
Only a few of them. Let me tell you. Okay, look at England now. The life of Agbolao and all those things when Nigeria was begging
But
them
those
to
ones
come
are
and
too
play, they
now.
refused.
I know what, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, those ones I don't know how to play. They are still doing shakara. I don't
Those
understand
are
those ones.
mediocre. Now you can't be comparing top black African players to those guys. Those
Even Agbola wouldn't make a Nigerian squad. Who was he going to bench back then? Is it Martins? Is it Obafemi Martins that we're going to bench? So those ones, I don't think Nigeria even call those ones. But I'm talking
like
about the top.
N'Golo Kante, Mbappe, all these guys,
That's what we are talking about. Big name like N'Golo Kante, Pogba. Even this, the one that pissed me off, man. Like, Jimon Musiala, right?
Exactly,
Jimon Musiala is Bayern Munich best player. Man, Germany, the guy's supposed to play for Nigeria, dude. Germany snatched the guy, like they snatched him. Like the guy at
He's
18.
Nigerian descent, huh?
Yeah, his dad is Nigerian. So the German, they quickly they went to the World Cup at 18 with them. When you have seen Germany taking 18-year-olds to the World Cup, 18-year-old black boy, So
Mike, do
they
you know
snatched
what
him
I've
for
seen?
Nigeria.
These European countries, they actually know the players that are really gonna make it. The ones that are not
They know
making it,
that.
they kind of just leave them loose. And then that's why you guys rush for them
We
and
rush for
thinking,
them
oh, they are
exactly.
good because they were born in Europe. No, these guys. But by the time this Mbappe guy, at the age of 17, the
They
French
already put
national
him in the
team
first team.
recruit him already.
They are very smart because they see the players, they know the future superstar. They already know that this guy, by law, he can play for another country. So they quickly make their move to put him in their team real quick. Before even England did
And
it with Bukayo.
that's the
Bukayo
same
Saka,
thing.
they did it quick.
Bukayo Saka,
He's already playing on the
Arsenal.
English. He's already playing on their senior
Exactly.
team at 18. He's
Exactly.
already, because they
See,
know Nigeria can snatch him.
even Mbappe's junior brother has been called off already. 16, 17 years old. But he plays now for Paris Saint-Germain, PSG.
Those Europeans will never allow African superstars to play for Africa. They
The
will be
ones that
ahead
you
of
see
you.
roaming around at the age of 21, 22, they are not going to call them anymore. They are just, now you guys can go and represent your African countries, Yeah. Yep.
Ademola Lookman didn't want to play for Nigeria. Nigeria calling him everything. He thought he was going to play for England,
Right.
But the
Yep.
guy realized that, oh man, this English team is too loaded right now.
Yep.
Because England
That's
is
true, man.
loaded, man. They got Drew Bellingham, they have Bukayo Saka, they have
They have
this
Kane.
Manchester United got so many players, man.
But this is the thing, right? England has all the players, but when it comes to World Cup or big winning trophies, they get choked, as a national team. Yeah, hello. Yeah, Mike, I can't hear you. But what I was saying is England has all these national team, these good players, but when it comes to winning trophies, man, they get beat by
Okay,
Germany,
can you hear me now?
Spain. Yeah, you were cutting off. What I was saying is England has these best national team players when it comes to winning trophies. They get beaten by France, Spain and
The
all
thing
these
about
German.
England is they don't their style of football is not, they don't have that solid skills midfield kind of thing. But now they are brilliant, so that's why they always lose against the likes
But
of
they have the
France.
best league. How come they don't have those solid players
But
like you say?
most of the players in the English league are not English players now. Come on.
Wow, yeah.
The reason why they have the best league is that they don't have these laws that if you're a foreign player, like Spain, for example, each league must have about certain percentage of
Spain
Spanish
player.
citizen, like they cut the amount of international players that can play in their league. They limit it because they don't want their money to be going. They pay them in their millions now. But in England,
Right.
they don't have that rule. It's open for anyone. So that's why the English league, most like you find like mediocre guy from one country playing the second division playing. So the England, most of their league players are not even English. They are most of them. If you look at even the last team in the table, if you look at their squad, look at the flags. You see one almost different countries. Some squad, there's no single England flag.
England, yeah,
Like player there,
you're right.
Yeah, that's why England. Everybody watch English team because the whole world have a representative playing an English team.
Mike, I was telling you that England, the whole England is not even up to a state in Nigeria. And Nigeria, with over a 200 and something million population, are watching English leagues. The England,
Can you
I
imagine?
mean, it's funny how England have more cities than even Nigeria as a country, and Nigeria is bigger than England. Nigeria has to, if Nigeria has a bigger league, man, Africans will be watching because the way we watch Nigerian movies and music. I mean, Nigeria, come on, man. You thought with cities like Calabar, like these guys were mentioning, the mighty, all these mighty jet of. I mean, you have cities cannot represent. Man, fix the league and let people watch. If I was Nigeria, I would even ban people from watching English or European football leagues, and instead focusing create a football league channel, all of that. It may force every governor to build at least a first class stadium in their state, 50,000 seater or stuff like that. Because football it develops and employs a lot of people, man. Bring in coach. I mean, make Nigerians open football coaching schools and stuff like that, man. Like Mike, you were telling me about your dream. I mean, come on, man. You have a player that is playing for Calabar Football Club, Lagos. I mean, but we enjoy Manchester United, Liverpool, all these cities. But you have the same thing that you can actually do as an English country in Nigeria.
The thing about Nigeria is they don't know their
Yeah.
potential. Like others can see their
Yeah.
potential. Like other people can looking from outside, they see their potential. So, but
Man.
they don't see, especially those people on top. Like those guys, they don't know anything, man. Like I was saying earlier, we have like superstars of Nigerian descent in the world, in the UFC, in NBA. They don't even recognize them.
NBA.
Do you know, Jude? Do you know that this guy that played for in Milwaukee, the Nigerian guy?
Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Giannis. Do you know the guy visited Nigeria? And
oh, really?
And nobody, the government didn't even recognize him. They didn't even know he was there. They didn't even. I'm like, this is the biggest goddamn star in the world. The guy, I didn't even know he visited Nigeria. The guy didn't even make the news. He didn't even, he just went to his mom's village. He went around Lagos and he came back to America. I'm like,
wow.
And we have sport ministry. I'm like, oh my God. See, but I don't know. What can you say about this, man?
And I saw that the same time when Joshua visited Nigeria, it wasn't even like a big news. Like
it wasn't a big news. Exactly. They didn't recognize them. No one even know because our politics. I mean, like I don't get it, man. Like we have an institution where everybody just there. No, they're not doing their job.
But Mike, I wish because football is an entertainment industry. I wish you see how you have entertainment industry like music that identifies Nigeria. It's not the government that give award for best artist in Nigeria, right? Or best film. I wish there can be an entertainment industry that can come up and focus on sport in Nigeria that can be giving award. Because if you see Ballon d'Or is not a French company. It's not the French government. It's a private owned company that started Ballon d'Or, recognizing world footballers. Even FIFA wanted to take over the Ballon d'Or stuff, or FIFA decided to even create their own kind of Ballon d'Or, but it did not work. So they just allow.
Hold on. Are you saying Ballon d'Or is not FIFA? It's not FIFA.
No, it's not FIFA. It's a French company that decided to create their company and started awarding football players around the world. That was how it came about. Yeah, FIFA decided to even create their own FIFA football player, but it did not even work. So they just allow Ballon d'Or to go on with their stuff. But it's a private company owned by France or in France. So that's how it is. It's not the government. It's not even owned by FIFA. So yeah, man. So I wish Nigerians.
Where's Michel Platini from? Michel Platini.
Okay, Michel Plat is a French
He's a
guy,
French guy.
former player. He's like the French
He
the president.
was Michel Platini and Sepp Blatter that were running
Yeah.
FIFA for a long time.
No. Michel Platini is like the president of UEFA, like CAF president in Africa.
Yeah, I'm
Why
saying
is
like
that?
him and Sepp Blatter were the one running FIFA for a long time.
Yeah, FIFA. Because I mean, even our CAF president back then, Issa Hayatou was over there too as well. You know.
Yeah, it's like Hayatou. Do you know the reason why the Americans had to get rid of Sepp Blatter? It was because
Because corruption.
no, it's a lie, man. It's not true because Sepp
Because
Blatter.
America was supposed to host World Cup, he took it and gave it to.
Yeah. No. What it is that no, it's because of money. I know these big countries. This is the issue there with
Right.
Sepp Blatter. Sepp Blatter, when he was FIFA running
President.
FIFA, he gave every country in the world equal rights. Like
Right.
literally, they split
Smaller
all.
countries. Yep.
Hold on, now they will split all FIFA revenue equally between every country, every member of FIFA, so no matter how small. So the Americans are like, because the World Cup, I don't remember which World Cup, where soccer became a big thing in America, like where Americans started watching it, and then the United States realized that most of the people, fans that were traveling, spending money, were from big countries, including America. So they're like, okay, so you're earning big revenue from us. And now, when you want to split the money, you give one small poor country in Africa the same amount as me.
Americans, they love legit. They want things to be straightforward, like they do here.
Yeah. So they're like, you give a country like Zimbabwe the same amount as me, United States. That's when they got mad. They were like, no, this is not going to work. So, and they say the reason why they plan to do that because they realize that most of the FIFA voting, the continent that has the most number of countries in voting are African countries. So they're like, that's why it's partly to the Africans. I was watching. I was so pissed off when I was watching that stuff. I'm like, who are you Americans to be telling us why FIFA should be ran? You guys don't even play goddamn football. You guys don't play soccer like that. Man, I was so upset, man. Like the American TV, they were talking about FIFA, why FIFA run, how they don't like the way it runs. I'm like, well, you guys don't goddamn like football in the first place. Leave FIFA alone. So they should be, United States, where they don't even care about soccer, they will insulting soccer. Now you're telling them that FIFA have to give America more money than Nigeria. Are you kidding me?
That was one of the reasons that forced him to resign because he resigned. And I
No, they
also
kick him
heard
out.
that.
Once the United States is involved, man, you are done. Once the US government is involved in your matter.
Yep. And that was the same guy too that was also protecting Issa Hayatou because that guy was there, that Cameroon guy was there for so long as well. All these guys, man, Platini, all these guys were all
Those
like
guys,
crooked,
those guys were the one that
know.
made soccer grow, though, man. They made the game. Like they did a good job, man. They make
You're
the
right, they expanded,
yeah.
They
They expanded it, They did a good job, man. I was really upset when they took them out, But the only issue I had with Sepp Blatter was he refused to allow the VAR to come in.
Oh yeah, this new guy came in with a VAR.
Yeah. That's the only positive thing I say about the new
But what
guy.
do you think now about the World Cup? The team now increasing to 48 because it's going to be in the United States now. The United States is going to be the one hosting 48 teams.
Why is United States even hosting, sir? I mean,
United States, Mexico, and Canada. So it's 3 countries.
Well, that makes sense. Maybe they should start doing it like that. Because I mean, they shouldn't be letting one country host. They should let at least so everybody get a chance to host. It's not like because that's every 4 years now. We have to wait forever.
Every 4 years. The former coach of Arsenal was trying to Arsene Wenger. They were talking about making the World Cup every 2 years. Because 4 years was longer. And then with 48 teams, it has increased African sport as well to 9 countries representing plus 1 country
I
that is the
know.
best.
Yeah, they put it more. Yeah, I like it like that. I used to get mad
Yeah.
about this having too many European countries. Like they will have like about 20 European countries in the World Cup. I don't know, and they only get like 4 from Africa, 4 from South America. Everybody else bring 4, but one continent will bring a bunch of teams, and it's not really like all European teams are that good. I mean, outside
Yeah,
of,
but
it's only about 5, 6 European countries that are really good like that.
there's South America that have been representing with 4 teams. You have seen the success story. Africans, why
Exactly.
have Africans not come up with that success? So I mean, you
You
know,
mean Africa?
yeah,
Yeah. I mean, like I get it. No, I mean, yeah. But back then it used to make sense because we didn't used to have that many good teams. You have only few good
yeah.
teams.
Back then it
Usually,
was only
like
Cameroon and
even our
Nigeria,
good teams, we
maybe
don't go there to go too far anyway. Like we go with
even
like
Egypt. Egypt that was one time best in Africa. When they go to the World Cup, they leave at the group stages. You know.
yeah, the Africans we haven't figured out to go and perform in the World Cup, man.
Yeah.
But I think we have enough solid teams now to at least take in 7 teams, man. Or if they put 9 teams, I'll be good with that. We have a
Yeah.
lot of a lot of Africans that perform in the World Cup, man. I mean, we bring the excitement to the World Cup, man. Like especially the first time we go, we always do well. I don't know why. Like the first time Cameroon where they perform, the first time Nigeria when they perform, the first time
After
Senegal.
that is just
Remember Senegal 2002? Senegal they
that was
perform,
Senegal 2002 was crazy.
Even Ghana, their first World Cup too. Was it 2010? I think that was. I don't know. Their first, I think 2006 was their first World Cup. They did okay.
Yeah, 2006. Man, we have
Yeah.
been going to the World Cup for ages. We had in Cameroon Cameroon has gone to more World Cup in Africa than any other African country. So
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
Senegal went to the quarterfinals. That time it was only Cameroon went first to quarterfinal,
I
and then
thought they made it to
Senegal
the
came up.
semi though. I thought Senegal made it to the semi-final though, right?
No, they didn't make it. Only Morocco has made it to semi this year.
Oh, okay. It was quarter.
Yeah, they made it to quarter. At that time, quarter was like a big thing, man. Quarterfinals because you go through 16 finals and then quarters, like man, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Senegal gave a good performance though, man.
yeah. They had players like what's his name, Titi Kamara,
Yeah.
Diouf,
Papa Duba.
Fadiga. Man, Senegal was
Yeah.
strong, and we win them in that 2002 finals. Cameroon Senegal was crazy.
Cameroon didn't do shit in that 2002 World Cup, man.
Oh, yeah, 2002 World Cup, but that 2002 finals between Cameroon and Senegal, Diouf was crazy, man. Diouf was a big guy, man. Woo! Cameroon quenched them down. Now Senegal have mouth to be talking to Cameroon because they won Cameroon in this AFCON, beat Cameroon, won the Nations Cup their first time. This Diouf is running around saying they are best, they are more than. I was like, see this guy, man. See this guy. You have just won your first African World Cup, African Cup. You are now saying you are a big guy in Africa. You only have one cup, you know, man. Yeah, I see Africa improving, man. I wish one day Africans can also, instead of us focusing even on the World Cup, increase our countries to 32, create our own World Cup on the continent. Countries like Nigeria needs to build stadium to host this Nations Cup because it's gonna be strong countries to start hosting Nations Cup. Now it's going to Morocco. So yep.
Hmm.
So what's going on, Mike? How's everything, man? How's the state, man? What's going on? Just the same old stuff, man. Nothing is happening. Mm.
Yeah, it's the same old, man.
Nigerian problems every day. You guys just do a lot of talking, no changes. I keep hearing this and that, Aburi, this and that, Emefiele, this and this, CNN Bank, this and this. I mean, there's
All
no.
Nigerians do is talk, and when they are talking, they don't talk to the roots of their problem. They just want to talk for sake of entertainment.
Now, Mike, I kind of now you are not, as I kind of see how you make it now, because it has always been the blame game, but you still do that blame game, but you do blame game only when it comes to Biafra or Igbo. You don't do blame game when they start blaming the Fulani. You start saying no, the Yoruba too are controlling the government, but when they go to Biafra now, you start blaming Biafra. It seems like you are now in connive with only the Fulani and the Yorubas. You only
I'm
bash only
not
the
in contact with
Biafra.
anyone. I just, I just no. I don't like foolishness and stupidity.
No, but
I
before they
speak
used to
against
talk
that.
down on Fulani people, you came in and make the discussion in such a way that you say no, it's all Nigeria. But when they talk down on Biafra, you just okay, yeah, you talk down as well, this and that. I'm like, oh shit.
What are you talking about? No, no. Like
You
I
know
talk
what I'm
to
talking about.
personalities and people creating now the people that when you are doing propaganda and bigotry and those things, that's just my own issue. Those one of those Biafran guys, they're just doing bigotry and propaganda all over the place, going online, just creating madness. Now they created this cyber bullying thing that all Nigerians are starting to do it, and then it became a culture where now we just want your cyber bullying just going all over the internet. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't like that shit, man. So that's just my own issue. With that space, yeah.
Yeah, it's getting crazy, man. I mean, all this, and come to think of it, I mean, it's not going to die down anytime soon. The population of Nigeria or Africa as a whole is increasing. There is a lot of visibility when it comes to social media. A lot of people are buying cell phones and stuff like that. So I mean, it's not going to change anytime soon, man. And the way Africa is going, man, it seems like, I mean, before we left Africa, we kind of see that there's no improvement, right? But I mean, still over here, how many years we left Africa, is still like there's no improvement. The things you left behind has not changed. You know, the
Well,
electricity problem is still a problem, water problem is still a problem, insecurity is still a problem. You ask yourself, when are the solutions coming? In United States, the city that I live in, few months ago I traveled and came back. The kind of road I've seen, a lot of bypass, a lot of highways are being constructed. This and this, linking new places, electricity. I'm like, man, Mike, I'm like, what is wrong with us, man?
Africa is suffering from ancestral curse.
Deficiency syndrome. Low
Ancestral curse. You have to face it. That's what your problem is.
What is wrong? Mike, what is wrong with us, man? Mike, have you like okay? Take for instance your neighborhood that maybe you used to live in Texas. Go there and pass around. Kind of, I mean, new infrastructure. I just went to one of my places where I used to go get my food, man. Came back and realized that they have built like 5 different structures. Created a small lake inside that park. New restaurants have popped up everywhere. Is tarred, clean tarred. I mean, trees have been. I was like, wow. In Africa, you don't see that. They build may do crazy stuff,
but
and you think things are developing, but it's not. The street are not clean. Road that was built 2 years ago, one side of the road has been occupied by dust. Nobody just kind of have a clue how they can take out. I mean, you ask yourself, but what is going on? What is going on?
Yeah, the thing is, the problem with us in Africa is we don't like to sit down and look at the roots of problem and study it and study things, study the society, study what is going on and do some. I mean, invite some thinkers. It's not everyone as a thinker. That's what we don't understand. It's not everyone is a great thinker. Some people they're in a position of power, but you're not a natural born like great thinker. Rather than you looking into the society and looking for those people that are gifted with thinking, right? And just invite them to do the thinking for the and present, uh, solution or findings and start going on the drawing board and then presenting what and what, a vision, a direction. They're not doing that. What you have is a person that finds himself in the position of the power. He wants to do the thinking for everybody. And you're not
Right.
you understand what I'm saying? So he's not thinking well, so he's not getting it done. Even in America, the advanced country. Wait, let me say this: the advanced countries, the politicians are not the one doing the thinking. They leave the thinking to certain experts, right? Some people like that. They after they give it to them, like, okay, we're trying to find. We have a problem. Can you guys present solution? You remember when COVID came out? The government just called the scientists and they, hey, you guys do this thinking, find come out with the findings. We give you guys 6 months to figure out vaccines or something out. And those people went to work with they went to work with their brain. And then months later,
Right.
they came out and started giving us solutions to the problem. But in Africa, the president wants to do the thinking, and you don't have brain.
and that's why we blame even the
Hold on, Mike.
president.
Can you guys
Let,
hear
let
me?
me just
Can
make,
you hear me?
and that's why we blame
Yeah,
the
we can hear you.
president more than we even blame our own stakeholders.
Yeah.
Because I mean, me and you live in the state. We don't blame Biden for what is happening in my state. I mean, come on, man. The road are not fixed. It's not gonna be Biden to come and fix my road or build houses or do that or no electricity or there's crime. No. I mean,
We go
even
after
the
the
problem
company.
of
You
most
know
of
the
the
company
people.
that's in charge of the electricity. You go after that company. You sue that company.
Yeah, I mean, even in my state, you don't even blame governor for not having electricity in your community. There's local government, there's the mayor. I mean, these are people that you look up to. I mean, there's that division of labor where everybody kind of know what they have to
Okay.
do, to serve
Mike,
that
I'd like you
community,
to finish
right?
your point, if you don't
Go ahead.
mind. You talk about during COVID what the government and the private sector did, but you didn't talk about the money involved. You didn't talk about the
I
billions
did.
of dollars that followed.
Huh?
So you didn't mention the billions of dollars that followed the pharmaceutical companies during COVID.
No, I mean, what I'm saying is the point I'm making is the thinking. I'm not talking about the spending. I'm talking about just the thinking. I'm giving you
No. It's no.
The
I get
breakdown,
your
the
no.
point.
What
division of
I'm not talking
labor.
about the money. I understand in Africa we do as wealthy. Like America, for example, have $33 trillion access to $33 trillion. For example, they in $33 trillion in debts and they don't have to pay it. I mean, which African
Well,
country have access to $33 trillion to do whatever they want? So I understand the money part. But reason why I just use that COVID as an example, but it's not really like I'm trying to tell you. I'm also talking about COVID. I just give an example of when they need to find solution. I just told some people to do the thinking. So reason why the point I'm trying to make is that
I get your point,
I
but the
don't want to
point
get
is
into
that
COVID politics. I just
no,
mentioned
it's
that
not
just to
COVID
say,
politics.
just only
It's
to
about
point
how
out.
things work.
Hold
It's
on,
about
hold
how
on, hold
things
on,
work.
hold on. The fundamental way things work is what I'm trying to point out, meaning that the thinking for society is not done by politicians. The politicians will put the funding, but the thinking is done by professionals, people that have the capacity to do the thinking. So that's what I'm saying. Like in Africa, our
Yeah, I
politicians
understand.
don't go. Oh no, let me learn. Our politicians, they don't go into the population to find people that are gifted in thinking to make them do the thinking, and then they just put the money, the funding behind them, or whatever it is, the policies and everything behind them. Whereas in America, the politicians just let the experts do the thinking, and then they put the policy and the funding behind it. So that's the point I was making. Yeah.
Mike, have
Well,
you asked
people
yourself?
people people think all the time. So it's not about yeah, they think in Africa too. Trust me. Everybody thinks in Nigeria, but
But
you need
what
the
you say people
money.
think? What does that have to do with my
Hold on.
point, though? You know?
Well, the point is that you need money to bring the thinking to the forefront. To the forefront, okay. You have to fund the thinking, not
But
just
you have to
to
find the
think.
thinkers first, right?
Well, the thinkers are plentiful.
Do
Trust
you
me, they are plentiful.
do? Okay, if you are a government, okay, let's say you are the okay, let's
No,
say you are
okay.
the
You talk. Let me talk. Let me land.
okay. Go
Let me
ahead.
just finish. My point here is that look, just like we always said, and I think you and Oriela had a strong opposition to government being involved with a lot of things. I agree with your point 100%. But my point here is that look, money is involved, and this is a good reason why the government should be involved in what goes on in the country with the private sector, with the schools, so they all work together to bring about solution. It is true the government went out there and they encouraged the pharmaceutical companies with a lot of money, a lot of money. So my point here is also we can't make excuses that we don't have money in Africa. Well, it's true to a certain extent, but at
When
the
did
same
that say
time,
we don't have money? Oh no, Lord, man.
I didn't say you said that. You got to pay attention. I didn't say you that.
Okay,
Well,
okay, all right.
generally, we talk about we don't have money in Africa. You said it yourself also. You say we wish we
No,
had
no,
$33 trillion or whatever. We don't have.
we don't have as much as America, but we do
Exactly.
have
I'm
enough
not
money
disagreeing
to.
with that.
Okay, okay. Which part of my argument are you? Which part of my point are you opposing? Let me understand that first.
Well, it's okay. I didn't come to oppose anything you said. I actually
Well,
agree
you were
100%.
directing at me now. Like I said this, but this and that and that and that. I'm like,
Well,
okay.
I said you didn't finish the point by adding that they just didn't go out there to look for thinkers. They also use money to bring forth the thinkers. And this is a good example of how government and the private sector work together to solve to bring about solutions to problems in society. As opposed to like thinking, well, let the private sector do it. No, they can do it. Like like money is not involved in anything we do. There's money involved.
Yeah, there's money
Now,
involved. Everybody knows that, so you
now,
don't need to tell me that. It's not like someone will go out there and say, "Come and think for free for me." It's not like government will go out there and say, "Hey, you go and fix all this and not pay them." I mean, that's common sense. Not even something you should even bring up. Like, oh, money is not
well,
involved. Man. You
if
have
it's
to pay
common,
somebody for
everybody
their
be
work.
doing it.
Man. Hmm?
It's not that common. If it's common, everybody will be
It
doing
is
it. No,
common
if it's not
sense.
that common.
Which who in the world, even you as an individual, will you call somebody to come and do something for you and not pay them?
I mean, what is it? I mean, so you are
The
telling
guy
me
just
that
like
so
to create
Africa is
unnecessary
not
argument,
improving.
man. It's like money. Who
Africa,
doesn't look?
Africa, Africa is not. So you are saying that Africa is not improving because the thinkers need money, and just because they don't have the money, that's why they are not thinking to clean out the street,
Can you imagine?
to fix out potholes. And come on, man, to fix out potholes
Well, that
because
is see,
they are not giving.
that is not thinking. See, well, you guys, you're making a mockery of I don't know, maybe yourselves, but
No, because
obviously
In what
because
sense?
that's what you're pointing
hold
out.
on. See, the COVID is not fixing the pothole on the street.
I mean, but he
It's
wasn't
Well,
just
the
about.
talking
argument is not
about
about
COVID.
COVID. I don't know why I
The
keep bringing
COVID
up
was
Well,
COVID.
an
can I
example of the
freaking
problem.
talk?
We
By
just
the
give an
way, can I
example of
talk?
how government let some
No,
people do the
I'm
thinking to solve
I'm
the
trying.
problem. That's what we're saying. And we are saying
I'm
solving
trying.
the problem, meaning finding solution, finding vaccine, go and do the thinking,
Right?
do the research.
It
Yeah, that's
wasn't
what we're
just
saying.
COVID. It
The,
wasn't
Well,
just COVID.
exactly.
It was
the
different
conversation is not
problem.
about
Like,
COVID. I just point out
yeah,
an example, like so many other ways. I don't say the way their government think is what I'm saying. Like the government don't do the thinking for the people. They let the experts do the thinking. Like whenever they look at problem of society, they go to the philosophers, the scientists, the people, and they tell them like, "Hey, you guys, we have this problem. Can you guys look into it and present solution or something?"
Can I say something?
Well, before you finish, well, 1 second, okay,
Whereas in Africa,
okay,
it's the governor that want to tell you the solution. Oh, I'll bring this thing, I'll beat that one. What?
oh, okay. When you're saying, okay, the COVID is a good example. So if you don't like it, that's a problem. It's a good example. Why? Because it's a unique problem that all the different aspects of society in the West came together to solve the problem, right? So it's not an issue of a pothole or fixing a road that we're talking about here. In Africa, also, we do have unique problems that we can organize properly and bring about resources together to solve the problem. Um, so it is like, for example, you guys mentioned earlier about, I think it was Judy that said Nigeria, like almost 200 million people, and everybody looks towards the English Premier League, which is kind of an embarrassment. And they're trying to make an example also to look at the private Nollywood, for example, they're doing well. How come, with all the players and the population, we can be a great soccer league nation in Africa for the rest of Africa to come and play soccer? How come we're not doing that? Okay, that'd be a good example. That'd be a good example to for. I mean, in the past we had it, but now it's gone down the toilet. There's no doubt about it. It's non-existent for the most part. So what do we do now? How do we revive such industries? And it's a great industry also to create a lot of jobs and opportunity. There's a lot of jobs. I mean, it's yourself, the sports industry in America is it's $1 trillion. By the time you add the NBA, NFL, and NHL, and all this, it's $1 trillion industry, and they got a lot of money. I know how much these guys are getting paid in basketball, $50 million a year, kind of a contract. I mean, so it's crazy. There's a lot of money to be made, a lot of money. Again, even though the government may not be in the business of sports, but they can still look and say, look, yeah, I mean, what am I talking about? For example, just like if the NBA wants to build what do you call it, a facility, an arena in a city, they always look towards the local government or the state government to fund the money. And trust me, they put forth a lot of money. Why did they do that? Because they know that a lot of jobs will be created, a lot of employment, a lot of opportunities, taxes will be paid, and it's so much stuff. So we don't think that far in many ways. So as much as soccer, I'm not sure how much the British or the Premiership is involved with the government, but it doesn't matter. It's us being able to look at our own unique situation and say, look, this is a good place for the government to put a lot of money to revive or to build Nigerian soccer league, football league, for example, to create an employment. And there's no doubt about it that when it comes to sports, youth and employment is at the core of it. You know that. So this is how we think in society. We don't do much of that. So but we we can always complain we don't have money, but we have money for a lot of things. Sometimes it's just the misappropriation of funds and not being able to direct the funds to the right places. So I like to go ahead.
My point is we are not short of thinkers.
I agree.
When you think we are short of thinkers, then you are not really attacking the real problem. How do I know that? In any business, you have some that have low entry barrier, and you have some that have a very high level barrier. Now, someone that just started a barber shop, even though it may look like nothing, that person is not someone that lacks thinking, because at least he's able to figure out something that is going to feed him or his family. Even a roadside mechanic, even someone that is even hawking in the traffic, that person is not as if he's not thinking. He's only operating within his means, what he thinks is capacity. Now, when you want to build refinery, for example, not like Dangote now, that's another kettle of fish. If you want to build infrastructure like Dangote, that's another kettle of fish. So then we should not forget the fact that in this globalized world economy, that external forces have some kind of significant role too, because when you are even trying to get yourself, but you have something distracting you, having influence from on you from the external places. So Africa, we're already lagging before we're already lagging, and some of this Western world, they've been ahead of us. So catching up with them, we really take a special, it's going to take something like a very destructive tendency, and it simply means that it's either we have to cut ourselves off of the globalization for a while, so that nothing comes. We have to have some kind of protectionist tendency just for us to survive. Then we can relaunch ourselves. What I think now.
Do you think it will make sense for Africa to begin to think of a different way of advancing, maybe just a unique way of advancing, rather than just trying to advance the same direction as everyone else, saying, okay, we have to do their system, we have to follow them, we have to become where they are, trying to catch up with them? Or maybe it could be that maybe we can just start doing our own thinking, just looking at our society and just figuring a unique way to better ourselves or advance. For example, let me give you one sense. Maybe if you look at it from this angle, it may make more sense. Let's say the way technology was being done in the 50s, for example. Let's say when they were doing cell phone technology, right? It was more like landline. They believed like, oh, the way to create phone communication is to wire an entire place, right? Entire city or entire distance where wire has to be run across the place. Now, if let's say Africa just say, well, we too want to create a form of phone communication, and we see what they are doing, the white in European countries are wiring, and then we decide to say, you know what, we don't have to think the way they are thinking. Maybe you can figure another way. It could be that maybe we would have been the first to discover the cell phone technology before them. You understand what I'm saying?
I got the point.
You got me? So yeah, like that's what I'm saying. So in a bigger scope, maybe the way the Europeans are advancing, meaning polluting the planet, just doing things. I mean, their form of energy destroy. Maybe we Africans just say, okay, we too want to make our life better. I want to start thinking of way to advance, but we don't have to look at them and trying to do it like just advance that way. Maybe we can just do our own unique thinking and just do things. Even the system we are practicing, maybe we can just look at ourselves and figure out a new system, another system for ourselves. You know something. That's what me I think. I just think we're just doing too much follow and copy and paste.
Before you answer the question, I was gonna say, well, Mike wants us to start running before even crawling. That's a good point. But
no, not necessarily running before crawling. No, it has nothing to do with it. Not following somebody doesn't mean you don't have to. Following somebody doesn't mean crawling. You can crawl different way. You don't have to crawl the way someone else. You don't have to follow them to crawl
I thought
behind
you're
them.
trying to make us run before we start crawling.
No, it's not running. No, hold on. That's not you. You thinking another way. It's not you running. You still have to crawl and run. You still have to do the same thing.
Okay, I hear you. But my point here is that this so-called white people, they're built on each and every layer of their technology or advancement. That's my point here. Okay.
On what?
Huh?
On what? They built what? I didn't get on what?
They're built on every layer of their technology and advancement. So every stride they made, it came as a result of some really maybe crude or crass way of doing things. But my point is they improved on it gradually, and it took time. And to your point that you made, I actually totally understand your point. But for example, before when cell phone came about, actually, African countries were kind of more ahead in cell phone usage and penetration than the West. And the reason being because in the West, most of the countries like America was like lined. They have the infrastructure, what they call the legacy infrastructure in place. So the adoption for cell phones was quite low compared to Africa, right? Africa had what they call jump leap technology or adoption. Many African countries were not wired for landline, but when cell phone came, a lot of people adopted cell phone right away. They adopted cell phone right away, but the infrastructure for landline was very poor or very minimal in most places. If you don't live in the big cities, definitely if you live in the rural areas or the villages, you get nothing. Only the big cities had the landline kind of wired, and most places do not have any. So they did jump leap technology, but it was not as a result of their own doing because they
I never said it was a result of their own doing, though, man. I mean,
I didn't say that. I'm talking. I'm just talking.
Oh, okay.
I'm not blaming you for anything. Let me talk. I'm just
No,
talking.
just I know, like you're not talking to the points. It's like you're creating a whole different point.
No, it's around what you're saying, but what you say, that's why I say you want us to start running before walking. I'm not sure how, unless you
Okay. Explain to me what you
in.
mean by we want us. Trying to break it down. What you mean by I want us to start running before crawling
For
or walking.
example, before cell phone came, there were landlines. Okay, we had landlines before cell phone technology came about.
Europeans. That's the way they went about their thinking. Okay, they wanted.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. When they before communicate, when they think about communication, they say, okay, how can people communicate from far distance between each other? And then their thinkers went to work, right? And the first thing their thinkers started discovering different ways. They say, okay, wire. We run wire from here to here and this and that and that and that. And then they discovered that. It's not like somebody showed them, right? And they continue after that, they continue thinking a real way until they got to electromagnetic field of the planet. They discovered that and then they came up with cell phone. But what I'm telling you is that when in the beginning, when they thought of way of communication, let's go into thinking. Let's say if Africans at the same time also were saying, oh, we too want to start thinking of way of communicating, and they don't start looking at what the Europeans are thinking, and they just think on their own, right? They were not saying, "Oh, what are you thinking? Show me what you're thinking. Show me what you're finding." Hold on, give me a second. I'm saying there's a possibility that a African scientist that time may have quickly discovered the cell phone way of communication before the European. So that has nothing to do with walking or crawling. The human discovery is not a process of walking or crawling.
Okay,
It's just
the
simply
question,
discovery.
Mike.
Hold on.
Okay,
Scientific discovery is not a process of walking or crawling. It's just you discover something from your thinking. You don't have to. It's not a process of thinking. Is
well,
not a process of discovering this before that. You can discover something before. You can discover more advanced something before even less advanced something. Sometimes.
okay, well, okay. I guess my question to you is that let's use the cell phone for example. When the white man was trying to build a cell phone or build landline, what level of technology were the Africans? What were they doing there?
It's irrelevant. The point is,
Or you just,
no,
you just want to
hold
wake
on.
up.
What
Okay,
level of
hold on.
technology?
You just want to wake up from your
Okay,
sleep
okay.
and start doing it.
Let's
Is that
stick
what
to
you're
that.
saying?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask
You
your
want to wake
question.
up from your sleep and start doing it. Okay, like go ahead.
Okay,
I don't
ask your
understand what
question.
you're saying.
Ask your question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, what you're saying sounds like a really nice, beautiful fantasy stuff. Fantasy. That's what I'm asking you.
Fantasy in what sense? In what sense?
Okay, well, my question was, for example, when the white man was building the electromagnetic field to do whatever they're doing with the cell phone and
You
whatnot,
didn't build
I'm
electromagnetic
asking,
field. No, you didn't build electromagnetic field. There's no one can
whatever they were doing, whatever the technology was, my point here is that at what level were the Africans or was Africa then? Our thinkers or if you even have scientists at that level, what
Hold
were they
on now.
doing?
Hold on. When the white man want to start thinking of creating something, the black man also was on the same level of thinking. He has his brain in his head, the same way the white man has the brain on his head. The difference was, hold on. The difference was they decided that, okay, we want to think of creating something. So if we at that time decide we also want to think of creating something, we're on the same level. No one is above anyone in that level. We are all thinkers. The only difference is that they have to create, they have institutions that will sponsor and fund a research for it. If we decide to do the same thing, we just like the Chinese. I will give the Chinese were even at that time when the Europeans were doing the okay, we want to think, we want to figure something out. The Chinese were not doing it. Their government were not organized at that time. They didn't even have a country. They were behind, just like the Africans. But the Chinese at one point decided to start saying, okay, we too, okay, at this time, let's start thinking too. And they started organizing their own scientists and begin to think. But today, the Chinese are ahead of most white society. So what are you talking about? The Chinese have to crawl behind them or things like that. They just started doing their own thinking too. And today they're even more advanced than most. Even today, the Chinese are trying to do
Yeah,
something.
I hear you, Mike.
They even get ahead of America in super hypersonic missile weapon. Even now, the
You
Chinese
know,
do you know the Chinese are trying to create sun? It's fun. The American haven't even thought about. So this idea that we have to crawl behind white man, and if your argument is that if I'm presenting the argument that we don't have to think that direction, it means I'm saying we want to run before we crawl. So we have to follow them, Abi.
well,
That's the only
but
way
to your
to crawl,
point,
Abi.
but to your point, the Chinese also, most of the technology was built on the, you can say on the back of the Western technology. And guess what? Just like you said, they like advanced in many
No,
ways
no,
than
no,
even the
no.
West.
Prince Daddy. Before the Western world destroy Chinese economy, the Chinese were ahead of the Western world in terms of technology. We are talking of weapon, war weapon. Maybe America is the most advanced in the world. But
Yeah.
when you talk of other technology, even before the United Kingdom, they went through the Iron Revolution. The Chinese people, they've been there like almost 500 before them. The
Well,
problem with the Chinese people,
I'm sorry. You made that argument before, but when we see many societies, even what you call backward or archaic societies, they had a level of technology. Even Africa also, we had a level of technology. So let's break it down by timeline and the kind of technology you're talking about. It is true the Chinese, they invented a lot of things. They did. Okay, there's no doubt about that. But so you got to put a timeline to what kind of technology we're talking about.
okay, at least
Can I
when
take?
you talk of the steel, when you talk of the steel technology, the Chinese were there before the Western world. So when you talk of ship, like ocean technology, like you build ship, you build some other things, the Chinese people, they were there before the Western world. So we can point to so many things, right? Even what I'm even talking about, I didn't manufacture it. I even brought them out from the Western University Library, United States of America, written by the Western person. So the thing is this. What Mike is saying, I got him. I got him perfectly well. See, we can take another direction in terms of technology. But do you know what? Technology is not our problem. We have sociological and physiological problem. That's the psychological problem. That is what we have. Look at it this way. Number one, when they wanted to conquer us, there are so many things they used to conquer us, apart from using war and weapon to capture us. They used religion to capture us. Yes. So now, even as we speak today, because of religion, all of us cannot really think straight, to be honest. We can't really think straight.
You always say that. I don't know about that.
Yeah, that is
totally right. Because of religion, we can't think straight. See, look at it this way. You are in need. Instead of finding solution through physical means, for example, someone that can farm, you are in need of anything. You have a plot of land, you can plant maybe corn or whatever, but you are going to Babalawo, Odishegun, you are going to Aladura, you are going to
and the white man brought that too.
Who brought me two major
Ola, to be honest,
here, please.
Okay, let Remy come in. Yeah.
Sorry to butt in, Ola. I've been listening to you guys for more than half an hour now, and I'm not all that religious, but at least I pray to God every day. And then secondly, I have opportunity to have lived in 3 different continents now, and what I see. The Asian people, what they are doing, the Africans are not doing. So I totally agree with Mike and Ola on this. First and foremost, when I was in China, I discovered that first, they limit their citizen to Western form of media. They limit their citizen to Western kind of social media. They develop their own. Like WhatsApp, in which they call WeChat. TikTok now, that is all over the world now. And I also discovered one thing about them. They sat down and they look at what are they going to have cost advantage in? What are they going to do that the world will come to their knees and beg for them?
But sorry,
let me quickly finish.
Remy, but that's not a unique technology. It wasn't unique.
What I just want to say is that when you curtail your citizen to follow or to adhere or to probably watch American movies, American idea, that is what you are cultivating in them to copy, to do in the future. But they don't allow their citizens that kind of luxury. They want them to work hard. This is Chinese. They build their own model as Chinese, and the people love it. And if you are in China today, anything you want in the world, you get it. I'm telling you the truth. Most of these big companies that you call in America, they all have a branch factory in China that they produce. And China being so smart country, they let them in and give them a tax haven. And after some years, they copy some of their styles, and now they are competing directly with them. They have also kicked a lot of them out again, and now they have taken over from the Western world. So as Nigerians, unfortunately, Olaf hit the nail on the head. The first problem of that country is religion. I was in a country of more than 1 billion people, and I can guarantee.
Okay, Remy, interjection. China is religious also.
I just want to tell you before you interject. In a country of over 1 billion people, I can tell you more than 900 million of them, they don't worship any religion. They believe in what their hard work. Go there and work, and you will reap the benefit of your hard work. They don't go to mosques, they don't go to church, they don't go to even the Buddhists, they don't go nowhere. They just believe in their ability, what they can do. And this has really helped that nation. But Just like Ola said, in Nigeria, if you have a little problem, then the notion is that somebody is doing me, go and meet that pastor, go and meet that alpha. It's so stupid that you also put it in our constitution that if you want to referee, you can bring a pastor or an imam to be your referee. So, all of this thing is not good for the country. So look at where it is now. Now today, we have churches and mosques all over the place where we're supposed to have factory. The factory.
Okay, Remy, continue with this after the question too. But
fine.
Ola was trying to blame, maybe Mike also blamed. No, it was Ola trying to blame the white man for bringing religion. But if that was the case, how come the religion that the white man brought to Africa is not creating problems for them, rather to the Africans that they brought the religion to?
It's a tool they use. They know what they are doing. They are not practicing religion as we are so dogmatically doing in Africa. It's a tool to control you. And
No. But see, you can't have your cake and eat it. No. The white man brought religion, but are you telling me that the way we practice religion in Africa is the same way they do in the white man's land? Is that what you're saying?
No, that's what I think. Let me give me a second. What I think is they brought it to divert the way you're thinking. You understand? In a way where you don't think, for example, when you don't see your God as you don't see that knowledge that's coming from outside, those kind of things. So the way you start to look at things is the damage that it creates to you. It's not something of your own. It's something that was given to you. So the way you begin to look at things, for example, if you say the white man's religion, a white man wakes up and he sees Christ, in his image, the way they describe God to him, all those things. And then you come to Africa, and then you growing up, you're seeing God in another man's image, your God and personal savior, the picture they put in a wall. If you go to an African house, they put picture of Jesus in a wall. It's one white man like that. So that kind of thing can affect your psychology. It can affect your self-esteem. So when a child is growing up, you see a white man advanced in technology, he may think that, maybe because God looked like him, that's why he's so advanced. It affects you. You understand?
Mike, do you know that I went to a primary school, which is a Catholic church home, and there's a big church inside my primary school, and every Wednesday I will go there for the Ash Wednesday, and inside on Friday we will go there for the Holy Communion. We will receive everything, but what are we kneeling down in front of? It is the white Jesus and the white Mary. They also make us believe that anything that is black or dark is evil.
It's evil. It's bad.
Sometimes you will now see yourself as a black man. Are we evil? So they are more cleaner and they are more thinner. So, and unfortunately for us too, even when they left, and then our own people now get to that position, what they are just doing, just enriching themselves in the name of God. Please,
and
God,
we still run after their former master.
So, and another problem is that
I think you guys don't want to take responsibility for
no, we should be taking I'm not even blaming white
you don't want to take responsibility. You want to cry about this white man's religion.
They have their own blame, but
let's do this.
Daddy.
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, see, look at it this way. If anybody want to change your identity, they can do so many things. One of those things is to change your language.
Yes.
You understand? So when you change your language, as Yoruba will say, Yoruba mobiton loa mobiton bo. So that proverb is not about maybe you are
the local languages are spoken in Nigeria more than English. So that should defeat that argument right there. And number two, our politicians are so corrupt. They're not really religious, because if they were, they probably would not be doing what they are doing right now, or what they did in the past.
You are not looking at it from the bigger picture. You are looking at it from a microscopic view of it. Look at it this way now. Your religious leaders, your leaders, instead of them giving you food, giving you some other things, they are reducing cost of Hajj for you. How does that sound?
They're reducing cost of what?
Cost of Hajj. Cost of Hajj.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And cost of traveling to Jerusalem. You understand? And meanwhile, you have insecurity in the land, you have hunger in the land, but they are giving you something to divert your attention to make you think the other way around. See, it's difficult to explain how that thing has taken us
when you
back.
answer that question, you gotta answer. Hold on, guys. Once you answer that question, you have to balance the equation in the sense that how come if when many Africans travel overseas where they have all the amenities and all the good stuff, everything working well, they become de-Christianized or they become irreligious?
No, because the system there does not allow that. But
Yes.
Allow what? Religion?
Not enough lesser free time.
Look at it this way. Look at it this way now. If you are too religious in the Western world, then you may become homeless because number one, nobody is going to pay your bill. So nobody will teach you to even ask for a shift on Christmas Day or on New Year Day. It's what I've known before, while I was with Walmart. People were begging to work on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, even New Year. Serious begging. It's not as if, oh, you must come. People were lobbying. So the thing is, but when you come to our environment, we take religiously what we are supposed to do. Say, Olorun Ashe. You understand? Someone will be cheating you. Feel for long.
Then
someone will be doing the wrong thing. Your way for long. You understand? You are supposed to carry your cutlass and how to do this. No, don't think of tomorrow. Do this. See, what I'm saying is this. When you look at our Yoruba culture, when you look at this, Yoruba will say, Iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀, Iṣẹ́ Lewa. That is to say, farming is our major occupation. And whosoever will not work, we never feed. But this day, what do we have? We've changed those orientation entirely. Everything that is of our value, we've changed, we've delegated it, we've thrown all those things away. So why am I saying this?
Okay, quick interjection. Say you guys want to pretend like the Africans are less greedy than the rest of the world. I don't think so. The reason why people go to church or they pursue religion as they do in Africa and Nigeria.
No, I didn't say church specifically. Religion. Don't forget I'm a Christian and I don't believe.
Oh, I said religion generally.
I don't believe that Christianity is a religion. That's the difference now. I don't believe that Christianity is a religion. I just want you to know that. So when I say religion,
I just want to say this. Do you know what
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
What they did? Do you know what they did in China that also always amazed me or marvel me? Most of their countryside, like town or small county, that they have vast land of agriculture, their government deliberately constructed road, constructed small low housing unit for them, and they make sure that they stay in their hometown, continue to farm for the nation, where they give them internet.
See, Remy, when you come back to China,
I mean, they deliberately kept them there. But if in Nigeria they will say, no, I'm going to Lagos to look for greener pasture, I have to leave there. Nobody wants to farm it. So
Remy, allow me. So you talk about China. You talk about China a lot, and the point here is that when it comes to China, you're talking about a leadership of people that deliberately organize the society and they have a vision for what they want to accomplish. It has nothing to do with them being religious or not. They have a plan.
What I'm trying to say here, Prince Daddy, is this. I think most of our problem, like Mike said, we copy it in anything white. What they did for themselves is that they come out with their own form of democracy that works for their people. What I'm trying to say is that the democracy we copy totally from the Western world does not suit the country 100%.
Just like you copy their religion. Let me line my point. Let me line this point. See, I'm glad you made that point, Remy. Just like you copied that democracy or the system of governance, the same way you copy their religion and abuse their religion. See, you guys are abusers. It's your problem. As much as you want to blame the white man or the West, I disagree.
I don't think they're blaming them. They are telling you that it's our problem. They're not saying.
When you talk about you pray to a white Jesus and all this stuff, it's like you don't want to take responsibility.
Give me a second, Prince Daddy. Give me a second. They are not saying that is the white man's fault that an adult black man in Africa is sitting down praising the white man. What they are saying is that the people that are sitting down there praising the white man is there. They need to stop. So they're telling them to take responsibility. They're not telling the white man to come and stop the people to stop doing that. That's not what they are saying here. So nobody's sitting here blaming white man for the problem of the Africans. That's what you need to get. No one is blaming. They're just saying the Africans need to think. They need to wake up and start using their own head. That it doesn't make sense to keep doing what you're doing. That's what they're just saying.
Yeah, Mike, but okay, I'm glad you made that point. So, but who is stopping them from doing whatever they want to do to improve themselves?
Okay, now here's the deal. Here's the deal now. That's why Remy is bringing the point that the Chinese people, the Chinese government, the Chinese leaders, first of all, they cut their people from consuming too much Western stuff on news, and then they design valuation of the farm and things like that to keep them working and concentrated, so they don't have time for those kind of things. Now, here's the deal. Here's where I have to come with you. I agree with you in a sense. Is that in a society, majority of the populations of every society are not going to be thinkers. They are followers. That's the way nature designed population. Most people are not real thinkers. They're just waiting for someone to tell them what to do. That's why when white people came, they told them, okay, do this, they follow my region, they follow. But there are always that minority of people that are just natural born thinkers. No matter what you tell them to do, they will think before they do it. And even if you trick them to start doing it, it's just a matter of time before they think, start realizing that, I think this guy's misled me, or let me find my way back, So there are those kind of people that exist among population. Now, what the Chinese got right and all these advanced countries, that their system recognize that these few percentage of our population that are natural thinkers, they are the one we have to always bring to the table to figure the way we should do things, the way we should think. And then what they figure out is what they now impose on the rest of the population to follow. So the Chinese will bring their great thinkers to say, come, look at our society. What do you think we should not do? What do you think we should do? And look at our problem. How do you think we should go about it? What do we do? And when they come, figure out what it is, and they draft the solution, and then they will now create the law for the population to follow in order to control how they do things. Like in Nigeria, for example, if our leaders, which politicians realize that, hey, we need to go into our society, find these people that are brilliant, they are just natural born thinkers, they are gifted in the brain, they know how to think. Let's bring them and tell them to study our society and tell us what our problems are, and tell us which way to start thinking to, or to start doing things to go forward. And if the people now say, listen, first thing, you have to religionize your population. That's one thing. So your people can focus on hard work and condition your people to understand that hard work is the way, not praying 24/7. Right? Those thinkers presented to the government. And now the government will say, okay, now how do we go about it? Because they will say, okay, first of all, maybe you make law that churches should be paying 80% tax, so that way pastors run out of business. Or you use
80% tax.
Okay. something I'm just saying, like, you got to strategize a way to now condition the people to stop doing that what they are doing. That's the point I'm trying to make. So, or you say you create a TV, you concentrate a media outlet where people will consume, and to educate them on what they are doing, and to understand that this thing you are doing is not the way. The thinkers are the one that will now direct their people, is the point I'm trying to make. So that's how the Chinese are doing it, which Remy is giving. Remy is telling you that the Chinese government designed a way where they control their population to do things the right way, to focus on hard work and not religion. So that's the point I'm making.
The keyword Mike is saying is control. Yes.
You have to control now. Even America, they still find way to control us now.
I don't disagree with you, Mike.
The Americans also use propaganda to control the population. Am I lying?
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you.
Because I know you don't want to believe that religion is our problem. Now, look at it this way. Now, this is in context now, right? I'm not speaking generally. In the context of what we are talking about, because I'm ashamed tomorrow based on the context. Now, look at America. America, their way of life, their religion, even before they started allow immigrants, is almost homogeneous in some that they are mostly Christian. When you look at United Kingdom too, when you look at all those Western countries, you will see their religion is almost homogeneous. homogeneous in nature. They're almost like at least majority of them, they belong. But when you come to a place like Nigeria, it's another thing entirely. You understand? It's not the same. And within the religion too, you know, there's a supremacy battle. Oh, how wise is this? Yours is that. Now, not only that, now we now have a group. We now have a group that doesn't want to even embrace education. All they want to is to embrace some kind of religion that will make them poor, that will not give them skill, that will not even let them think that all you ask are the day when you are born, once you are 3 or 4, you start learning, it's all about heaven. You don't even want to think of even how you are going to survive on this earth. Right from the beginning, they've already turned you to what we call, okay, I will speak. No point of not even speaking. Almanjiri, for example. I'm not saying they are the only problem. The Southwest too, they have their own. Almanjiri, you are not learning carpentry. You are not learning. You are not learning mainstream. You are not learning any of that thing. All you want to do is to learn about religious, and just your purpose is all about religious. Nothing in this life. And at the end of the day, when that type of religion, when you are unable to take care of yourself, that's when you have the kind of weapon, the kind of tools for insecurity as we speak today. You understand? I'm not saying the Southwest, I'm not saying the South don't have they have their own too. Everybody has their own.
If they go for those Almajiris opportunity to learn work, would they reject it to learn trade?
Good question.
They don't even want them to learn it. That's the problem.
Okay, so quickly. So you're not talking about religion. Just like Remy was talking about. It's about
because it seems you don't want to understand that foreign religions are our problem because they indoctrinate us. Let's
rephrase that quickly. Hold on. The practice. The practitioner or the practice of foreign religion in our country is the problem, not the religion itself. If you ask me.
No, see. I agree with your. I agree with your semantics. But look at this way. Jonathan, during his time, built Almajiri School. Ask, what did those people do? What did their leader do? Their leaders, because they don't want those people to be enlightened, they don't follow up. So that they will remain ignorant and they can be used as political weapon. Meanwhile, these were the people that were supposed to be earning something like a cotton farming, Columbites, and all those hide and skin that we used to have those days. But no, they don't want.
Almajiri just like a refinery, the same difference.
Instead, the leaders the early that are even supposed to even take care of these people, you bribe them by sending them through. You subsidize the cost of traveling for pilgrimage. So the thing is this: whether we like it or not, we have to look at the kind of this orientation, the kind of unnatural thinking that the religious indoctrination is giving us. We don't have to. We have to face this reality. You understand?
Now you're a Christian. Hold on, you're a Christian. I know, but it says in the Bible that if somebody gives a prophecy, take the one that you think is true or that you believe and discard the other one. So there we go. So if truly religion is a problem, how come our leaders, since they're free thinkers, they're smart, how come they don't take the part of that religion that they think is good and discard the rest?
You as a Christian too, you know what Pharisees and Sadducees used to do too, right? Even before Jesus Christ preached salvation, the Sadducees and Pharisees, they knew the truth, but intentionally, because of what they were going to gain, they were misleading the people. Yes or no? Even from the Bible we are reading. So the thing is, that is exactly what all leaders are doing. When we say religion is a control tool, just to make people docile, just to make people, that's a way of just forcing people to submission. That is exactly what we are saying. But the person you do not train to have a skill, how will he contribute meaningfully? Aggression at the end of the day is what you can find. Just imagine, I'm telling you this thing for free, and when Nigeria used to be Nigeria, those areas that you see banditry raining today, they were the one producing our shoes. They were the one producing the cotton that we were using in our textile. You know, they were producing our granules, because Nigeria used to export a lot of granite oil those days too. You understand? So those that you see, the tobacco, a lot of things they were doing there perfectly. But it's only when they took.
Before you continue, then all right. So then you must also conclude that back then they were not practicing any religion.
No, because at that time religion was there, but you know the like of Awolowo was trying to encourage the like of.
So now you talk about leadership and the ability to organize society.
Let us draw the line. You know that coup of 1966. Honestly,
yeah,
those people involved, I believe.
Really.
Let me just hold on, please. Just hold on, please. I beg no best.
Okay,
the thing is this. You know what it means for some kind of callous people to wipe the leaders of the entire region. Because those were the leadership that were even doing the right thing. They wipe them away, and all the mediocre that now emerged later now indoctrinated these people. So we see the problem is so glaring, but sometimes we are afraid to say the truth. Yes. You know, some of us now, because we hide behind camera now, we can talk. When by the time we show our face, we start saying another thing. That's just the thing. So people are afraid to even come out and say the truth, whether we like it or not. Anything, any religion that is side violent against you, any religions that will not teach you how to fish, that is just teaching you to.
I'm trying to follow your train of thought. You just said that those areas today that are full of banditry and all this crazy stuff happening, those areas are the ones producing the I don't know, the tie and dye, all kind of stuff they were producing. So what changed? Is it that religion has changed from back there to now, or what?
The Yamutu, all those leaders that were responsible for all those, and another group that took over, another mediocre took over. That's
look
the
at
point.
it now.
Look at it from
1966.
So if that been the case, so then why is religion still the main contention of your argument as being our problem?
Religion is what they used to control them. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look at it this way now. A child growing up, a child that is supposed to go to primary school and secondary school, you say no, don't go there. Go and be doing a manjeri. Be following one afar, whatever. I say now we know that we know better.
But Ola, is there any evidence for real that someone is offered to go to secondary school and there's somebody telling him don't go to secondary school, don't go to school? Because I lived in the north. I honestly didn't see this reality that we preach in the south. Somebody is telling somebody not to go to.
No,
school.
they do.
Because
In the cold north,
it's just
reality. Mike, na reality.
No. Hold on. I'm not saying yes. I lived in the north, and a lot of northerners, when school is school is built, they pack themselves there. They rush. They are looking for opportunity in life, but it's just not there.
You know what, Mike? Can I come in here? What happens is that the political elite deliberately also use that way to make. You know that they have children a lot, and most of these children they send them to Ahmadiyya school to go and learn the Quranic way. That is a way of using religion to control them. And when they want to talk, they will use according to our religion. And you let's assume that you are 2 years old or 3 years old and have started sending you to Quranic school. What do you think your mindset would be?
But there's no other school now. A lot of these rural areas, there's no schools there.
Yeah.
You have to understand. I mean, let me tell you the north. Let me tell you how the north look. When you come to the south, everyone lives in so much close proximity. But when you go to the north, its villages are so far apart. People are so spread out. You understand?
Yes.
They are very spread out. And forget this idea that the urban population is not. It's a lie. Most of it is just land. Because I've driven through the north. I'm telling you, when you get to one village, before you get to the next village, you drive. And so, but in the south, it's like village next to each other. So in the south, you can build one school where 5 villages can share out one school. Because we live in so much close proximity, you understand, in the south. So it's easier to now build schools next to each other where one teacher can teach in 2 different schools, where teachers are not even don't have to drive that far to get to the schools and things like that. But in the north, it's just kind of so spread out like that it's so hard to. One thing is they built, when Good Lord built the schools, so find teachers. was another issue. So it's more to it. And it's not like these people are not looking for opportunity in life. Trust me, they are. Most of them is their parents that will determine whether they go to school or not. Not some
Another
politician.
thing
No.
I realized is this, Mike, that you know what they did in China was this. Their early education from primary school to senior high school, including the junior middle school, they make it very tough. As a kid or as a teenager, you don't even have time to go and play around. There's homework upon homework. Even when you have your holiday, they give you tons and tons of homework. So they want them to be busy. And once you go through all those processes, by the time you want to go to the university, they are just like Nigeria too. They do an examination, they call it GACA, just like JAM. And it's also depends which university you have chosen and where do you come from. In just like in Nigeria, I use Nigeria for example. We all know that states like Anambra, Ogun, Oyo, and the rest, they will be very competitive. So if you are born in those states and you want to go to federal university, you know you have to put in extra work to get a high score because the standard is high. So when they get to the university, they relax. They don't force them a lot like they were in the middle school. So the orientation has been built to be hardworking since you are childhood. No time for you to play. But when you look at Nigerian context nowadays, the orientation is just when you go to university, that's when you work hard or something like that. No, it's supposed to be from the basic, from the beginning. So many things are flaws in our country because of religion, tribal, and so many other factors.
I mean, don't say religion. See, the Chinese example that you keep bringing up is a great example because it is deliberate whereby the Chinese people. Trust me, we have a leadership that thinks and wants to protect its people. That's when you get a Chinese model. Although some people do complain about it being authoritarian and
yeah, you are right. They complain, but it's working for them.
Of course, it's working. One second, it's working, of course, and I agree that. One second, it's working, and you got to keep in mind also, see, the margin of error for China as a country it's quite slim compared to Nigeria and many other countries. Why? Because we have 1.4 billion people counting. 1.4 billion people counting. Anything.
Oh my God. You cannot believe it that this is a country that they will couple all bridges in the factory and they'll put it together in under 1 week or two and it's done. It's final. And when you not supposed with Nigeria, it takes months to deliberate. It takes years to even say, let's execute this project. And then when they start doing the project, it takes like a decade.
Remy, do you think one of our problems in Nigeria is
some of these things, when I see it, this country is not serious.
But imagine that, Remy, if they were to engage their 1 billion plus people, how far do you think they would go?
I want to challenge us.
You mean to Nigeria?
Remy?
No, China. If they were to engage with the 1.45 billion people in the kind of democracy that we've practiced in Nigeria to get anything done, how far would they have gone till now?
No, they won't go anywhere. They won't
exactly.
Go
anywhere. Exactly the point. The ability to customize.
Prince Daddy. China is not Nigeria. China never deviates. They've never deviated from the major religion. Go and look at the most people in the most prominent religion in China. You understand? They don't really have like opposing religion like we have in
No, Ola, I will tell you something today that
okay, Remy, wait, let me just land. Let me focus on the point first. See, I want to challenge three of us. Go and look at what Awolowo was said while he was campaigning. Immediately, Awolowo was said, education, and he said something about a Majiri system and looking at how they can use modern Islamic way to educate people. Oh my goodness. Go and look at how they turn against him immediately. You understand? Awolowo is not even saying you should take Islamic education away, but it's just
saying, okay, a thinker right there. Awolowo was a thinker. Now, you see what happened?
Now, look at Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they still have Islamic education, right? Combined with Western education, but not the way we are having our own. That's the problem. It's like the poor people are intentionally deprived.
Yes.
in some part of the country. Okay, now look at when some Boko Haram rose up now. What was Boko Haram preaching? Anything Western.
Education.
Haram. They got to a stage that they started kidnapping school children. What are they trying to do? Put your children at home. You understand? So now the question is this: what's education supposed to do for you? It's supposed to empower you. It's not about you speaking grammar. It's supposed to make you think and for survival. But no, they don't want you to have that. Once you start taking, so that when we say it's a control tools, I know exactly what I'm saying. But when you go to China now, I mentioned America. I mentioned when you see all those Western what they are doing, those it's like they are like a mono religion, mostly mono religion. China, Remy, you've been in China before. What religion is major religion there?
So that is what I want to tell you exactly.
In Nigeria, we have two opposing religions.
Nigeria, secular state. They don't.
Two opposing religion in Nigeria.
Hold on, Remy, what kind of religion in China?
Okay, that's what I want to tell you. In China, it's a secular state like Nigeria. They don't accept any religion, no religion. Now, let me tell you something that will shock you. In the northwestern part of China, they have some people, they call them the Uyghur, which are predominantly Muslim, because they border all those countries covered from former USSR, like Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and the rest. So some of these people, sometimes they want to go their own way. They want to go out of China, but China cage them. They provide amenities for them. They also find a way to cage them. They don't allow them to preach outside. Even in the mosque, you cannot hear the sound outside. It's like a soundproof. They just allow them to go to their mosques maybe every Friday to do their jubas, whatever. So sometimes they do this just to make sure that at the end of the day, things works fine. So they don't allow any religion. Most of Chinese, they will tell you they are Buddhist, but most of them, they don't go to any temple. They just go to, because there's no chance for you to go to, because when you have one child, the money you spend on education of that one child is enormous, my friend.
No, there's something that you've not mentioned in China, Remy. All religious body. It's not as if there's no religion, but
they don't allow them to practice.
The state do not promote religion like we are doing in Nigeria.
They do have churches too. But
now,
you cannot say,
wait,
I have a church.
You will talk, Remy. I just want you to add this one for you to talk about. Okay. Now, in China, you have to register your religion body. They have to know. So that is why, from what I read, that as Christians, they refuse to accept that oversight. Instead, they will go and worship underground. Because everything, all activities, it's simply that you can't say rubbish.
Let me tell you what you are trying to say here. I know something like that in some big cities that some people will go underground, but they always bust them. And once they bust you, you will be deported immediately. They do have one church. In Shanghai, there are one or two churches. Why they think all Christians, if you are a foreigner or Chinese Christian, you can go to that church every Sunday and worship for 2 hours and then go back to your home. They don't allow, like in Nigeria, you must go to church on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, every day. No. Even Muslims, you just go to your mosque on Friday, do your whatever you want to do within 1 or 2 hours and go back to your home. It's nothing that you must go to mosque every now and then. Because the system is designed that you have to be hardworking to pay your bills. And when you have a son, you also have to continue to save money for your son in future when he wants to get married, so that you can provide accommodation for this. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that for you to raise one child, because the competition is stiff, most of the kids are highly intelligent and well educated. So the competition is stiff. You have to be best of the best. So they spend a lot of money in training their kid, and most times they have one or two. Most times it's one, and they have to go to maths class even after the whole school routine. Maths class, English class, music class, swimming class, so many classes outside the old school system. So as a parent, it's a little burden on them. So as your kid, you don't have their children, they don't have that luxury to say, okay, I want to stay glued to television. What is happening in Netflix? what is going on
Well,
Facebook.
Remy, because
People
the
have that kind of
competition in China is fierce amongst 1.5 billion
we don't
people.
have like our children in Nigeria now.
Sorry, Remy. There is supposed to be competition if it truly we are 200 million.
Yes, no
But
competition.
but the question is this: what percentage of our population are developed to even fight for survival? That's the problem. Even today, I'm not even exonerating the Southwest from there today. Even today, someone that went to school for mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, you are still waiting for jobs. I'm not saying you should not look for jobs, but there are still some jobs you can do on your own. I'm not saying it just because I want to be arrogant.
Like what? Like selling Guanepa or what?
No, Prince Daddy. Before I finished my electrical and electronics engineering, I was already helping people with wiring. I was already wiring 3-phase motor. You understand?
Well, that was before. Now they've graduated and there's no job.
You don't understand. The skills are there, but people don't want to do that. Just because people they change people's orientation.
It's not different than America and the West. Most people graduate also. They want to work. They want to work for somebody and get paid.
Most people graduate, they wait around looking for work.
My quick question to what Remy said. So the people in Nigeria that go to church on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, is it because they love God so much? Is that the reason why?
It's because they are jobless, man.
They are indoctrinated. Let me tell you something.
To be honest,
indoctrinated, or is it because there's no? It's because they don't have opportunity.
There's no opportunity, man. There's no opportunity.
Prince Daddy, I will tell you they are indoctrinated. I know there's no opportunity. I agree. See, you may not even, some people may not like this one, but it's my favorite pastor. See, if you go to his church like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the Wednesday they can call you, say, Obeni, you no get job. You understand? There are still some churches you see go to in Nigeria today that if you are so frequent there, they will call you and cancel you. If more churches can be doing that, it's good. You don't have business going to church Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
The only question like if you're not paying tithe or not giving their free will offering. If you were, nobody's gonna ask you a question why you're at the church. Okay.
The pastor will never tell you why you coming. I don't believe that.
No, Mike. I'm not saying all of them.
If you're giving money, they don't care.
Maybe he's not giving money. Maybe he's the one that come and coming for church food. Prince Daddy, maybe he's the one that's coming for church food. You know, or maybe he's the one that's begging pastor for work or for money. And pastor is like, okay, you don't get job. Come, why you come here?
This church I'm even talking about. If your tithe was 10,000 before, if you pay 100,000. You will have to fill a form.
Where? In Nigeria?
No, but I know if once I mention the name now, I know many people.
Wait, are you saying the pastor will be questioning why are you paying so much tithe? Is that what you're telling us?
I know, yeah. I know some will ask you. Yeah.
Why are you paying so much tithe? Why they will ask you where you getting your money from? Which pastor? Come on, man, stop it, man.
Okay.
Even if you pay tithe, why do you have to put your money on the envelope or who cares if you put a million naira in the basket? Nobody. If you don't put your name, I think track it down. How they gonna track it down?
No. Let me tell you one thing. Citadel, for example, now they have a way of tracking what you bring down because they take online offering. So when you
what's the purpose of them tracking it? I'm trying to know.
No. Churches tracks now because they use online. They use mobile payments.
That is fine. They can track you obviously if you do online.
Why are they trying to know why that person is paying that much money? What are they trying to figure out? Is it to figure that paying too much?
No, it's just the principle. Maybe it's just the principle of that church.
To achieve what? So for what purpose? That's what I'm trying to ask.
It's not for what purpose.
I'm trying to know why. I'm trying to see what you think.
No, that's part of what Christianity is supposed to be.
To what?
They say, no. See,
to find out who's paying too much or what?
I don't know.
No. Mike, look at this way.
I'm just go straight to it.
I'm giving you an example now. Let me explain to you.
You don't need to give examples. I don't know what purpose. Just tell
Wait
me
now. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Now, Mike is paying $1,000 as tithe every month now. All of a sudden, Mike, you are now paying 10,000. This church will ask you. Trust me.
They will ask you why are you paying 10,000.
Yeah, they will ask you.
They will ask you.
Isn't that intrusive?
Okay, wait. In what
crazy.
sense will they ask you? Hold on. I'm trying to know exactly where you're coming from. In what sense will they ask you? And for what purpose will they ask you?
Because some churches are tracking their members.
To report to the
Tracking them
government?
for what? Tracking them for what? Tracking what? What are they tracking about them?
Because some churches are really teaching their members morality.
They want to know if they stole the money.
Yeah.
They want to know where they are making the money. Come on, man.
It sounds like Badger. It sounds like Badger. I don't know about that.
Can you believe this?
No,
Can you believe what I'm telling us?
Pray Daddy, look at my chart.
Pastors want to make sure they are not collecting stolen goods.
What you're
Nigerian
saying, they
pastors.
do it in American churches. You know why? Because at the end of the year, they have to give you a statement for your tax purposes. If you want to file or deduct whatever.
That's the only reason. That's the only reason. But they're not
in
talking.
Nigeria, why are they doing it? What's the purpose of that?
Pastors. There's no pastor in this world that's interested in where you make the money you're giving them. They are not interested in that.
Mike, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Believe me, I'm not kidding.
Which pastor is that? Maybe we should not give him an award.
Don't worry.
The only honorable pastor in Nigeria.
No, Mike, because I already know that it sound unbelievable and sound ridiculous, right?
The same pastor that are collecting politicians' money, and they don't know those politicians are stealing those money.
Let me tell you, the reason why they do it is more so to track that.
This pastor,
if you're not paying, like they're doing it, if you're not paying your tithe, they can know where to go after you. They can know.
Allah is trying to tell us that Nigerian pastors are making sure they don't collect corrupt money. When most Nigerians, we know most Nigerians have money. We know how they come on now.
Okay. Anyway, that's a diversion. Anyway, let's go back to the main topic. So, Prince Daddy, at least you've understood how religion can be the problem now because it's a.
No, I don't understand.
You still don't understand. You still don't understand. When Boko Haram is telling you that Western education is sin, and they themselves they are carrying AK-47, they are carrying Western weapons.
Is Boko Haram a religious organization? Is that what you're saying?
That's how they appear. That's what they call themselves.
Well, anybody, I can call myself a doctor or whatever. I can call myself whatever I want to call myself too. Because they have that label or they've been tagged that way doesn't mean that they truly represent what represent the Islamic religion or the Muslim.
I got your point, but they are using the basis of religions to indoctrinate people to resist things. When they are telling you that anything, okay, wait now.
It's just a tool. You said it earlier. Hold on, like you said it earlier. All these areas that is crazy religion, banditry and terrorism is going on. Used to be a fertile ground. Hold on, it used to be a fertile ground for development and production and beautiful things in Nigeria. But today it's turned.
Wait, Prince Daddy. No, don't put my word in another context. The thing is this: which religion is associated with holy jihad? Which religion is associated with jihad?
Islamic religion.
So what are we talking about? See, there are some well documented facts. I'm not the one saying this. I'm borrowing from well documented facts. Go and see how Boko Haram started.
I know you live in Canada. Have you heard this saying that I think Barack Obama used it to kind of mock the white people by saying they cling to their guns and religion? You heard that? Okay. And the reason why he said it because when a lot of what you call it the outsourcing and the killing of manufacturing jobs in America began like 20, 30 years ago, it really affected the what you call the rural America or those cities and those cities where they have a lot of manufacturing and blue collar jobs. A lot of them went, their society or their community crumbled. Many of them went into depression, into using alcohol and drugs and whatnot. So eventually, somehow, some way, these people have been collectively tagged as being clinging to their guns and religion. So the point here is that look, in any society whereby opportunities are not available or things break down, well, people are more likely to be attracted to their religion, and this is where you get religious abuses, right? So it's not different from this Almajiri people or the Boko Haram people you're talking about. They're politicians, just like everywhere across the country. They bastardize their communities by their selfishness and their wicked ways. They didn't really help their own people, and they don't have that many opportunities around them. And the only thing they have to cling on is their religion. And guess what? At the same time, they cling to guns. So those people that you're talking about, they're no different than the people here in America that Barack Obama was talking about.
No,
Do you see the connection between the two? Do you see the connection between the two?
No. They are not the same thing. See, let me tell you one thing. Prince Daddy, with the level of our education now, you can try to indoctrinate me from now to tomorrow. Coupled with my stubbornness as an Ekiti man, you are just wasting your time. You understand? I told you one day that someone was even trying to tell me that, oh, something happened when they preached to that person, the person didn't listen as he was crossing, can't knock the person down. As I said, and I faced the person. Who told you that I don't want to die? Who told you? I faced that person straight away. In other words, I just say, don't scare me with death. Don't scare me with hellfire. If you want to preach salvation to me, if you want to preach gospel to me, preach without creating fear. Preach love. Preach peace. Preach peace. Don't preach or don't scare me with hellfire. You are wasting your time because I will not listen to you. Otherwise, the argument might soon degenerate to the point that I will ask you to give me the evidence where you went to that hellfire, how many years you spent there before you come to me and preach. You understand? It will soon degenerate to that. And you will now start wondering whether I'm even a Christian, even despite proclaiming to be a Christian. There are some stupidity that I don't buy no matter what. So now, don't compare America, that at least you go through the normal basic education, at least grade 12 in America, no matter what. But we are talking of some people that they didn't even allow to even finish primary 6. Some people that they've taken to their husband at the age of 12. Child marriage is so rampant in those regions we are talking about. So two different things: enlightened population and a population that is not so enlightened. So
you are undermining religious extremism. I think you are. So what compels educated people? One second. Hold on. What compels?
A developed country.
No. I'm talking about America. I'm talking about what compels. Hold on. What compels educated people, engineers that can fly planes, that can read and write, that they're well educated? What compels them to get on a plane and fly the plane to crash in a building to kill themselves and other people? What compels them? Is it because they're not smart to understand religion?
Prince Daddy, you see one thing. You see one thing is look at this. I don't do outliers arguments. I do the normal distribution. Now, situation in Nigeria now, normal distribution applies to it. If you give those people chance to do all those things that we are talking about, they are likely to even get more recruits among these people we are talking about. So forget about the outlier situation. American situation is not the same as Nigerian situation, that whether anyhow, even if you are not that well educated, you will still feed, you will still get a lot of things without anybody using food to control you, without anybody using money or whatever they are going to give to you to control you. But we are talking of the size of population that they've indoctrinated to the point that they are not dependent. They are not dependents now. That they have to march to someone place to give them food because they can eat. That if you go against the wish of that person, You might not
So
hit tomorrow.
I did less indoctrinated than the Palestinian children that hate Jews. I did less indoctrinated than they are.
See, no, Prince Daddy, I only talk of the environment that I know deeply. So because when I start going widening the scope, then we are going to miss the context, because I like to take I want to position a particular scope. Because you see, you won't see me talking of Iraq, you won't see me. I'm only comparing my environment to what is obtainable. Now, this thing I'm saying, I would never predicted this thing far in the 70s. Not now. That is why that anybody that follows Awolowo very well, we know that all we are discussing today, some people were just saying that Awolowo was lying there. It's exactly what we are seeing today. And it doesn't take a prophet to even know that this thing like this will happen. Prince Daddy, as you are today, if you find yourself in Lagos, in Nigeria, can someone come and recruit you into banditry? It's not going to happen. Look at the bandit they are capturing, for example. How many of them look rich to you? So some people probably are sponsoring those guys, and they are obeying. But Mike, Remy, Simba, all of us here, we won't go. It will take some kind of mental illness for us to get back to that place.
Wait. Hold on. You're saying banditry, they can't recruit anyone from Lagos. It's only religious people they can recruit into banditry.
No, Mike, don't get me wrong. I said people like Mike, people like Babati, people like Simba, people like
No, you know.
Hold on. Yeah, I understand. Let's go here. Let me understand what last say first. Babati, hold on, please.
I'm making an analogy that because you are already you are an independent person because of the level of your education. Nobody
so everybody hold on. So everybody in South is educated. So the uneducated person, are you saying everyone in Lagos is educated? Like
I'm not saying 100%, but I'm just talking of the. See, this is what.
No, don't run. What you say is that they can't come to Lagos and come and recruit so anybody for banditry. It's only in the north.
If Prince Daddy I said if Prince Daddy found himself in Lagos today, if Prince Daddy, I still know that there are Agbero on the street of Lagos now. So what are we talking about? Agbero is a problem.
What about an educated Nigerian youth without opportunity? You don't think they can get into banditry?
So what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, when Prince Daddy was making reference to educated person that will see enter, that will see control aircraft, that will see commit that crime against humanity. That's what I'm saying. But I now came back and I said, no, don't take outlier. Don't use outlier to join majority. That is what I'm now saying. Okay, look at all of us educated people here now. Nobody will probably come and try that rubbish with us because we are educated.
Are you saying people are not even educated in the north? There are a lot of people, not all are educated. I don't know why people always think everyone.
Don't go outlier. I'm just.
What do you mean outlier? You saying it's only tiny percentage of them are educated?
So that's not what I'm saying.
Mike, try and understand what Ola is saying now. Try and understand that he's telling you the root cause of all these things.
All the what?
Illiteracy is part of it. It's part of the problem.
Yeah, it's part of it. I agree. But he want to make it. What he's saying is religion.
Mike, can someone come to you to come and engage in banditry? Will you listen?
Me personally, but I won't think it's simply because of my level of education, right? There could be hold on. In fact, the educated person that has nothing and no opportunity is even more dangerous than an uneducated person.
I agree.
Nothing. Because if you put a guy with brain, I guarantee you those guys that are coordinating those punishment, they are educated guys. They just use those uneducated ones as the foot soldiers. You understand? Because it takes a brain to plan, organize, understand how to collect.
But if you have people that have that bad mind and they don't have people to recruit, it won't happen now. So because they have a lot of people Though poverty is one of another thing that we have to talk
It's
about
poverty
now.
now because
Poverty is also
I
yes.
told somebody before. I said Nigerian university
Yeah,
only
and
creates
lack
a
of
lot of
opportunity,
problems.
poverty, and lack of opportunity. That's the base. Yeah.
Let me tell you guys. Let me tell you guys the root of one of our problem in Nigeria. In 2 areas, personally. That's why I've done my research. That's why I always come against you guys when you guys are always saying it's headsmen. I'm like, no, I don't think you guys really know what's going on. Let me tell you two areas where Nigeria screw up. One is from our education institution, and 2 is from our military. Let me tell you, and I will touch on both. In the educational part, we produce so many graduates, we educated so many people, and there's no job for them. So now they are now street people with brain. That's why we have so many scammers. We have so many, all these coordinated kidnapping, banditries, highly educated people that are behind it, trust me, because they have brain, but they don't have opportunity. That's one. 2, another area where our insecurity is coming from is the Nigerian military, right? They train soldiers, they turn people into soldiers, and then some of them, they let them just walk away after all those military training. And in the military, they train you to become a killer for one. They train you to become this person that's heartless, right? Now, in America, in all this Western world, when you are leaving the military, there's something called transition program. And 2, they follow up with you in your life. They call you a veteran. You sign up as a veteran, and they follow up with you in your life to make sure you don't use that your military training to go and become a problem in society. Because they know they train you to think certain way, to see, to handle weapons, to know, to just look at life in a way, and again to take a human life is not a problem for you anymore because they've conditioned you. That's what they do. The military is about. They condition you to become that person. So in America, when you are leaving the military, like when I was leaving the military, we have to go to a transition program where we go. They kind of like condition your mind to start think like a civilian and see things in a different way again, and also they test you for all kinds of things like PTSD, all those things, and then they sign you up as a veteran. So whenever they tell you have any issue, you call this veterans line, all those things, they follow up with you because they know you're not just an ordinary person again. You can just become something else in the civilian world. But in the Nigerian military, many of our soldiers, and Nigerian military is very harsh. They train them, and some of them just walk away, and they don't even follow up with them. They don't have their record. And many of them, especially this Boko Haram situation, a lot of soldiers literally just walk away from the battlefront. Some of them walk away with their weapons. Many of them. I've seen video of a Nigerian soldier on the battlefront that was saying, you are giving me AK-47 and I have to face these guys. They are coming with 3 times bigger weapons. They know they quit the military and they were walking home. They did a video now with their guns. They walk away. And Nigerian, they don't have a way of tracking people. If people just disappear, they might disappear. Maybe those guys joined the military from Kaduna and now they disappear, living in Benue now with their AK-47 and rifles. And they've been trained to use these weapons. They understand to use weapons very well. So these are where our problems are coming from, but we don't know. We don't understand it. We created our Nigerian government institution created many of our problems.
Mike, see, well, yeah, that's part of the problem you just mentioned. But you know, one thing is this: for security to be effective, for even the security men to be effective too, you must find a way to reduce the number of potential criminals right from the roots. Right from the root simply means that, I give you an example. Anytime there's a recession in the Western world, crime rate grows. Anytime there's recession, you will see crime rate will just surge immediately. But once government start acting and start giving palliative and start trying to bring people back to support people, the things start going down. Now the question is this: we have population from the beginning that you didn't teach anything skill. All you teach them is and Jana. That's everything you teach them. They cannot, like I said, they can't even do carpentry, they can't even do anything. So there are many. But if some of those people, if you give them the right training, you know, when you say education
my friend, even listen, in Nigeria, if you teach, you don't even have the economy. Even if you teach people all these skills, everything concept, it's good to get it, but in some areas we even have the economy. Let's say, for example, wait. You go to hold on. You go to one poor community, then somewhere in the north, right? You teach this guy carpentry. There's nobody here that have money to buy furniture or anything. So he has the skills, but the market is not there. So that alone, we don't even, you understand? So that's why I always emphasize that, listen, agriculture is the thing, man. If you want to teach all these things, agriculture is the skills everyone should learn. Because that one, you know for a fact, everybody will eat. But all the other skills, they are good, but I'm just telling you that will not completely solve the problem at all.
Anytime I have extra time, I will pull some kind of simulation, some kind of exercise, some kind of modeling. I will simulate something for you, and you'll be shocked. See, the question is this: the productivity of
Ola, did you disagree with what Mike just said?
Of course, I disagree with him.
How? Why?
Okay, look at it this way. Now, he said if you even learn the skill, the jobs are not. No, I don't disagree with agriculture. Sorry, let me just clear that one.
Even the job that I mentioned, the jobs are not there.
Yes. Look at it this way. I said this thing on several occasions that the job we are supposed to be doing in Nigeria, go to those people in the real estate today. They are bringing people from the neighboring country. Even if they are small, capture those ones first of all. So now, because you don't have skills, that is why you are importing skills from the foreign, from the foreigners. So then another thing is this: when you have skill and the little skill that you have within the country, they are making money there. They have money to spend on the economy too. So because they are making money, they will now be a potential problem in the sense that in positive way.
Well, Allah is telling us that the foreigners are taking our jobs.
Mike, why do you like diversity?
You're talking to the wrong person. Mike does not believe in illegal immigration, so you're not going to win the argument.
Don't mind Mike. I'm even trying to see.
Everybody's going.
Okay, look at the way it works. Now, before the worker salary reduced because of inflation, I used to make an example. When I work in a bank, they used to pay what we call cola. Many of us, when we go to what's this Oregon this thing now? We normally go to a place like Oregon there. So when we spend the money there, for example, we spend the money in the joints. What are we creating? We are helping another business to employ another people. Now, if you train carpenter, you train bricklayer, these people, they don't have money to spend before. All of a sudden, they are earning money that foreigners are supposed to be earning. Now, don't forget that foreigners are earning money and they are taking the money to their country. But these people, they are earning the money in Nigeria and the money is with them. What they want to do, all of a sudden, they want to buy clothes, they want to buy plates, they want to buy some things. What are they creating? They are finding a way to place demands on some products within the economy for other people to think and produce locally to join that economy. That's how economy works. So it's not as if, okay, because these people are carpenter today. Carpenter want to patronize tailor. Carpenter want to patronize barber. They want to patronize abattoir. They want to patronize poultry. So that's the way the thing keep on going in macro chain. So that's why that's when people say medium and low medium scale, small to medium scale are the backbone of any economy. That is exactly what they're doing. So as you are doing it small, you are creating market too for another small business too, and the thing will be going around in cycle like that. That's how it works. So if you train them, they will find a way. It's just like when some people graduated from school now, they created.
Okay, hold on. So are you encouraging what, illegal immigration or foreigners to come take the jobs in Nigeria? Is that what you're advocating?
Are you asking me or you're asking Mike?
You.
I'm saying you should train our people so that we don't need to import foreigners to come and take our local job. It's just because our people, they don't have the skill, that's why you are bringing foreigners. Okay, imagine you are building in Banana Island, Lekki, and this Eco Atlantic, and people from Cotonou, people from Ghana, and people from Adiwon, they are now doing the plastering, they are now doing the thing for you. Whereas you have some people around Mowe, that the only thing they do is to collect money from you when you are bringing your tip of sharp sand or granite.
So, but the question is, how come the local people, the indigenous people, are not doing those kind of jobs? Because they're like low skilled job for the most part. I mean, yeah, some of them are trained, but at the same time, you don't need that
All
much.
I'm trying to say, the
You
reason
don't need that
why
much training to
millions.
carry a bag of cement up and down a staircase or
Hold on, Prince
whatever.
Daddy. All I'm saying, the reason why millions of Nigerians
Prince
don't have
Daddy,
jobs is
you
because
are
of the few thousands that came
you
from
are
the
looking at
Republic.
labor.
That's why.
See, I did
Okay.
project to one in Nigeria. You understand? And I did direct, the direct supervision. My project direct supervision. The person that did my tiling, not from Nigeria, and I will tell you why. The one that did for my friend, even the guy was a little bit, it was okay, but just give that thing like a few months, you start eating the tile, you'll be any pop.
So
But
are you saying the quality of job was better with the foreigners, the foreign workers?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
And I can hold on. I can also say that you pay them less than you would pay the Nigerian worker. Yes or no?
No, not necessarily. To be honest, not necessarily. Even all those foreign, because you see one thing with that foreigner. Let me tell you what I did when I was doing my project. Now, when I wanted to do my foundation, for example, a Nigerian contractor will tell you, if the rain start now, if they stay just 30 blocks, they close for that day. So they want contract. I'm just giving an example now. Oh, how much are you going to dig the floor and just put blinding? Oh, we are going to take 600. Okay, put your bill of quantity. They can't. Okay, I called someone from Republic of Benin. Okay, oh bro, how do you manage your job today? He said, we set 100 blocks a day. And 100 blocks, we collect this amount. Our labor, we collect this amount. It's 100 blocks. But Oga, if I set 300 a day, that will not concern you because I can set 300. So that means that you are going to pay per 100. So they were doing the bid of quantity themselves. And you know what these people did? They will even put lines. They always come with this line, rope. They will put it to make sure that when they are doing your job for you, there's no bend. And the way they are going to post men there, you understand, even the following day, they will inspect whether what they've done is okay. They will make sure that they did everything so that we won't even see crack. They pay attention to every detail. Every little detail, they pay attention. See, bro, I gave a local bricklayer to do plastering for me. But when I brought these people, the first thing they do was just to put lines from the beginning to the end to up, just to make sure that everything's straight. By the time they remove that, you say, did they use frame to
what he's saying?
So Benin Republic people are more productive than Nigerians. It's what I'm learning here today.
Actually, I was going to have Mike jump in because I think Mike, I think you work with also foreign workers, and I think you said before that they tend to do more of a better job than maybe local.
That's not true.
African. You never said that.
Hold on, this is what I say. Hold on.
Okay.
In America, the Mexican, they are coming from third world country. So of course, when they come here, it's different. They're coming to earn big money and they're here illegally. So the system here cannot allow them to earn what they want to earn. But in the case of Nigeria, the Benin Republic people coming in, there's no system telling them they can't earn this, they can't earn that, or something like that. And they are not coming from like a country that just like way 10 times poorer than Nigeria, anything like that. So it's not the same case with the Mexicans coming to America. It's two different things. When a Benin Republic person gets to Nigeria, it's no different between him and another poor Nigerian. There's no you need some paperwork to get a job. You need to have social security to get a job. So now they are like in a position where they are not bidding for less pay. You understand, or something like that. It's the same pay that the Nigerian will request, the same pay he will request. So there's no kinikon government. You can't work. It's illegal to hire you. There's none of that shit in this situation. So what Allah is telling us is just ridiculous that every Benin Republic people. Because what I can get out of it is that Benin Republic people are more productive than Nigerian. That's what he's telling me here. And to say that the problem why we don't have jobs is because those people come in. What's the population of Nigeria's population of Benin Republic? How many people from Benin Republic are living in Nigeria? Is it few thousands? They are the reason why millions of Nigerians don't have jobs. I don't even understand. So to say our problem is this foreigners coming, it just doesn't make. I'm sorry, you're sounding like South Africans, man.
So when you just condemn and discard everything, is there any identification of problem you are ever going to take? Because every identification of problem, backed with facts, even published in the dailies, you just discard without even knowing, without even trying to find out the facts.
Well, then, I can agree with all that. Hold on, I can agree in the sense that.
Wait, do you see what you do, Mike? If you are leading a team, things one two things will happen. Have you ever heard about the
reason we don't have jobs, people are jobless in Nigeria is because
wait, Mike, there is what they call informational benefits. When you're in a team and someone is suggesting what you know that is factual to you, and everything you discard and you don't take, and you at the same time you will CDB want to talk next time that Nigerians don't think. And we are
if we get, I did my thorough thinking. If you get rid of all this Benin Republic and all the foreigners in Nigeria, there will be jobs for the Nigerians.
That's not the point. You are not looking at the bigger picture. You are trying to go through micro.
No.
The problem is
in this area of let's say the area of what you call this, I don't know, the kind of jobs Allah is talking about. Well, yeah, the population of Benin it can be compared to Nigeria, but nonetheless, they tend to dominate in this field, on this area.
Dominate
and
where?
Doing maybe in bricklaying or carpentry, for example.
Bricklaying, plastering.
So
they are more. Come on, man.
No, they are overrepresented in that area. Okay, and coupled to the fact that Nigerians also may not be participating in that area as much. We don't have that many workers in that area. So even with that small population, they are capable of displacing Nigerian workers.
Please, Daddy, let me shock you. You know, I have electrical background. So a friend of mine too is electrical background. We both work with NEPA, but this guy now later went to Powerfield. So what this guy does is both commercial and industrial installation and domestic installations. Now, there's a guy that did my first wiring. This guy went to Polytechnic. Naturally, we would think someone that is that educated should know how to wire house properly, right? When this guy did my wiring, that my friend just looked at that job because a professional, he didn't condemn me. He said, it's okay. But immediately you find someone from the Republic of Benin say, "Okay, if there is fault, if this wire met, everything we burn, how are you going to isolate fault?" He said, "Okay, you should have spent more on pipes so that every ring circle that has problem, you will be able to isolate. But this one now, just put the wire together. Once there's a problem at the point, it becomes very difficult just to isolate." That's someone from the Republic of Benin that did. Probably the guy had just sitting and engaged, talking to someone that had a change. How do you explain that? Now, that my friend that didn't want to say anything, he knew. That guy was saying, because he said naturally, when you want to do that thing, you should have first of all you dig and you earth even from the foundation, not when you've already done your German floor and you are doing all those stuff. So all those details we don't pay attention to. This guy pay attention. And why is it they pay attention? It's either the technical school function properly or the apprenticeship system, they have some way of transferring proper information, skill to those people. But our technical school, they are not as good as they used to be because my uncle was a beneficiary of that technical school, because even despite becoming a teacher, he was proud of himself to be an industrial welder with Ajakuta, because if these people will weld for you those days, you will know the difference between the roadside welder and this my late uncle I'm talking about. So I know exactly what I'm talking about because I have friends that are architects. I have friends that are structural engineers. I have friends that are civil engineers. Of course, that is expected because I have background in engineering. So when you tell me this, I just laugh, because this thing is not far-fetched. It's just like we are talking tomorrow now. Okay, what can I say about Prince Daddy? What can I say about Babati? Even though I've not met them physically, what can I say about Simba? Even though I've not met him physically, I can say, at least I'm a medical doctor. At least I've listened to medical advice from these people, and from what they are saying, they are very coherent and they appear to be highly professional and they know what they are doing. So if I see an architect engaging foreign scale, if I see a civil engineer engaging foreign scale, if I even see someone that had HND in electrical that even committed blunder on my own projects, and you are telling me that I don't know what I'm talking about. See, it's not everything. Like I said, because if you want someone to come out with information and tell you things, it's not everything you just discard when you don't even have fact. All this I'm talking about, just Google, you will see a lot of journalists, a lot of things that have even identified this problem and wrote about this thing in the past. It's not just, oh, you don't. Because where am I saying this? That okay, assuming that I'm not as coherent as those writers, right? Google and read for yourself. And not only that, you can even go to Nigerian Society of Engineers and go and read some of the kind of problem they've diagnosed, and go and look at why some people are saying, okay, we should return back to our technical school. So information that I'm even giving you, they are in the public spaces. So, but just to me, maybe someone doesn't flow with your opinion, sometimes I just discard without even knowing, without even doing your research. I'm only conveying facts, established facts. You understand? You know, see, this thing, you know, there was a time that some people are even moving that, okay, before you can even come from foreign country to come and practice in Nigeria, that you should have some kind of get this trade certificate. This is a serious issue within the Nigerian Society of Engineers space. That you just say that you with someone will talk and see, Mike. If you this is just I'm getting personal with you now on this issue. When you are leading a team, and if they are suggesting things and you just discard, there's what they call informational benefit. You lose it a lot because some people will know, they will decide not to talk, and they just allow you, because those are the things as a manager. When you are in a team, people talk, we allow everybody to speak, and you don't try to shut anybody down, so that there won't be this there won't be this something like they call spiral of despair, or what did they call it? Spiral of despair, that people will just, okay, even if I talk, say, will you even listen to me? Why should I even, why am I wasting my time? I'm saying whatever I'm saying for people to learn. I'm not just saying it just to argue. If you don't know that it's a fact, Google is your friend. Nigerian Society of Engineers is a good tool for you. Korean, Google it, it's a good tool for you. You will find so many YouTube documentary, but when people analyze this, they will exactly what I'm talking about. But the only difference there is that I've encountered this thing directly myself. And I have friends that are architects, I have friends that are civil engineers, I have friends that are building engineers, you know. So you will see all those things. I'm saying that because there's a difference between a building engineer, a civil engineer, and an architect. So, my friends, we just have to get serious, because if we continue this way, okay, let's another.
Is Baba TV here?
Everybody don't tire. I mean, maybe we go back.
Baba T didn't even say any word at all since he came on.
I've been expecting Baba T and his gang. I don't know where Mr. Trump is now.
Maybe he's on the phone. I was on the phone just 3 minutes. I just got off the phone. Someone called me. So
I'm expecting Mr. Trump to be here too. I don't know why people are not here today.
Yeah.
Yo, Remy and Simba came and they left. Can you imagine?
Because
Oma chased them away.
including you now, it's you and Orlando. So we have to
How did I chase them away?
I don't know. You don't allow them to talk now.
Okay.
You didn't give them their way. You know, Simba and Remy session. Remy got to dominate the session.
Are you not saying I dominate the session? Are you not saying I'm dominating the session?
No, he didn't dominate it, boy. You didn't give him a chance to dominate. No, he didn't dominate it, man. I mean, I think Prince Daddy dominated the session.
Prince Daddy dominating the session. Well, that is
So,
interesting.
Now look at one article, Mike. I'm just going to help you with it because I just want you to understand the problem. So this article were written by those people in the real estate that this was even recent. Nigeria loses $4.5 billion annually for foreign artisans. So I put it in the private chat.
Foreign.
Just look at it now. This one was just recent. That as at May 4.
So you lose. So, but why don't you want to open up your market to foreign? I mean, at some point,
I think Nigerians are not outside working somewhere too.
Yes, like
no,
even
no.
Hold on. Even today, I think the Minister of Justice I think she signed a deal with the UK where you can practice law in Nigeria if you finish in the UK without taking the Nigerian bar exam. Trying to make it easier for UK lawyers to practice in Nigeria. And all of a sudden, your people are like up in arms. We don't want to allow that. We don't want to. But you will be the same thing, advocating to have your own license, be able to practice in other places without taking their own exams.
You know, it's just always annoying when people always say the reason they don't have a job in their country is because somebody else is living in their country. In 2024, I mean, we got to stop this.
I need conscience, Gary.
No, Babati. You are going against what you and I have discussed in the past.
No. Okay, the invasion of Lagos where they have cheap labor. We can talk about labor laws. Nobody is disputing that, where they're exploiting foreign labor because it's cheaper. I get all that. Okay, I get that part.
There's no way you can say you can't find someone that is Nigerian that will accept less.
She want low cheap labor, Mexican, American. She ain't stop Americans from actually working and making money. Come on now. They will still be a market.
You can't even use that.
Babati, those people coming from foreign to work in Nigeria, they are not cheap. That's what I just said. They are not cheap.
Exactly.
They are in fact more expensive, but the only thing is this: if they want to collect 100,000 from you, they will tell you why, and they will stand by theirs. If the counterpart here want to collect the same thing from you, they will just blab over it, and you won't even understand where they're coming from. But if they do the job for you, the quality, you will always know the difference. Honestly, that's what we are saying.
So is that a problem
those
for Nigeria?
guys are not cheaper. No, what I'm saying, I'm not saying you should restrict those people. Don't get me right. People can still come. But how come that we prefer someone from Togo to my fellow Nigeria? That's the problem.
Well, you just said it now. You said they will do the quality work for you.
That's a bigger societal problem that we've always had in all aspects, not just what you're talking about now.
Not just that. I agree with you.
Everything. We have this taste for foreign goods, for foreign. It's always been a Nigerian thing. So acting like you're oblivious to that fact is what I don't understand.
No. See, Babati, I'll give you an example. You know that that's what they normally do. They call it POP. When you want to do pillar to house, just to decorate it. I engage Nigerians to do those jobs for me. You know what happened to that job? Move for at the end of the day. Just to redo it again.
I want to be. They are better. I know they are better when it comes to. They are just way better than Nigerians. I gotta be honest with you. I mean, come on.
Even in Thailand, if I tell people actually Thai for money, Now, meanwhile, local person, sorry, I'm speaking Yoruba. I gave my plumbing to someone from Ekiti. Oh my goodness. Baba.
Let me tell you guys the reality of this life. For someone to leave a country to go to another country, he had to be a very quality person. Usually the most quality people are usually the one determined people. For it takes a lot for you to move from one society all the way to another society. You have to be a very productive person, a best quality person, to even consider leaving your environment to go to another environment. So a foreigner is always in most cases, I won't say always, in fact, is most likely to be more productive than the locals. Even Nigerians, when they go to Benin Republic, they will likely do better work than the locals, because it would take for that Nigerian to leave his place to go there to go and do that particular thing. He must have mastered that thing very well and know how to do it very well for him to leave his place to go all the way there to do it. Because if he's not good enough in doing that thing, he wouldn't have even left his place in his country in the first place, because he knows he's not good at it. For you to leave a place to go somewhere else, you know you are very good at that thing, and you know when you go to that place, you're going to cash out.
That's true. But that's true. But that's why I'm saying this thing is a skill level, because you won't do more than what you know now. Okay, while in Nigeria, in reality, I love V6 engine. But you know what the mechanic in Nigeria will be telling you? Oh, okay, don't buy V6. The problem gone. It does this. The reason being that they don't really know how to handle it. Mike, the first time I got to this place, I went to buy a sport track, for sport track, not knowing that the engine had the problem. So when I got it from auction. So I could not fix it because it was expensive. And one Pakistan just took it away from me. And it was now, he now put additional 5,000. That, okay, we give me that first refusal option if I still need that. But unfortunately, I didn't need that because I was pissed off already. Okay. I went for another one again. We went for under Odyssey. In fact, it got to a stage when you start that thing, Fifi, you understand the smoke will be everywhere. I took it to the mechanical workshop. They were charging me $8,000, $9,000. I just went online. I come see that even small boys, high school boys, they were fixing their engine on their own. I was just new in the country that time that I was wasting money. You know what I did? When I now looked at that thing, I went to Enterprise. I went to Edmonton in another city to buy the same engine. I bought it for $600. And I bought this hand crane, the one that you use hand lift to lift engine. And I bought transmission jack. Everything I needed. Everything less than $1,500. I spent like almost 10 days following the manual that I bought, going through YouTube. But eventually I fixed my car. The car, we used that car until someone needed it in Nigeria, and we sent to the person in Nigeria before I bought it. I had bought, because we later bought new cars. So the thing is, I was able to get materials to work on that in myself, and it was okay. But while back in Nigeria, we say, V6 engine, all those stories, they don't have the skill, and I cannot blame them. Look at a lady in Nigeria that was using tire to do furniture. This lady sat on her own, went on research, and get all those stuff. And some of those mechanics you find at Ladipo, do you know what they do? Some of them, they bought manual from the OEM. Some of them, they've downloaded content from YouTube. They watch how to do all those things. That is why when people are changing engine for you, how to do changing transmission, that is why they are better than some of your mechanic inside the town that they don't even know how to handle all those stuff.
Okay,
so what am I saying?
So is your point that should Nigerians then improve their services or just bar people from coming in and maintain status quo? Because that's competition right there, right? Even
exactly.
If you go online, if you look at Lagos, for instance, the amount of other African countries that have big businesses in Lagos, it's a lot of them. I didn't even know. There are people that are from other African countries that are making big bucks in Lagos, setting up businesses.
Babaji, my boss, because there was a time I was servicing ATM. The guy came from Zimbabwe. So, and the guy, you know how the guy was thinking that time. He said, okay, if I could make it in Zimbabwe, if I could make it in South Africa, he said, okay, in Zimbabwe, probably we have about 60 million cooks, because he jokes a lot. He said Nigeria is supposed to have like about 180 million cooks. So it's a bigger market. So I can easily make money in Nigeria. Babati, this guy made over 10 billion naira in sales in Nigeria. Now, when he made, I'm talking of when money was still money, not this year. I'm talking of around 2004, 2005. This guy made over 10 billion naira. And we are here in Nigeria, we don't even know what to do. We didn't even know what to do. This guy competed with Nigerians. But you know what this guy did? He spent money on training us. He spent, let me not exaggerate. This guy, because he trained eight of us. Do you know how much this guy spent on training us? About 100,000 euros. About 100,000 euros. And meanwhile, we have some other company in Nigeria that were performing the same services. Immediately that guy brought those trainers like this. He don't go publish them for paper. See strategy. He don't go invite banks, say, come and see. These are the people that will be hiding this thing. This is how much I'm spending on them. Okay, guys, let them know how much I'm spending on this training. So that is it. See, for you to be able to compete, you have to up your skills. You have to up your skills. Competition. Mike, move us to the background. Everybody don't go.